This is Cybert signing into Red Alert 3 for the Gathering Storm BattleNet Qualifier Lower Bracket Part 2 video. The first video was over 5 hours long, so go check that out if you missed it. Nice quick watch for you before jumping in here. The first best of 7 here in the lower bracket. And of course, we have in the north playing the Cyan Soviets. This is Akira. And in the south, the Purple Soviets. This is Dark Form. Back again here. These two players, we've seen them before. They are making their way through the lower bracket, but one of them we do have to say goodbye to here and now. But they do get 4 chances to upend their opponent. Or I guess if it goes all 7 games, you get 7 chances, but you only have to win 4 of them. So you have 4 chances to beat them, and otherwise you gotta, wait until next time. Keep practicing. Another tournament will come around, and you can have your chance then. And of course, I don't know how long this video is going to be. When you're planning a tournament, you're not thinking how long the video is going to be. You're just thinking, I want to see a lot of Red Alert 3 games. I want to make sure that this big tournament has a good run in, that qualifiers are not super short, and that people don't get shut out by 1 or 2 bad games, so you make it double elimination. This is a lot of games we're getting through, and we're also now getting to the later stages of the lower bracket, where I'm no longer going to be skipping any of the series in the rounds. So I think from this point forward, we will cast every single game in the lower bracket to finish out the qualifiers. In the earlier rounds, upper bracket, lower bracket, we have been skipping lots of games, skipping lots of rounds. Okay, Dark Form sells off the reactor. So he gets the barracks started, sells off the reactor. And this is one of those things where if you want to save a couple of extra bucks, okay, he's saving as much money as he possibly can because the fight is starting as the bears come in. Terror drones get the lockdown. The terror drone on the other side avoids the sickle jump as both players microing their hearts out to try and keep their terror drones alive so that the stasis can keep in effect. But it's 3 hammer tanks on one side versus just sickles on the other. The terror drone for Akira got 0 infects. So the hammer tanks are on their way out. They're going to get stasis, and Akira is going to buy as much time as possible. One player went for a quick 3rd refinery, and the super reactor is only just now making its way onto the field. So delaying with these terror drones is the goal. Oh, he snipes! He snipes the terror drone of his opponent, so now Dark Form doesn't have his own stasis. These terror drones could make a rush for it, and one of them would probably be able to infect one of these tanks, or they just keep in the stasis mode. Buy time, bye-bye, baby, because you have got to earn yourself a minute before you've got a decent number of tanks out. He could start, okay, his packed up his MCV, so there's no Tesla coil starting at the current moment. Currently, the sickles are stasised, and I guess the plan here is to get the MCV involved, and both of the terror drones go down. Dark Form coming back online, and there's going to be the lockdown from the Tesla Trooper. He can go for the infect as well. Dark Form with the outplay. The GG gets called, and Akira taps out of game number 1. We're on to Chrysabero Garden for game number 2. In the north, switching it up from Soviets to Empire, this is Dark Form. And in the south, needing a boost here in game number 2, give it up for Akira. Akira almost able to come through with something, still would have needed to delay some, still would have needed to pull something out of the hat, but almost didn't work out. Little bit too much of an outplay there by Dark Form. He had a very good 1-2 punch. He managed to kill all of his opponent's terror drones, which eliminated that stasis ability, and then the MCV got locked down by the Tesla Trooper. You love to see it. Tesla Troopers don't get enough love. They don't have enough utility in multiplayer matches, and it's great to see them used in that way, having their day in the sun. Bear going around the south side of the island. Mecha Bay is up on the way. Triple dojo on the high ground, but not a ton of units coming out just yet, and the dojos are also not being sold off just yet. So they are a little bit waiting for the future, as Dark Form gets himself a nice $2,500 cash back prize. His income just jumped way up, and there is good reason for it. Might even be worth grabbing the hospital with that engineer, unless he really thinks he can sneak it all the way into his opponent's base. MCV packs up, and, well, Akira is on the way to the high ground, maybe even to a third refinery there, as the Imperial Warriors and the conscripts going to be tussling over these buildings. And, of course, the Molotov cocktails will be coming into effect. Tank busters starting to make their way forward, going to be pushing the sickles back for just a moment. If the Imperial Warriors give themselves over to the building, who will stop the bears? I guess no one, because the hidey holes are there for the tank busters, and the Tengus have begun production. They're coming out onto the field, and it's more Imperial Warriors. Dojo is also here. A Dojo Corps is also here, and Akira is once again going for a third refinery, so the pressure is building. Dark Form is going to be looking to cross the map at some point soon, because if he doesn't, then this third refinery, which is now canceled, is going to be wasted. Sentry gun on the way. Akira has realized a critical mistake has been made. He did not prioritize his army nearly enough. The sickle jumps in. Tengu goes for the transform, but it's over top of a bullfrog, so that Tengu goes down, and the hammer tank arrives, but the tank busters, they barely find the damage. They barely are able to knock down that hammer tank. Two more Tengus, it looks like, crashing down to the ground, and the tank busters will make their way into the building. Conscripts have been eliminated, so there's no easy way out, and Akira's plan has now probably been sussed out. Or Dark Form's plan has probably been sussed out. I think at this point, Akira realized that was too big of an attack with too many units too early on to not have been an MCV cell. And if he doesn't realize it yet, then Akira is not going to realize that the attacks are not going to stop. But that first wave did not get done nearly as much as Dark Form wanted. I don't think any harvesters died. No critical infrastructure went down. Losing the oil derrick is annoying, but it's by no means the end of the world. And Third Refinery does a lot to make up for it. We'll see what Dark Form is able to do, but the MiGs are going to be on the way, and this build has kind of a time limit on it. When you're up against a Soviet player, the GG comes out. Akira gets a win, puts a point on the board, and there will be no clean sweeps here in this series. The all-out aggression did not work that time. Too many units going down too quickly, and it allowed the Blue Soviets in the north. It allowed Akira to get a win there in game number 2. And meanwhile, sticking with Empire, even here on a new map, this is Dark Form looking for that next win. MCV cell almost worked, didn't matter. Just like Akira in the first game, almost had a hold, wasn't able to make it work. Dojos splitting off to the north and the south. The ones in the north are really just for that oil derrick. Mecha Bay getting added on. Will there be another MCV cell? This bear is hanging out inside of the base to keep an eye on everything. Dojo roaming around, trying to get the kill on that bear. The bear, I don't think, will be able to jump in there to actually stop the engineer. You can sometimes get the roar off and stun the engineer, but then there isn't really a way to do anything about it. Yeah, so you've stunned the engineer, but now how are you going to get over there to actually kill the engineer? You can't necessarily. So, well, if your opponent is not paying attention. So you really just delayed the oil derrick by a moment or two. Not the end of the world by any means, but we'll see. Super Reactor coming up first. Just like in that last game, Super Reactor was prioritized over that third refinery. That gave Akira the tools to actually be able to handle the pressure that was headed his way. infantry into the main base. They're going to keep an eye on this main in a little bit more deliberately here, as Dark Form will be losing the first 2 Tengus out of the gate, or I guess not the first 2, but 2 of the first 3 Tengus out of the gate. The other one is on the other side of the map, going for a bit of harassment, and honestly starting to hit some of these buildings wouldn't be a bad idea either, as long as you are paying attention. You want to make sure that you pay attention to when the Tengu emerges so that you can lock it down and that you can kill it off instead of just attacking the building while it kills you off. But on the other side of the map, the adaptive armor will give the Soviet player a long time to be able to respond. More walls going to be coming up, but that's 3 dead Tengus and 1 scared away from the main base. This army needs to get some more work done on taking down this Empire player. You've got all of these units over here. You need to do something about this refinery. Force them to respond to you or something. But the MCV is packed up and is here ready to go. A hammer tank is staying behind to watch the base to deal with any units that come in, and there's the MCV cell. There's going to be a barracks as well. The engineer heading in to heal up this refinery, gets it back to full HP, and where's the Tesla coils, buddy? There's no Tesla coils. He's just running the MCV away. He's like, actually, I just want to go for a normal game after this. Adaptive armor on both of the harvesters, and the oil derrick was taken over by Darkform. So there is a little bit of extra income beyond just those 2 refineries. And while those harvesters were offline briefly, Akira's income did hit 0. So that is always unfortunate to have literally no money coming in for a few seconds. Darkform, he's got those ore refineries working away, but those are likely the only 2 he'll ever have. Akira can potentially just pull back, go for a 3rd refinery, try to play a bit defensively, try to get a bit more, lock down these expansions, lock down these harvesters, make sure that the Tengus don't get through, and just weather the storm, because 3 refineries, assuming you do something about the oil derricks, will allow you to, again, build up, get the airfield out, start having more answers for the Empire units. And meanwhile, with that MCV cell, your opponent is on a bit of a clock. Conscripts stay back to kill off that oil derrick. Darkform is going to have to respond to that, but it's MCV cell on both sides. The difference is one side has a crusher crane. Actually, yeah, why did you... Oh, he wanted the engineer for the oil derrick. I guess that is decent. You know, the immediacy of the crusher crane gets you more money, but the oil derrick over time will get you more money if it survives. Terror Drone did not actually successfully kill that Imperial Warrior, so if you sold off the MCV and you don't get the oil derrick, then it really is the worst case scenario in both ways. A couple of Chopper VXs moving in as well, so even if the engineer gets the cap, you may still find yourself with a dead oil derrick. Chopper VX is moving in. Are the bullfrogs ready? Is anything nearby? Tank busters as well going to be assaulting this base. Crusher crane is here, and it's being targeted at first thing. Reactor will be deployed to try and body block for it. That does just delay the attack by a few seconds. Akira turns completely around, brings the army back. Goodbye to the crusher crane, goodbye to the build queue, and the first bullfrog also goes down. Tank busters should probably just camp outside of this war factory to help these Chopper VXs deal with the units that emerge. Another bullfrog shows up, but their tank busters are actually just tearing apart this refinery. If they get the kill on the refinery, that's a much bigger deal, as the tank busters will be protected by the Tengus. Imperial Warrior comes in for the slice and dice, and another bear was kept behind the lines, but more bears coming out from the barracks on the low ground. Tank busters will melt through that armor. No, the crush comes through. The elite status gets added on, and I think that hammer tank has a flak weapon as well. If he's got anti-air capabilities, that just makes it even better, as the Tengus get turned around, and Darkform nearly broke Akira in that moment. One tsunami tank, where are you going, buddy? There's going to be 2 hammer tanks here and ready to go, and that tsunami tank is going to run for the hills. Tank busters getting camped by those bears. and one tank buster got left behind. Man, Akira knocks down the Crusher Crane, but not able to get the refinery, not able to stop the units coming out of the War Factory, and now the Tsunami tanks, they have the heavy lifting to do. Oil Derrick was eventually claimed by Akira, and now these Hammer tanks, they need to do something to protect this ore refinery. Terror Drone coming in for Tsunami tanks. This can be a very dangerous combo. Where's the... I feel like there should be the infantry firepower or something mixed in with this army as the Tsunami tanks move back in. Terror Drone does get the infect, so that's a good start, but I feel like we need a second Terror Drone to lock these Tsunamis down in place and keep them where they belong, away from the Soviet units. Okay, now we're starting to clip all of these Tsunami tanks out of the picture. We are cutting them down. Tengu's still going for the harass. Dark Form needs to find an angle. A Chopper VX might be the perfect thing. Easy kill on the Oil Derrick if you want the safe option, or he could try and move in here before the Bullfrogs get back. The Chopper VX lands to do something. I'm not sure what he was avoiding, but he lands on the ground, and now he's going to get gunned down. Dark Form walks in with the Tsunami tanks, ends up getting outplayed, and doesn't get anything really with the Chopper VX either. Tengu's doing a bit of harass. They will pull those harvesters off the line. Dark Form may have lost too many units. He still has 4 or 5 Tengus roaming around the map. I love the sneaky dojo as well off to the side. Maybe... is it worth even an engineer if you can draw the fight further to the south and further away from the base, and then sneaky engineer and like cap the super reactor or something? Maybe you could sneak something away, but that's a pretty low probability play. Bullfrog is here. You could suicide on this harvester with the honorable discharge. You might get both the Bullfrog and the harvester, which would be good value for that Tengu. But these Chopper VXs, they keep somehow getting caught on the ground by the forces of Akira, and Dark Form making some mistakes here. Needs to transform quickly. Doesn't do it in time. He'll get the crash down on the Bullfrog, not the Harvester, and the Bullfrog is the cheaper of those two. A Chopper VX going down as well. Akira pulling together the defense and landing basically every kill that he needs to. Almost in the last, I don't know, 2-3 minutes, nothing has really gotten through the armor. Akira was on the edge of defeat for a few moments there. Where the additional Bullfrogs, there should be 1 or 2 more somewhere on the map. They're up in the main... Where are the Bullfrogs? All of the Bullfrogs actually got eliminated. The crash down at that refinery was, I guess, 50% of the total Bullfrogs on the field. Harvester being targeted, Oil Derrick being targeted. You need 2 Bullfrogs to come down the hill together. He finally does have them. 2 Chopper VXs, they can dance around this terrain, and there goes the Oil Derrick. Dark Form finally finds the damage that he's looking for. Akira now has to draw a tighter net. If you sell off that refinery, you're probably never getting it back, so keeping the 3rd refinery is a huge benefit. Killing off that Oil Derrick would have been really nice. Bear's going to camp out on top of that barracks. Harvester is low health. With no Crusher Crane, there's no way to repair these units either. Harvester, yeah, it's going to go down. There's the kill on the Harvester. Tengu does manage to take basically no damage there. Harvester back online and immediately attacked again, and with the honorable discharge and no shields, this Harvester is going to take a bit of damage. Even more Akira with some mistakes here. A couple of Bullfrogs getting caught out, and Dark Form will end up losing that 1 Imperial Warrior, but another Harvester kill. This Tengu is getting so much free damage. Akira seems to be falling apart, doing well for 3 or 4 minutes there, but now massive economy damage, and with this Hero Chopper VX, it's going to be difficult to kill that off. Bullfrogs can tag them with damage, but the heroes heal back up just out of range, and now even the Tengu is coming back in, so now you have two problems to deal with. The Bullfrogs go back, but they can do nothing versus that Tengu, and the Harvester ends up surviving. The Chopper VX, I think, kills his own friend on accident or on purpose. It didn't kill the Harvester either way. But now the Bullfrogs are stuck here. Hero Chopper VX, I think, could kill off the weakened Bullfrog and then still escape the other Bullfrog. It might be a bit dicey there, but when you separate them out, then it is a little bit easier to be true. Bullfrog should be targeted. Tengu should just fly over and go for the transform directly on top of that Bullfrog. Engineer! No, the Engineer doesn't manage to grab anything. The Engineer gets gunned down. Akira missing the trick there. Stealing your opponent's oil derrick also could have been a nice move, to have 3 refineries and the hero Chopper goes down. To have 3 refineries and an oil derrick versus your opponent's 2 refineries would be a big benefit, and that hero Chopper VX got 80%, 90% of the health off of that Bullfrog. Don't drive into range. And then ended up falling. Dark Form having the upper hand for a moment there, not able to finish it off. Doesn't want to suicide another Tengu. I feel like there's been probably a bit too many suicides in the last minute, and Akira has battened down the hatches. All the windows are covered. He's starting to tighten up the defense once again. Tengu's going down. If Dark Form wants to sacrifice these Tengus, he needs to make sure that he's getting more kills. But the MCV is back up. He will also have point defense drones now. We're far enough into the game that he's got point defense drones. He can get rocket pod upgrade or whatever else he wants. He got honorable discharge as his first point. And now with his MCV back up, he can slow things down even more. Will get scouted. The bear realizes it. He sees the MCV and he sees that he might have a problem on his hands. Engineer gets gunned down once again, and the Harvester will be the target after that, attacking 2 places in at once. Will go for the ore refinery as well. That Harvester is unbelievably low on health. And is there an MCV on the way? There might just be an MCV on the way for Akira. I feel like I haven't seen the point defense drones. Did he go somewhere else with his points? I mean, if you add the point defense drones, then it is very obvious that you've rebuilt your MCV. That ore collector with no health bar showing there on the interface. Tengu ends up getting the kill on the Terror drone. Does not try to suicide for that low health Harvester. Will just go for the other one. And there's going to be the final squadron called in as well. Aiming for that Harvester. Will potentially be pulled off the line. Will he actually save it? Close. Saves the Harvester. They crash into the refinery and they basically do nothing. And once again, that is a big signal to your opponent that you do have your MCV back up and running. So even if the bear didn't scout it, that would have told his opponent. And the point defense drones on top of the units is going to change the game. Dojo Core moving out. We've got a Tengu and, of course, that third refinery out there on the water. Akira has successfully transitioned into an MCV-based game again. Hammer tanks having to heal up on an ore refinery. You can, of course, use the repair tool, so it is just costing you money to repair those hammer tanks. But it is sometimes better than having the hammer tanks die when you've got limited options like this. Armor comes up. War Factory. I keep clicking on the War Factory. There keeps being something slow building. I feel like an MCV has been started and canceled and now is about to finish. There it is. Is it too little, too late? The Chopper VXs do not want to sacrifice themselves this time, and the MCV is back out and running. Will he immediately go for a Crusher Crane? Because he might need one, like here on the front line for his army, and then he can potentially go for a 4th refinery after that. He did finally eventually steal that oil derrick. Good on Akira to get that back. And I guess now that we're at the nearly 17-minute mark, we can settle in for a normal 3 refinery game, I guess, between these two. That's a lot of tsunami tanks. Harvester getting harassed. MCVs have been rebuilt. Both players having a bit of a handshake agreement to slow the game down and rebuild those MCVs. Point defense drones on all of these tsunami tanks. We'll see how good the control is. This is no longer, 3 or 4 tsunami tanks that one terror drone can help you lock down a big portion of it. This is so many tsunami tanks. I think 9 in total, with possibly more on the way. And that's a lot of micro for one terror drone to be able to deal with. With point defense drones, they trade even better versus these hammer tanks, getting bonus damage onto the rear and side armor. One hammer tank dead. That's the elite boy out of the picture right from the beginning. The MCV on the move. The MiG is hunting down these chopper VXs, which is fantastic in a different context. But here, it does feel like winning the battle that doesn't matter. Terror drone coming in can help get an infect, can help get a crush, but this MCV is taking so much damage from the 8 guns that aren't being crushed, and these terror drones are going to have to work overtime to be able to pull this off. Twin Blades would be amazing in this fight. He went for the MiGs first, which might have been the right call, but it doesn't help you kill these tsunami tanks. Okay, the infects are starting to land. One tsunami tank is going to be guaranteed death here, as another tsunami tank will get crashed into by its own final squadron. Might have been a little bit of blue on blue friendly fire there as double terror drone. In fact, these tanks are going to die, but will they kill the base first? Hammer tank starting to steal away these weapons. Akira has forced his opponent to split his attention. Do you kill the war factory or do you kill the tanks? Well, with the Emperor's Rage, he might just get both. Dark Form pulls it off, chases away the remaining hammer tank, and no more terror drones for the infect. It's going to have to be all air units all day for Akira. A good fight there for the Soviet player. Without a war factory, I guess technically it is possible, but it's a lot easier to build anti-air only than worry about anything else. With the war factory gone, there is no hope of rebuilding the MCV. He's gonna cross the map. I think that's an elite hammer tank. A hero bull. Is this the A team? Is this the team of friends where everyone has a different superpower and they're all gonna work together? Are there any MiGs left? Oh my gosh, MiGs would be amazing here, because of course the chopper VXs will shred the hammer tank, but well, chopper VXs on the ground would deal with the twin blades, so that's one problem solved. But that was a lot of tsunami tanks, and with none of them left, can the MCV just run for the hills? No, the terror drones are here, so they can stasis the MCV and keep it from running away. We're just in an actual base race scenario. I feel like... No, there is a MiG! There's a MiG that's back! One of the chopper VXs has to transform, but now that slows down your DPS. The Soviet player has way more buildings to kill, but the Empire player now has 33% of his DPS transformed onto the ground. There goes the super reactor. He is not parked too close, and the GG comes out. Akira with the last-ditch effort to cross the map with the super friends and try and win. We got 2 terror drones, 2 twin blades, 1 hammer tank, 1 bullfrog, and a dream to win it all. That game went through so many phases, and I feel like both players played phenomenally and terribly in the same game. They're going to be kicking themselves for their mistakes, but they can congratulate themselves for their good plays and the entertainment of that match. On Deep Sea, we had a Soviet mirror matchup, and here on Battlebase Beta, we have a Soviet mirror matchup. Akira in Dark Form deciding to revisit the blue battle base maps, and also deciding to revisit the Soviet v Soviet matchup, which Dark Form, he's now up, but he's got 1 win with Soviets and 1 win with Empire. So is he going to be able to pull off another win with the Soviets here on Battle Base Beta. It is pretty similar to Deep Sea. We'll see if he goes for the same thing. He does go refinery after the war factory. Keeps his barracks around. Never mind. All right. Akira keeps his barracks around. Okay, he's actually still building units from it as well. Refinery coming up there as well. Builds are pretty much mirrored between these two players. Some players do like to go for the, 99 conscript spam into the middle of the map. Other players are like, we'll try and take the middle of the map. Oop, that's too many conscripts, and we'll give up. Reactor coming up as well, so no super reactor immediately from, I guess, either player, actually, because it looks like it was canceled on this side of the map also. Going to be a couple of more walls coming up for Darkform. Doesn't want terror drones to jump inside of his miners. And we're going to have an MCV on the way to the high ground. Akira, in the previous, on Deep Sea, did go for that faster expansion, but the super reactor was much quicker. Is this the all sickle build? Who was it? Was it Harlan who did that, or DDF maybe, who did this? It was like an all sickle build, and it is I guess a Soviet v Soviet, just like all out aggression kind of thing. Terror Drone Micro is available on both sides, as they both have a Terror Drone here. Conscript's going to add a little bit of extra damage with the Molotov cocktails. Going to absorb a couple of extra shots from these sickles as well, as the Terror Drone actually gets an infect on one of Akira's sickles. That's a huge win when you've already got a slight numbers advantage, but you have the reinforcement disadvantage. To get a double infect like that, the GG comes out, and Darkform wins the mirror matchup yet again. The garage is here, so you know what map we're on. But what you don't know is that just like this man's hat and this man's hat, there are two Soviet players on this map. I'm running out of intros to do for these games, although I think industrial strength, so the BattleNet map pool and the CCO qualifier map pool and the playoffs map pool are all slightly different. They probably have about 80% crossover between the maps, but playoffs have some best of 11s, so you need more maps in the total pool for that, whereas we have some best of 7s here for this qualifier. So you don't need as many maps here. But a lot of similar maps. Industrial Strength is probably the one that gets the least amount of play. Maybe Cabana Republic as well. But I feel like Industrial Strength, Cabana Republic, those are the two that are featured the least amongst the games. Deep Sea, Battle Base Beta, Infinity Isle. Yeah, Infinity Isle. And Chrysoberyl Garden, I feel like, are the ones that everybody agrees they like playing. Chrysoberyl Garden, I feel like, maybe didn't get as much love. What was it called? Like Liberation Freeze. And Chrysoberyl Garden is a little bit of an update of that map. And it didn't get as much love, but people seem to love it now. So Chrysoberyl Garden has gotten huge play, as well as you know, Deep Sea. Epicenter Island as well. Surprisingly, has been featured in nearly every best of 5 that we've been checking out. We don't see it yet, so it'll have to come in for game number 6 or 7 in this series. But we do have industrial strength here and some early posturing from both of these players. Buildings taken over. Curiously, no oil derrick for Darkform. So a bit of an advantage there for Akira, but Darkform wants to once again lead with an aggressive start here in the game. We're just under 3 minutes in, and both players have massed up as many sickles, conscripts, bears, plus 1 terror drone as they can, and they are going to duke it out. The early game is about these fights between big groups of low damage units, but with this terror drone on the side as well, man, terror drone surprise does make crushing with your MCV such a dangerous prospect when you are this early on in the game, when you don't have necessarily all of the tools that you would like. Bear comes in for the big roar. MCV will get another crush, and there's the infect. Akira's MCV locked down stasis and now infected by a terror drone. What are you gonna do? You've got a true timer on your game now. Doesn't matter if you kill the opponent's entire sickle army. You pretty much got to win the game with what you've got here. This is where you wish that you had built a naval yard or something. And already Dark Form is winning this sickle fight, it seems. Although, no, with this crush coming in, maybe not. Oh, yes, he does win the sickle fight anyways. His sickles escape to the high ground, and he's had the numbers advantage for the last 45 seconds or so. And now double stasis on this MCV. That's 3 terror drones going to town on this MCV. And the sickles moving forward. Your MCV is caught and killed. No Crusher Crane for you. No sell-off of your MCV for a cash boost. Nothing like that. You've got to just make do. And whoever kills off this MCV may also get a lovely heroic status. But once you're down on the sickles like this, which Akira has been for the last minute or so, once you're down on the sickles, you really have to be careful about how you handle engagements, because obviously if you walk into superior numbers, you're walking into a bad fight. But if you play it just right, sometimes you can bait your enemy into giving up their numbers advantage. Most of the time, though, when you realize you have the numbers advantage, that player is happy to play a little bit slower and wait for the prime opportunity, which in this case means repairs for the sickles. A numbers advantage just got even bigger. Akira may have the reinforcement advantage, but that matters for basically nothing. As the harvester comes in, we'll absorb a couple of shots there, but that's not nearly enough to stop this attack. Akira needs to make these last 3 sickles do a lot of work. Infecting one of the sickles of his opponent is a good start. 2 sickles actually get infected, and even with the repair, the sickles will die. But can you reinfect? That's the big question, and the answer is no. If those 2 terror drones could have gotten the luck of chaining into the other sickles, maybe Akira could have turned it around, but the GG comes out, and Dark Form will advance into round 7 of the lower bracket. And we're on Battle Base Beta for game 1 of a fresh best of 7, and it's a mirror matchup, but it's a random mirror. Not playing random, however, choosing allies, as pretty much always. This is the red. This is Pika. And in the south, playing random, drawing allies. This is Shizhao. 1 player choosing allies, 1 player playing random. I think I've talked about this before. Shizhao, I think, used to be an Empire player, maybe also played a bit of allies, but in this event has been playing random, continues to play random, so we might get ourselves a couple more mirror matchups. We do have a best of 7 on our hands, kicking it off here on Battle Base Beta. Allied mirrors, I mean, mirror matchups can always be a little bit weird, but, you know, allied mirrors, some players just want to play them full turret push. Ooh, dog going to be blocking off that location. Maybe both players are going for a 3rd refinery. Like, if you wanted to turret push, you could deploy this MCV way, way, way closer to the middle of the map so that you can deploy turrets into the middle. And also, well, I guess you could also position it so that you're barely in range of this refinery, but both players not posturing towards turret pushing mayhem there, both posturing towards, I don't know, let's just get a 3rd refinery. Plus an oil derrick, we're gonna have a good time here. We are not too worried about ending the game, you know, before the 3-minute mark. We're gonna wait until 3:01, and then we're gonna end the game. But we do also have a multi-gunner turret getting deployed there. We saw a little bit of a dog block coming in. Scouting dog also making his way onto the high ground almost for Shizhao there. Not quite up that way. But yeah, both players, they're just happy to kind of handshake 3 refineries and an oil derrick with each other. No early airfields, no turret pushes, not even like a naval yard for riptides and javelins to try and put some pressure on like that, which is maybe a little bit less common, but you still can see it. And there's the dog getting shut down. Double power plant on this water expansion as well. So one player goes to the high ground, one player goes to the low ground. The lowest ground that you can, the water. But doesn't actually go to the ground of the water, which would be the ocean floor. And that would mean that you're dead. So unfortunately, or rather fortunately for OP Shizhao, the low ground is just the water in this case. But now he's up to the high ground. This double power plant... Does OP Shizhao realize it, and is he able to do anything about it? Because sometimes a double power plant is an easy enough target if you've got a couple of units out there that can actually deal with it. Maybe an assault destroyer. You can actually knock the lights out of your opponent. This Apollo is chasing very deep. He gets the Vindicator, and he will trade his own life, and Apollo is happy to trade for a Vindicator in that case. Not bad for Pika. Maybe don't want to do that too much. Could be fighting over top of this multi-gunner turret if he was positioned a little bit further away. Good bomb splitting there to try to get one kill and then still use the other bomb as well. And sheesh, OP Shizhao, he has got 8 grand worth of units, but I think like most of that is actually Peacekeepers. I don't know how many Peacekeepers are in these buildings, so maybe he's only got 1 in each building, but he's actually got quite a few Peacekeepers roaming around the map, this like grid of 16 or 17, plus however many are in the buildings. He might have more value in Peacekeepers than he does in Vindicators. Okay, yeah, maybe not. It's just 1 Peacekeeper, it looks like, inside of these buildings, so it's not as big of a crowd, but he does also have 4 refineries, which... He had 4 refineries by, I don't know, the 4.5 minute mark. That's pretty quick for 4 refineries, as the multi-gunner turret does deploy. Civ structure does get grabbed. I think this is the one this is the one you really want to grab if you can. And Pika, I think he does spot this 3rd refinery on the high ground, this 4th refinery, rather, on the high ground. I don't know that he's going to be able to do anything about it, but Pika does at least know that it's there. Apollo's giving chase. Jabs in this building is turning out to be a really good move here for Shizhao. Some of these fights are happening over that corner building, and every time that Pika drives over there with one of his airplanes, well, it does result in a little bit of extra damage being done as well. But yeah, both players around 10k of army value, and now it really does feel like the infantry armies are the biggest portion of that. With only a single airfield, you kind of max out somewhere around the 5 grand mark, depending on your combination of Vindicators versus Apollos. But with all of these multi-gunner turrets, again, maybe this double power plant down here will come into effect. Multi-gunner turrets deployed for both players in the middle. PK's moving forward for Pika. And is this going to turn into a concave versus convex kind of a situation? The multi-gunner turret for Pika getting a couple of extra shots there, but that's a lot of low health bars on the Pika side. That's 3 Peacekeepers that are 1 shot away from elimination. I guess there are also 3 Peacekeepers on the other side that are very close to elimination. But there's about a 2 grand difference in army value between these 2 players, and Pika, or OP Shizhao, has that advantage, and that's the army grade. It's much closer, but again, the Peacekeepers and the Apollos, like, you've got 2 Apollos, but Peacekeepers can kill your buildings, and Apollos can't. 4th refinery might be coming up in just a few moments there for Pika as well. So he is going to be matching the 4th refinery of his opponent, but not the 5th refinery. And it looks like OP Shizhao has been building a pretty healthy economic advantage over the course of this game. Low power mode for a moment, but it's okay because I'm bombing out your turret, says OP Shizhao, as Pika fires off the first cryo shot of the game. Is he... Okay, he does sell it off. I was like, you're waiting a long time to sell off that turret. I mean, as soon as the cryo shot starts, you can sometimes just sell it off then if it's not actively getting any shots. Nice body block there with the barracks. It immediately gets dumped by those Peacekeepers as OP Shizhao has so much burst with the sheer number of Peacekeepers that he's got. Javelin Soldier also getting caught by that Icy Beam, and there's a decent number of jabs in this game for Pika, but they do nothing versus these Peacekeepers. That's so much army value in those 7 Javelin Soldiers that just can't do anything at this stage of the game. If this was an air war, then the Javelin Soldiers would be a factor, but this stage of the game is about these quick Vindicator bombing runs and about the Peacekeepers breaking open the front door. Multi-gunner turret gets like 2-shot. There's so many Peacekeepers here with so much DPS. Some of them ranking up, maybe even going heroic, as one of OP Shijiao's earns an elite stripe, killing the heroic Peacekeeper of Pika. And Pika has got to do something about this DPS that's on his front door. That's a triple laser lock on the Conyard. He's gonna have to back that up, and his reinforcements are being caught. The transition from the low ground to the high ground is not working out. There's the body block. The barracks gets deployed to cut off the attack path, but this non-stop stream of Peacekeepers is going to be the end game for OP Shijiao. The GG comes out, the laser lock comes in, and OP Shijiao gets his first point with this allied mirror matchup. You may be saying to yourself, deja vu. But don't worry, OP Shijiao is playing a different color to let you know that this is a different game. See, last time he was playing blue, and now he's playing yellow. So the matchup is still random. OP Shijiao did just legitimately get random allies 2 games in a row. His color also random, but that did change. I feel like because there's only 3 factions, you're tricked into thinking the random is less random with the factions because you're so much more likely in a situation like this to see a mirror matchup. It's a 1 in 3 chance, but then the colors don't repeat. So it's not like we see, you know, red versus orange 3 games in a row, because of course there's 4 more colors to choose from. Although if there are commentators in the game, does that also affect that? Because I think the game might actually assign commentators colors, but then just not show them. Anyways, none of that actually matters, as we have Pika on his way forward to get some merch from the Orchid 8 store for Gathering Storm. Pika, he is gone his way to get some limited edition Gathering Storm merch, of course designed by Drive. It is all the graphic design for these events and stuff. Do we have another third? We got a third refinery from Pika, and we have got an aggressive MCV position from OP Shijiao. The Peacekeeper numbers, they are favoring Pika a little bit here by about 1k. A couple of Peacekeepers going to be trading out against each other, and Pika's trying to rush past. He's like, I want to see that building placement, and that multi-gunner turret does deploy. But of course, that is a defensive multi-gunner turret there for OP Shijiao. I also like that he kept this extra space there, I guess, in case he's fighting any... Whoa! No way, is the build radius really that far? From that position, the MCV can reach all the way back there. That is kind of crazy, as these multi-gunner turrets are going to be targeting down the MCVs. Pika gets to deploy a very forward multi-gunner turret. OP Shijiao does the same, but it wasn't actually attacking anything for a few seconds. Walls need to come up perhaps for both players, but at least for Pika to be able to cut off. Okay, no, he just blocks it with... Oh, he does add some walls as well, but he blocks it with his own multi-gunner turret, and now he's going to be blocking it with an airfield as well. Peacekeepers jump inside of the building. Pika manages to get... If he holds this building, that is a primo spot. He's trying to do the trick where you knock down your opponent's Peacekeepers as they approach the building. He's got a steady stream. No, it's not a steady stream. It just ran out. He holds the building with like 2 or 3 extra Peacekeepers, and now they're in range of the MCV. OP Shijiao deploys here so aggressively, not able to hold that position. Backs up, but doesn't back up enough. And now he has to pack up his MCV again. He loses this multi-gunner turret. He didn't get anything really done with that. He deploys that. It immediately gets bombed out, and now he's retreated all the way back there. He could have done this from the beginning, had his MCV here, and he wouldn't have been running from the front line. He wouldn't have fought this fight out on the front line, and now a power plant is going to get bombed out. He sells that off. His MCV is so low on health, it actually might be worth building an engineer to heal it back up to full. And now Pika, who took the slightly less aggressive posturing there with the build radius on the MCV being what it is, you can still be kind of aggressive, as you can see, even from this back position there. He could still deploy multi-gunner turrets into the middle of the map. Vindicators come in, another sold off power plant there. OP Shizhao keeps the lights on, but I think he's only keeping the lights on because he's got no multi-gunner turrets. He's also trying to get an expansion up and running out on the water, and when you're wasting your money rebuilding thousands of dollars worth of power plants, 2-3 of them go down, then you're not spending that cash building a refinery. Your fourth refinery out there on the water, multi-gunner turret gets deployed. Vindicators on guard watching over this area. Vindicators come in, that's another bombing run. It's going to be traded back. One Vindicator finally goes down, but I think those 3 Vindicators have killed 2 or 3 power plants and a multi-gunner turret, maybe even 2 or 3 multi-gunner turrets. Pika starting out this game in a much better case than the last one. He sees your triple laser lock and he raises you a quadruple laser lock on the MCV. Oh, for a second I thought they were going to sacrifice themselves just to get the kill on the MCV, but they won't. Vindicator gets dropped on the other side of the fight. The OP Shizhao Vindicator will go down. This MCV is pretty much dead, as a cryo shot going to be coming in, and that should be coming in from the other side as well. The MCV finally goes down. The Vindicator gets more kills, but Pika is tearing OP Shizhao apart. GG gets called. We've got ourselves another series on our hands. It's Christmas time here on Epicenter Island, and you can tell because the colors are so festive. Once again, we have drawn into a random allied mirror, and here we go. OP Shizhao changes his color again, playing random in both of those selection slots, random faction, random color, and we end up with a nice Christmas theme here on Epicenter Island. The snow on the ground just makes it look serene, at least now before all of the action gets started. Both players ended up playing, a little bit of a slow start in terms of they weren't cheesing each other, but we got those third refineries up, and then they just wanted to go for each other. But it almost felt a bit like a snowball starting to roll slowly at first for OP Shizhao in that game number 1, and then it got rolling a bit quicker for Pika in game number 2. But that third refinery was a part of the equation for both players who won. And I believe both cases, the guy who got the better eco first ended up winning. Part of that is a factor of just you can afford more stuff. And then part of that was OP Shizhao misplaying his MCV placement in a couple of different ways. Only one... Oh no, the dog actually survived. I thought the dog got knocked down by that Peacekeeper, but no, the dog survived the first hit. So that's Riptide is going to be missing a Javelin Soldier, unfortunately, for OP Shizhao. And of course, when you're Pika and you see 4 or 5 Javelin Soldiers hanging out in the main base like that, you know what he's doing. You know that he's going for the double Riptide, or at least one Riptide, you know that. And you can potentially prepare for it. We'll see if this Vindicator is able to do anything. Pika has delayed his third base, his third expansion for this, because he knows his natural expansion will get torn apart if he can't deal with these Riptides properly. So we'll see how the Vindicators are able to handle these watery boys that are closing in. OP Shizhao has wasted no time, and he's actually kept his naval yard around. This is way more than just one Riptide. He's got 4 or 5 out on the map at the current moment, and he still hasn't sold off that naval yard. There's going to be the Vindicators coming in. They do choose the wrong target. Even if they had chosen the correct target, the Javelin Soldiers do eject out. And the Riptide's going to be trading out with the Peacekeepers there. Once again, the Javelin Soldiers load up. They are ready to go. But both players realize what the other one is up to, and that the opponent knows what they know. So that I know that you know that I know that you know. And the third refinery is here and running for both players as well. OP Shizhao now going up to the high ground. He is going to be getting a little pocket setup with 4 refineries, which, if it works out for him, is going to be a great foundation to play the rest of the game from. Naval Yard out there on the water, still pumping out units, as many as OP Shizhao wants. And this... oh, actually, Naval Yard on the side of Pika for now. Oh, Pika just had that airfield, and that was his primary production facility. He's kept the barracks around as well. It served him well, at least in game number 2. It served him well in game number 1 as well, but he did end up losing that one, so not as well as it served him in game number 2. Buildings in the middle of the map are a little bit... well, you do have... I kind of thought you had a building in near your main base. Do you not? Are there not any structures in there? I guess I'm thinking of something else. But, you know, there's just those buildings in the middle of the map. Epicenter Island does have the city in the center, and then an expansion up here for OP Shizhao, apparently, as these Peacekeepers are going to take over a decent number of these buildings. So Pika will control the middle of the map for whatever that's worth, and these Vindicators, they might just scout this location. He turns south, perhaps a little bit too early. He might have just spotted the edge there of that expansion, and the Peacekeepers in the middle, they have better eject out of those buildings and save the Vindicators from their Javelin counterparts. Dolphins passing each other like dolphins in the night, I guess, as ships in the night can pass each other without noticing. So can dolphins, at least in Red Alert 3, as the MCV has moved down to the low ground and he's going to match the refineries of his opponent. Both players looking to set up that eco, and the Harvester taking a bit of damage here. OP Shizhao defending on multiple fronts as well as he can, and he saves his Harvester, at least for now. But the Riptide has found the other location, and that command hub has been identified. Vindicators on the run in. Can OP Shizhao deploy the refinery and defend this location? No, the Vindicators turn south, so they are more worried about other targets elsewhere on the map. Never mind. They turn back north, and now they're too late. The refinery is up and running. So it's not just a matter of destroying the command hub now, which would have totally slowed down this expansion plan. But instead, OP Shizhao, he's got 5 Harvesters up and running, and he's got his own Dolphins to distract Pika with as well, as Pika has his own Dolphins moving in to position. It is 4 refineries versus 5. Both players still have their oil derricks, so it is not the end of the world for Pika. And certainly we have seen players throw away enough army to make up for an extra refinery. OP Shizhao needs to still play his cards carefully. It's not 5 refineries versus 2 or something like that, where you truly can be wasteful and you can win a war of attrition through the attrition. And command hub, it looks like you're going to be targeted down. Refinery will take maybe some shots. No, just the multi-gunner turret ends up going down. And the Dolphins trying to win the fight versus the other Dolphin will finally be able to get the kill. Vindicators coming in. Apollo also is here, and with the multi-gunner turret deployed on that south side of that particular refinery, the Dolphins maneuver to the north side, and they're able to escape. Unlike these Vindicators, are both of them going to go down? No! He barely survives. 1 or 2 more shots would have ended that Vindicator, as the Dolphins coming in for the harass. Pika has wisened up to everything that Shizhao is doing. Unlike in that game number 1, Battle Base Beta, OP Shizhao got 3 refineries basically for free. The dog knew about it. And then that 4th refinery, uncontested. That 5th refinery, I don't know that that was ever even scouted by Pika. Whereas this game, Pika is constantly active, hunting, looking for those opportunities to... You might want to back off here. Looking for those opportunities to harass. And now Vindicator's going to be coming in. That's a lot of Javelin soldiers. A lot of shots do land. That's a dead Vindicator, as this is so many Peacekeepers for OP Shizhao. He's down in army supply. Pika has more army supply than Shizhao, but on the front line, Shizhao, at least before, had more Peacekeepers on the front line. He looked like he briefly had double the number of Pika's Peacekeepers. 3 Vindicators, not quite going to get hunted by these Apollos. They will be scared away by those javelin soldiers, and both players just harassing each other, not quite relentlessly, but one step down from relentlessly, relenting only a little bit as they harass. Assault Destroyer making his way forward. Black Hole Armor can be incredible. Are these laser? Yeah, he's preparing for it. You can see the players working against each other. Don't drive forward. What are you doing? Okay, he cancels the Black Hole Armor just in time. I love those little elements between the factions, between the players of, oh, I'm going to use Black Hole Armor and an Assault Destroyer. Okay, well, I'm going to force fire on the ground because the Black Hole Armor draws that damage in, and goodbye to that Assault Destroyer. That's 4 javelins firing off there as the cryo shot lands for one player and not the other, and OP Shizhao maybe just slaughtered the entire army of Pika, and now this second Assault Destroyer also goes down. The numbers just aren't there. The multi-gunner turret makes it an unfair fight as Shizhao wins that battle like crazy. That should have been such a mismatch, but those 2 Assault Destroyers did so little at the end of the day, and the Javelin Soldiers do not need to be pursuing that fight. But OP Shizhao, and now Pika is continuing to push across the map. He's got more and more Peacekeepers streaming over, but for the current moment, he was down on actual numbers. He did not have an advantage with which he should have been pushing so brazenly across the map. Hydrofoil going to be getting some shots off here. Kills a couple of Apollos. Nicely done there. Free meal ticket for Pika. Gets away with another Vindicator. That is 2 Vindicators. Really, really low on health. And as you can see there, the economy briefly dipping to the Pika side of the graph, probably during some harassment. But even now that OP Shizhao has taken back the advantage, it's only 1K per minute, which is significant, but it takes a couple of minutes for that to really manifest. 1K per minute over the course of 3 minutes can make a big difference, but that first 60 to 120 seconds, it's not the end of the world this late into the game. Dolphins roaming in, Dolphins defending. So Pika is ready this time. Harvesters have been hunted down, but also both players have amped up their security, amped up their defenses by quite a bit as well. Dolphins coming in, looking for the jump. The Vindicators are going to have to run away because these Apollos, they aren't scared of nobody. Oh, Hydrofoil is here. They're going to run away now. And Pika has pushed his units out pretty far onto the map, but what is he actually going to be able to do with it? Because we got Athena cannons out on the field. 2 Athena cannons can do massive damage. You add a Mirage tank in there as well. And Mirage tanks, they don't have a lot of health, but they can kill a nearly infinite number of infantry because of the way their shots chain. So even though if a tank gets in close, he can do good damage to a Mirage tank. The Mirage tank can just kill you before you actually get there. Hospital, great choice by Pika with so much infantry playing so big of a factor here on Epicenter Island. Getting the hospital was a really good choice and also something that we see very few players actually do. More and more Peacekeepers making their way to the front line, but the Athena cannons have been revealed. Pika tried to snipe them with those Vindicators. It didn't work, and now this Harvester being harassed. The defense was tightened, and then it was loosened again as Pika's multitasking, not allowing him to keep up versus these Dolphin attacks of OP Shizhao. It may not be low power mode just yet, but this refinery and that harvester are going to have to find another home. The Athena cannons at the same time pushing back on the front line of Peacekeepers. And I think they've already used their jump. No, they still had it recharged in time. And finally, the Dolphins are going to show up. That harvester can eventually get back to work, but the Athena cannons currently have no answer. 5 Athena cannons moving forward. That is a lot of Aegis shields that can be sequenced out. If you pop them all at the same time, okay, maybe you're not doing as much, but if you're sequencing them out or you're overlapping them, you can absorb an unbelievable amount of damage. You can cover either a really huge area if you spread them out, or if you sequence them, you can Aegis Shield for a really long time as you fire them off one at a time in a sequence. And goodbye to that refinery. Crowdcopters come in, but they didn't even get the shrink. I thought they were going to shrink down a couple of these Athena cannons just to delay any further attacks. These Peacekeepers getting just knocked down one after the other because, of course, they are. These Athena cannons are terrifying to deal with. Behind that, it's a lot of Peacekeepers pushing in for OP Shizhao. And what does Pika have to do about it? An aircraft carrier, an EMP could be massive if he's able to land it. They might be out of range. No, they're not, as the EMP lands on 3 of those Athena cannons, and now the shrink ray could also come in. It's going to be the cryo blast over top. There's the Aegis shield. It's going to buy some time, but a second Aegis shield fires off. The EMP wears off, and the cryo shot fires in the other direction. That's Armageddon for Pika as OP Shizhao gets the win. The Cryogeddon seals the deal. He may have had an advantage in other ways, but the cryo shot was the final shot that was needed to win. Uh-oh, it's Infinity Isle time once again. I hope you're ready for the ridge running through the middle. Rocking the orange, rocking the allies randomly once again. This is OP Shizhao. And of course, on the right side, playing red, playing allies. You know, it's Pika. Pika, one of those players. If it's red allies, you can almost be assured it's either Dutch Army or it's Pika playing. Demon typically plays yellow. I feel like there are some other players who used to choose particular colors. Bike Rajones and Kane's Wrath would always play red. I think Technique used to play green. And don't quote me on that. Master Leaf would play like pink and purple. Sometimes players do have a signature color. Red seems to be a more popular signature color than other signature colors, but OP Shizhao, he's finally brought us to parity. We can't get much closer than this. Red versus orange, allies versus allies here on Infinity Isle. 4 games in a row, we have gotten our allied mirror matchups, so I said that this was going to be, you know, both players would have to adapt, they would have to, you know, vary because of randomness, but no, actually, the most random thing in this series is the color. And in this case, it feels like these two players are very evenly matched with like a, I don't know, 5% advantage to OP Shizhao. So that second game on Deep Sea, he overplayed his hand. He was a bit too aggressive, a bit too confident, and Pika bopped him. Nice and easy. That was not like a close game. Once Pika had that edge, the game disappeared from OP Shizhao's hands. However, these other games, it does feel like OP Shizhao is sort of like I talked about with a snowball starting to roll. It takes a little while to get there. We're going past the 10-minute mark. These are not 3-4 minute games. These are a little bit longer, but it feels like OP Shizhao is just building these slow, complete advantages piece by piece. Somebody just barked. I don't know where that bark went off. It doesn't seem like it's affected anything. That might have just been an accidental bark. Did these barky boys run into each other in the middle of their bases? They have both scouted each other, so they both have a dog in the other one's base, and Pika and OP Shizhao can get eyes on what the other one is doing. We might have another kind of handshake. We both get water expansions. The dog has scouted the dolphin production of Pika, so OP Shizhao knows that that is potentially coming his way. He, of course, had that multi-gunner turret from earlier, but as we've talked about many, many times before, one multi-gunner turret doesn't do a whole lot to protect you. He is not doing anything to try and slow down these dolphins, so he must surely have like a What is his plan here? Is he going to wait until the Dolphins actually arrive at his base? He scouted this with a doggy dog, and he's now, like, re-scouting it with a dog. Is he just going to push the front door and hope he can win on the ground with the Peacekeepers? The multi-gunner turret hasn't even been started for Pika as he's looking to push down these Peacekeepers of OP Shizhao, and the Riptide's coming in as well. They're going to make this an unfair fight, and yeah, OP Shizhao won the fight with the Peacekeepers. That's the part that he was looking for, but the Riptides can tear apart the rest of these units. Even the building ends up getting grabbed there by Pika, so OP Shizhao is not able to just grab that one for free. Tries to trade out for it, ends up not really working out. Pika moving forward in the south as well with his triple Dolphin harass. Has to drive a little bit further away. And I guess if these Riptides space out their bombs, then yeah, all three of the Dolphins jumped, and now you can kill off a couple of them. Did he got all three of them? Even though the jump animation happened, that Dolphin did fail that micro test, and that actually worked out perfectly there for OP Shizhao. Javelin's going to jump on top of these Riptide, or on top of these Vindicators, and the Riptide is here as well. Javelins end up going down. That bomb splitting looked really good from OP Shizhao, and now he's getting the return damage. He does have Dolphins to contend with, but he is breaking apart that ore collector. And Pika trying to push down the front door of OP Shizhao. He's got Peacekeepers slowly crossing the map, and now this Harvester can get back to work, can be rebuilt, and can start again. Naval Yard on the north side of the map there for OP Shizhao. He needs to do something about these units infecting his base. They've got a building to knock down that oil derrick, and this Apollo getting lots of free damage. There's nothing on the ground for Pika to help with the anti-air fight, so whoever wins the fight over top will have a huge advantage, and there's going to be a cryo shot immediately onto that multi-gunner turret. The refueling and rearming should be coming through here for Pika. He should have another bombing run ready soon. There goes the Riptide, but it looks like the Harvester has already been eliminated. The oil derrick as well has gone down. And the Vindicators, no more bombing runs, I guess, for Pika. He's got the Apollo roaming around, and that means that this multi-gunner turret will thaw out. He defrosts, and he is back up and running. Not in a great position now that everyone has evacuated from this base. But two Riptides and a little front line of Peacekeepers are moving forward for OP Shizhao. Does he have anything to deal with this cryocopter, though? That's why Pika hasn't had a lot of units streaming across the map, because he went tier 2, and now he's frozen a Riptide, and there's literally no damage nearby to actually kill it. The same thing happened with that turret back in the base. No refreeze! Okay, there we go. The freeze comes in. The Apollos show up, but again, no javelins on the ground means that it's just a dogfight in the sky. Pika trying to win out with the superior reinforcements, the closer timing there on those units, but I think, yeah, that airfield is way too far away for that MCV, and now it's low power mode for a brief moment there for OP Shizhao. And Pika, on the other hand, he is set up nicely with the cryocopter. He probably needs another cryocopter to be able to freeze down some of these units and buildings a bit more quickly. But, okay, never mind. He's just giving up the front, so he's going to try and buy more time by giving up that front, delaying with walls, and letting this drag out a little bit longer. He's got that tier 2 advantage in terms of production, because OP Shizhao also got tier 2, but he's not doing anything with it for the current moment. He's too far away from his production facilities. And okay, there's the Naval Yard. There's the low ground with the tier 2, and here's the Assault Destroyer, which can be shrunk down basically immediately by this cryocopter. And this is why, again, it's nice to have two cryocopters if you can. Cryo shot fires off, multi-gunner turret gets frozen, but what's actually here to break this stuff down? Oh, barely gets it in time. The Peacekeepers clean up that multi-gunner turret a little bit too slow, and the Assault Destroyer ends up getting frozen. The power plant sold off to provide a Peacekeeper to kill that Assault Destroyer and the Dolphin, causing some economic problems for OP Shizhao. Peacekeepers moving forward. OP Shizhao wasn't paying attention here in the middle of the map. His attention has been taken elsewhere. and he's forced to sell off the refinery. Once again, it feels like Pika has found the edge in this game, and he is low power mode. As I say that, he's slipping a little bit here. Could sell off one of the power plants, or one of the barracks if he needs to, but he's already got another power plant up and running. He's back to work with these refineries. No, he also has to sell off his water expansion, so both players having to jettison that part of their infrastructure. But now these two cryocopters, they give so much more utility to this front line. Javelins can scare away the Apollos. You don't want to be fighting against javelins when you've only got Apollos, and the shrink down can happen if they want to get this MCV off of the front line a little bit faster. Javelins moving forward, a scary thing for Pika, for OP Xiao to deal with. Riptide also gets shrunk down. Cryocopters can absorb a little bit of damage here, and the Apollo's taking a big shot or two from those jabs. Reinforcements now getting cut off directly outside of the barracks, and the MCV finds itself hard up against a big wall of firepower that's headed its direction. So many Javelin soldiers from Pika making their way forward, even heading for the building so that they can have a safe place to hide. They're going to be able to burst down these Apollos. One, maybe two rounds of shots, and the Apollo, the cryo shot comes in, or the cryocopter got the freeze. Either way, it's gone as that cryocopter goes down. The multi-gunner turret was eliminated, and now the refinery has been sold off. The assault destroyer getting a kill on the other side of the map, but it feels like this MCV's days are numbered. He's going to run as far as he can, and OP Xiao, the high ground, has been ceded to Pika. One Javelin soldier ends up getting left forgotten there, and the crush comes in. That prospector goes up to elite status as Pika is pushing forward. He's clearing out this high ground. He could even take this refinery location if he wanted, but I think he'll just slow things down a little bit. Maybe he'll look to retake the naval area. But at very least, OP Xiao can now build his own cryocopters. I don't know that he has the cash to be able to do that, but he can, in theory, build his own cryocopters, and Pika maybe wants to go for a second airfield, maybe wants to go into a war factory. He's rebuilt his harvesters, and he has, oh no, another cryoblast fires off, and Pika trying to draw the attention of these peacekeepers as quickly as he can. Cryocopter comes in, the Javelin soldiers de-thaw, then the peacekeepers come back online as well, just in time. Pika breaks down the front door. It was a good attempt by OP Xiao, but it does not work. Pika, is he just going to back up? No, the GG comes down, and Pika puts his second point on the board. We are back to an even state, 2-2. These guys are turning out to be perfectly matched. I know some of you aren't going to believe it, that 5 games in a row we could have this happen, but here we are on Chrysabarrel Garden for the Momentum Maker. After this match, one of these players will be on match point. They have gone completely evenly up to this point. But in the north, playing the red, it's Pika. And you truly won't believe this, but once again playing orange. The RNG is crazy with this. This is OP Xiao. It took 5 games, but we finally got our first non-mirror matchup out of this Allies versus Random setup that we got going on. There's going to be the Riptide. There's going to be a bunch of bears for Mr. Xiao. Sends all the bears in. Oil Derrick did end up getting grabbed by Pika, so that was not delayed. That was not denied. Sometimes with the random matchup, allied players will skip the barracks, but in this case, it's close enough to the base that you can get it safely, or at least OP Xiao did in this case. And he went for a quick naval yard, which gives him access to Riptides. It works versus sort of all factions. Works out well to have a couple of safety Riptides, and now it's into the airfield. So a bit different than those previous matches. OP Shizhao on the other side of the map, not going Crusher Crane first, as some Soviet players are apt to do, but both players happy to make it through the first couple of minutes without a major disaster. It does feel like OP Shizhao is doing the thing where the Soviet player can kind of take over bits and pieces of the map, using those conscripts to spread out, get vision, have a little bit of map awareness everywhere pretty much that matters. Not so much this corner of the map. That one no one cares about. But the Bear is coming back through right here at the 2.5 minute mark, is basically just getting a perfect confirmation scout. He may not see absolutely everything, but he sees the airfield location. He goes up to the high ground, confirms the MCV location. This is a great confirmation scout from OP Shizhao. Even sees the timing of that third refinery, and now with his terror drone on the front line, he knows where that MCV is headed as well. He's still got these two buildings also, so the map awareness is just pretty much complete for OP Shizhao. Doesn't stop him from losing the terror drone there. He knew that it was coming. He saw the bullets aimed right at him. Bear Sickle actually avoids the bombs there, but the Bullfrog does not. Unfortunately, for OP Shizhao, he does lose that Bullfrog. Still has two, decent number for the current moment. Terror Drone will get the guaranteed kill, or help get the guaranteed kill on that one Riptide, and the second Riptide gets stasis as well, so it's going to be stuck there next to those two conscript buildings, and it will eventually get knocked down. Multi-gunner turret is going to be forcing OP Shizhao down onto the low ground, and Pika might just... Okay, no, the Javelin Soldier has been stopped. Man, killing that third refinery as soon as it's placed would have been disaster, but the Vindicators come in. One of them will fall, trades it out for two Bullfrogs. You're generally going to be happy with that. You're at least going to be okay with that trade because you cut down the Bullfrog numbers, and this Javelin Soldier has found the perfect spot. The laser lock is doing massive damage here. He's actually... No, he's not. It gets broken at the last second there. You can block it with a building, which is exactly what we see. Airfield might actually be in time to save this Harvester as well, which would be a perfect 1-2 punch. You knock down your opponent's refinery, and at the same time, you save your own Harvester from their attempted harass. Pika putting on a perfect encapsulation of the early game here. He got almost everything he wanted in an allies versus random matchup. He may not have won the game by the 5-minute mark, but he got a great opener. When you're versus a random, they know what you are. They know how to open perfectly. But in the case of... Ooh, he actually dropped those bombs. These hammer tanks are going to come in basically unopposed. I think they're going to open up the walls so that the Terror Drone can get the infect. We'll see how long the refueling takes. It's a war factory now onto the field for Pika. But when you're playing a random matchup, the opening 60 to 90 seconds is so important, and some players will say, oh yeah, if you mess up that first 90 seconds, the game is basically over. Obviously, some players are a bit more doomer about the early games, and other players are like, no, you can still recover, it's fine. Toxins coming in, I think, to deny this, but it almost doesn't matter because the refinery is down. OP Shizhao has taken so much economic damage in the first couple of minutes of this game, and again, Pika had to do this versus random, so he didn't realize it was versus Soviets at the beginning. He does finally end up losing a couple of Harvesters there. Pika and OP Shizhao just both doing massive damage to each other. Pika, on the other hand, has been able to grab both oil derricks, so that's his kind of consolation prize. The Crusher Crane is here. OP Shizhao adds a third refinery into the mix, so he's able to at least get that up and running. And Pika, he only has one working Harvester at the current moment, and with the Crusher Crane, any additional refineries that go down, the Harvesters... Never mind, as the Vindicators come in, and the Harvester will be called off the line. So 2 Harvesters versus 4 Harvesters actually looks a little bit closer when one of them isn't working. A double oil derrick is also nice for Pika. But if these harvesters get back to work, then OP Shizhao will be fine with the 4 versus 2 setup that he's currently got going on. He also has he's got $4 grand in the bank, so that is a lot of cash that he can dump into anything that he wants. Obviously, he had that Crusher Crane. He had other plans for this game, but oh man, those Vindicator bombing runs have been just doing massive damage. And now with the Peacekeeper doing that extra bit of chip damage, it kind of makes the repair tool useless in that case. Hammer Tank did end up getting the crush there a few moments ago, and now the 5th ore refinery is on the way. So OP Shizhao is staying ahead of the harvester count of Pika, and Pika has kind of an extra harvester here as well. Maybe that was a mistake, maybe that was a misclick, or maybe he was really trying to expand, but either way, it gets stopped by these hammer tanks that are once again in his base, in his face. And what has he built with this war factory? He's built basically nothing with that war factory. The harvester harassment early on was so complete that it put him back a lot further than I would have thought. Multi-gunner turret does manage to break up this attack. Vindicators come in for a kill as well. Riptide getting locked down over there, and the Crusher Crane is now back online, baby, as another hammer tank ends up getting sniped. Pika doing a phenomenal job of keeping these bombing runs active, but at the same time, he doesn't seem to be able to stop OP Shizhao, who I guess cancels his airfield, but OP Shizhao has been keeping his MCV moving and never sitting in one spot for too long. His terror drones helping to keep the Riptides at bay, helping to keep his harvesters safe, and the Riptides moving back in, looking for that freeze, but the terror drone will deny it. If the Vindicators aren't close, then that harvester is going to thaw out, and that cryo shot will basically be for nothing. The bombs taken in by that war factory have nearly been repaired now, and if the Vindicator comes in for the kill, the Bullfrogs will make sure to get some damage back. Can he find the angle? The walls come in, the body block, it's perfectly timed there. OP Shizhao gets so lucky with the timing there. That was moments away from a bit of disaster for the Soviet player, losing that additional harvester, but it turns out okay. He doesn't have to spend the cash rebuilding that. He got the cash back on the other harvester, and now the airfield is up and running. So even though the opening was very chaotic, OP Shizhao has stabilized so well in this game. It looked like he was about to just get pummeled right out of it, but he kept his MCV moving. He found 2 more refinery locations, and now the map has kind of been split. He has a decent number of hammer tanks out on the field. It's just not split along the traditional lines that we expect to see. Guardian tanks are here, but they're getting caught and killed very quickly. And who's calling in what? Did he just toxin himself? I think he's about to lose a bear or two, maybe even something else to these toxins, as that Bullfrog takes a lot of damage, and the cashback will be activated. These units are going deep behind enemy lines. Vindicators finally coming in, but they split their bombs. They take out Bullfrogs and only 1 hammer tank, so there's still 4 hammer tanks roaming around. He's got to deal with those tanky boys before he can sleep safe at night. Vindicators refuel, rearm, they get back in the sky. They don't die on the deck, but if they're out of bombs and they lose their home, then they might just burn down all the same. Hammer tanks actually going heroic as well off of this 5-tank hit squad, finding so much damage deep into the back line of Pika, and now the Vindicators are starting to burn down. The airfield is back online. 1 of them fell to the ground, but just barely, and the tanks get split up, so this is doing damage in 2 locations at once. The double oil derrick has not been as big of a benefit for Pika as you would have thought, and the Crusher Crane is being slowly chipped away at. He's finally getting a bit of damage done here and there, but the hammer tanks and the Bullfrogs are just doing so much more. Another hammer tank gets another kill. There's too many multi-gunner turrets, and there's not enough power to go along. The Crusher Crane gets knocked out. At least that goes well for Pika, but OP Shizhao's hammer tank Bullfrog attack has worked out unbelievably well in the last 2 minutes. This command hub preserving a little bit of build radius, causing some dancing issues there for that hammer tank. And Pika's defense just fell apart. It felt like he was in a solid place, but that attack did so much. And also probably shattered his mental a little bit here as he is in complete disarray. Everything went wrong, and now he can't clean these hammer tanks out of his base. He got a little bit of damage done on the other side, but even then, he keeps running into low power. He keeps having not enough electricity for all of the multi-gunner turrets that he wants to have around, and Twin Blades come in. Javelin's a little bit slow to respond. They don't get any shots off against those Twin Blades, and this hammer tank free-firing on that power plant. He's fully heroic as well, so as soon as the lights come on, they might just go out again as the hammer tank gets a kill in the main base. He's happy as a clam. You gotta sell off these multi-gunner turrets one way or another. You can't keep everything online. Cryoblast finally gonna fire off. It'll catch two, catch one. Just one. Javelin Soldier gets the kill. Peacekeeper kills the other because it was just low on health in the old-fashioned way. And now it looks like the toxins will come in. The perfect disengage tool and satellite drop as well. So this is another power plant. It'll be forced to be sold off, but he does get a little bit of cash back. The Soviet player gets some cash back as well as a part of that. And this one Peacekeeper, is that the Peacekeeper who killed off the Crusher Crane? Because if so, that guy has been doing massive work. I guess it's from the sell-off of that command hub. Finally, the lights are going to come back online, I think, for Pika as he sells off that multi-gunner turret. No, he still has his lights out. He refuses to sell off those multi-gunner turrets, and he just falls apart there as OP Shizhao added on Harvester after Harvester, Refinery after Refinery, and finally managed to get the win. A turnaround there for Shizhao. Fight here or abandon all hope. If your name is Pika, win here and you get to survive if your name is OP Shizhao. Both of these players coming through the lower bracket, getting their set of wins in the upper bracket, getting their set of wins in the lower bracket as well. And beyond this point, the opponents get tougher as well. So both of these guys have what it takes to make it to the late stages of the qualifier, but only one of them can win this series. Engineer on the move for OP Shizhao. Soviets versus Allies. Once again, the bear getting unbelievably close, and the dog goes for the bark. The bear gets the roar, perfectly shutting down both. Unbelievable good luck there for OP Shizhao. Those frames worked out so well in his favor. Pika mistimed it by only a moment. Less than a second difference there between OP Shizhao winning that fight and OP Shizhao losing that fight. And now another engineer has to be produced, an extra $500. The delay of that oil derrick capture, everything going well right now for OP Shizhao. But Mer's Landing can turn around. The dogs are finding their way through the front line of conscripts, and a couple of them get eliminated. The engineer now trying to make his way out again. Okay, dogs need to split up. Yeah, they don't want to get caught by one single bear. And the bear will run down that one dog. But again, even the Vindicator may be needed to pull back. I think the engineer is safe at this point, at this time. And the bark comes off. Perfectly timed there. Pika will be able to get the perfectly timed bark on the second attempt. OP Shizhao moves to the low ground. That's an ore refinery on the way. He canceled his flak cannon. He was worried about the potential of aircraft in the opening moments of the game, but the flak cannon got sold off or canceled, and now he's just roaming around with the bullfrogs. Sickle out on the open, does jump away. Vindicators take a bit of damage. With 3 bullfrogs here, you're almost guaranteed a kill. Unless something happens with the terrain or the control is maybe really stuffed up. But when you've got the 3 bullfrogs like this, you've got a great way to kill off Vindicators. If it's 2 bullfrogs, who knows? A lot of times you don't have the DPS to kill the Vindicator from full health. But the Sickle goes for a bit of harass. Peacekeeper is going to try and just waste as much time as possible, and the Vindicators are moving in. They're going to go for the kill. They don't care if they have to sacrifice themselves, and 2 of them do go down. One of them was already a bit low health from the earlier fight, but both players have 3rd refineries. However, this Terror Drone manages to get the infect. Pika losing another one of these small battles in this game. Vindicator moving out, but the Bullfrogs will keep that Terror Drone safe. OP Shizhao slowly rolling the snowball down the hill. Looking for a 4th refinery. No Crusher Crane just yet. Could go 4th refinery and 5th refinery pretty quickly, one after the other. And now, hammer tanks roaming out. We saw those couple of hammer tanks, a group of 4 or 5 of them, and then 2 of them individually in 2 different parts of the map, just doing massive damage versus Pika in that last game. The defense isn't here. The Vindicators have not had enough time to bomb out this army as it heads its way towards this base. Another infect. And now the Javelin Soldiers plus the multi-gunner turret might get a kill. The hammer tanks pull back. No one can heal up. Oh, the Terror Drone gets denied. I thought that Harvester was actually too late on the timing there, but no, he drives all the way up the hill. Now he is down to half health, so if he gets infected again, then it is probably done. 5th refinery now on the way. He's going to, okay, he's healing up off of the flak cannon. So no Crusher Crane for a little while for OP Shizhao. No, we need a, where's the War Factory? Oh, he goes tier 2. We need a War Factory soon. Can he do it with just cryocopters and infantry? Maybe, maybe he can. 1 cryocopter is now out. Terror Drone rushes forward. Bullfrog will get the kill, and the Terror Drone makes its way up to the high ground. I'm not sure what his plan is here, but with the cryocopter, this defense gets a little bit easier. Hammer Tank is what gets shrunk down to try and save some of these units from the crush. The G comes in, and OP Shizhao wins the series. Pika taps out, unfortunately not able to fight it out. 2, 3, or 4 things went wrong for Pika in those first couple of minutes of the game, and OP Shizhao gets the win. The end is coming near as we launch into, or maybe we're crashing down into round 7 here in the lower bracket. You've got round 8, and the 2 folks who win in round 8 will be the 3rd and 4th seed, and then we have in round 9 the seeding match. So whoever is here, we have just 2 more rounds to get through, 2 more series to get through to see who advances into playoffs. In the north, rocking the orange, going airfield first, and this is airfield before either one of the refineries. This is Classic Noob. Very much worried about the blue Empire player in the south. This is 32 Oil Derricks. We've seen both of these players before, a number of times before, and we're getting to see them here on Mers Landing for Game 1. Fresh best of 7, very fast airfield here, and we do have the MCV packing up, but the burst drone getting cleared out, and of course, one of the downsides of this airfield first kind of play is you do not get that oil derrick. Apollo comes in for the scout, and as I said, we are getting into the last rounds of the lower bracket. So Classic Noob and 32 Oil Derricks, both of them do have even tougher opponents ahead of them, but as I said, if they can win in round 8, then they're guaranteed a spot. They may be only the number 4 seed, but they are guaranteed a spot in playoffs for Gathering Storm. So it has been a long road to get here, especially for 32 Oil Derricks, who has been bursting through the lower bracket round after round after round, but he's not done yet. And Classic Noob, who just dropped down very recently to the lower bracket, He's not done yet anymore. We have a diversion between these two players. The oil derrick capturer and the guy who still hasn't built a barracks to get his own oil derrick. The MCV cell versus the third refinery very quickly. There's also this is a double barracks. He's actually keeping up double barracks production. He did deploy the dojo in the middle of the map, which isn't that uncommon with this kind of a build, but part of the reason is you often don't have the dojo back at home. One Apollo goes down, traded back for a Tengu. It is sort of a 1-for-1 there, but there's pressure at the front with these Imperial Warriors. He's got nothing. Classic Noob really overspent on his... He did not see this coming at all. He should not have gotten that third refinery at that timing. He is going to try and defend this, but the barracks is so late, and he's actually... he's going Javs. There's a ton of Peacekeepers here. Not a Peacekeepers. There's a ton of Imperial Warriors. He needs Riptides. He needs to clear the skies. He needs Riptides. He needs PKs. He needs something else, or even just wall off with like 30 waves of walls so that you don't have to worry about the Imperial Warriors bursting through your buildings. But the power plant goes down. It is low power mode, double oil derrick for 32 oil derricks. He is working his way towards that 32 oil derrick count, and he doesn't even sell off the multi-gunner turret. Classic Noob. We've seen him with some nice bomb splitting, with some good target priority there. I think he even just knocked down the veteran and elite, the heroic units there, but that's a lot of Tengus as well rolling up to his base. 32 oil derricks. He is going all gas, no brakes. He wants that crude oil, and he wants to shut down his opponent. The refinery is gone. The power plant replaces it to get the lights on, but the MCV is down below half health, and 32 oil derricks just has no reason to stop. As long as he can keep producing units, his Tengus can just camp out over top of this airfield, although he keeps splitting some of them off to go and attack these other targets, and the Apollos are going to go in for the kill. Ore collector going to fight against those Imperial Warriors, and the Apollo's actually doing a pretty good job of trimming down these Tengu numbers. That Apollo's so close to death. The walls getting broken down, but another harvester will be... This is 0 harvesters. This one got sent on the attack, and now the walls are up. He can draw in the walls and keep the MCV safe for now. Apollo's going to be able to clean out the Tengus. The last Tengu goes down, but he literally had no money. I don't know how many dollars he ended with there, but I think he had no money. I think Classic Noob was quite literally out of dollars, and I guess he could have sold off one of the refineries, but I think that is it for game one. Classic Noob taps out, and 32 oil derricks gets a 5-minute all-rush win. Game two will send us to Infinity Isle. Maybe we'll get to see another fight over that observation post in the middle. And Classic Noob going for another airfield first. This one will have walls around it. We did see in that last game the crashing down Tengus kind of broke down some of those walls that 32 oil derricks had to deal with. And we do have the dojos on their way. I think it's just the two. No, he did get a full 3 dojos. But these two players on their last legs here at the beginning of this series knocks down one of the dojos. It is going to be a double oil derrick capture, so he gets both of the cashback bonuses for those oil derricks. And this time, he spots the third refinery. Basically perfect timing. Really nicely done there by Classic Noob. He had the scouting Apollo in the last game, but I think... that almost was terrible, but it works out okay. He's going to be able to get repairs. This will delay the refinery to be taken, and there might be a timing window to hit the refinery again. Yes, he's sending it out before it's actually fully healed up. So it's going to be really close as to whether or not these Tengus can get the kill. They can drop their bombs anyways. There's the deploy, and do some pretty heavy damage. No, they decide to split it. They go for the oil derrick, forcing the repair on 2 different targets there. But it's going to be 3 refineries versus 3 refineries. Unlike a typical fast 3-ref build from the Empire player, though, this fast 3 refinery build is slower than the Allied player build. Classic Noob can continue to shell away at these oil derricks. He gets the first one down. I do think that's a important first strike, knocking down that oil derrick and then reclaiming this one and setting this up as like a no man's land. Do a little wall swagging, setting up the walls across the middle ridge, and then defend against these Tengus. In that last game, Classic Noob just 32 oil derricks rather, stuck on the tier 1. He did not ever advance to Chopper VXs, to Tsunami tanks, which I would have thought he would want at some point, but Imperial Warriors and Tengus, they managed to get the job done. In this case, it's not an MCV cell yet. It's not an MCV cell, it's a 3rd refinery, and he's even going for a dojo in the middle of the map. But it's a little bit more of an even pace, and okay, Classic Noob says no oil derricks for anyone. We're going to clear out those oil derricks. We're going to make sure that nobody has a good time. And, well, Apollo's over top. This is 4 Apollos as well. The second airfield is out by the refinery. Okay, so he does have that second airfield out there. It is a bit of a long drive, the return to base, but it shouldn't be a problem. You can always rebuild the second airfield on the high ground if you really need to. And one Defender Corps gets eliminated, a second one will be there to replace it. And this is the setup for the Allied player. 4 refineries, and the opponent is on their side of the map. This is becoming a dream setup. He's even got the safety multi-gunner turret. Honorable Discharge will get a little bit of damage there. Once the War Factory is up, we're in a much better position. He actually goes tier 2 before the War Factory, so there could be a cryocopter on the way. But Classic Noob, he needs at least one more piece. He needs a naval yard. He needs a War Factory. He needs something to be able to help with this defense. Whenever the Tengus show up, you want to make sure that you have the tools to deal with them. And he just says, okay, if you're going to Yari my expansion, I'm going to cryo your refinery as well. And this is going to be 1 harvester dead, I think, on both sides of the map. Okay, that guy actually expands into a command hub, so he will get build radius. He can sell off that harvester if he really needs to, but we still need one more piece of the puzzle, and it's going to be a 3rd airfield, quote unquote. Okay, no, he sells off the one out on the water, sells everything off, can rebuild there on the ridge. So it will be 2 airfields, much faster for refueling here. When the Vindicators go back, they will have a closer base to work from. And the Tengus are moving in. Finally, they're going to... They just died. He doesn't have point defense drones. It's 5 minutes. We should have point defense drones very, very soon. If we don't, but you're going to lose the harvester, so you have to decide if you want to trade Tengus for it. He already traded 2 Tengus, but I'm surprised that he didn't... Okay, now he must have point defense drones coming in. He should have it very, very soon. 5 minutes is around the time where you get point defense drones in a typical game. This is a triple airfield build, so that's the next piece of the puzzle. He doesn't actually want to go War Factory. He doesn't want Guardian tanks or IFVs or Riptides. He wants to be doing this all with aircraft. Feeling a little bit Mirage tanky in the upper bracket. We got to see some good games from him. And 2 Tengus end up going down. The cryocopter does end up falling as well, but you got a cryo shot to follow it up, so it will get the freeze regardless. Meanwhile, Tengu going for a bit of harass over there. Multi-gunner turrets can keep some of these places safe, some of these units safe, but the Vindicators and the Apollos are going to have to pick up the slack. And that's going to be a dead Tengu. Nothing out on the water, so those Yari mini-subs aren't going to be getting any more value. And the Allied player would love to have 4 refineries, but he's going to try and make do with just 3. He's been consistently harassing the opponent ore harvesters, so keeping them down on 2 harvesters as much as you can. Tier 2 is now up. MCV gets sold off. Engineer maybe already went down. And now the cryocopter is back up and running. We'll be able to get the freeze. Vindicator won't be stopped. And there's actually going to be the shrink down as well. They don't go for the bomb on that refinery. They're going to try and trade out. There is still a striker on the ground firing away those rockets one after the other. The cryocopters will come in for the freeze as the Tengus get cleared out of the sky. And now the harvester can be dealt with. There's the shrunken chopper striker on the ground. Cryocopters coming in. 3 cryocopters. This is actually enough to lock down almost everything. And the GG comes out. Classic Noob puts his first point on the board. And 32 Oil Derricks gets air controlled. He could not. That whole map was a no-fly zone for the Empire. That was actually surprising all-aircraft kind of build there from Classic Noob. It worked out. And Game 3 takes us to Battle Base Beta in the north, rocking the orange allies once again with the airfield first, and this time with even more walls than ever before. This is Classic Noob. And on the south side, rocking the green Empire, it's 32 Oil Derricks. Making his way through this event, but now stumbling against the Infinity Isle troubles of an all-aircraft kind of player. There are the extra walls coming in. Burst drone, once again, being denied just a bit there. Dojo does get sniped. This time the Oil Derrick is preserved, uncaptured by Classic Noob. MCV out to the water. Yari mini-subs were a quick response in that last game, so we'll see if the burst drone has an idea. There's no more burst drones. He does only build the one burst drone, and then it's all up to the Imperial Warriors, so he will have to get a confirmation scout some other way. But an even faster third refinery here in game number 3. 32 Oil Derricks in game number 1. MCV cell, no third refinery. Game number 2, third refinery, then MCV cell. Game number 3, even faster, third refinery. You want to bomb out the power plants, or do you want to bomb out something else? But the third ref is up and running for both players, so their income is staying very close. 32 Oil Derricks is, of course, a little bit faster, and he has the bonus from that Oil Derrick as well. Surprise, surprise, the guy with Oil Derricks in his name has an Oil Derrick. No multi-gunner turret or anything to try and keep this harvester safe. And oh, okay. Actually, he is going the alternate route along the water, and he is going to set up camp over here. So I guess this works out actually kind of nicely. Imperial Warriors cannot break into this base over here. It is safe from those early game threats, and he even scouts the water. I assume he has seen this expansion here on the high ground. If he hasn't, he should scout it very soon. A couple of dojos going to be taking some damage. Bombs land, but not enough to actually kill off the dojo, and there is a second dojo as well. So this could be a little bit of trouble. We'll see how the wall placement goes up. For the current moment, he's trying to cut off the dojos and the Imperial Warriors. And now the last section of walls can come up. Of course, we could see some tank busters or something, but the Vindicators are on their way back. Power plant is out there on the water. It's very safe from those Imperial Warriors. It's going to be Tengus or VXs going for the kill over there. And now these Vindicators can actually refuel extremely close, and they can start breaking down these buildings. Chopper VXs, they stomped their way into the main base of Classic Noob. But, okay, he actually... Oh, that's funny. The one wall segment there. The Vindicators don't actually finish bombing out that dojo. There's going to be the transform. Apollo comes in. That's one snipe. That's two snipes. I think one Vindicator did go down on the other side. I love that choice of blocking off the refinery with the wall. Just being extra annoying there. And meanwhile, on the south side, it's going to be a fourth refinery on the way for 32 Oil Derricks. So he's trying to match the economy of his opponent, trying to keep in lockstep in that way. Walls can be rebuilt fairly easily. and the Vindicators are actually on the hunt again. They're not worried about this location basically at all. They're entirely worried about the other side of the map and about cutting down these Chopper VX numbers. Now, of course, the Chopper VXs, they're going to either take damage on the ground or they're going to take damage from the Apollos, but in this case, the Apollos were super late. They were not there at the transition point, so when those Chopper VXs went down into the sky, they can't shoot the Vindicators anymore, but there's also nothing to shoot them, so they also kind of got away there in that moment. This all-airfield kind of a build does have some weaknesses, does have some problems, and now the walls can be dealt with. The dojo has been cleaned out, the barracks can be sold off, and the second oil derrick was taken by 32 oil derricks. Once again, Classic Noob, he is just not interested in this fourth refinery. I thought so much with this posturing of that MCV that this was going to be a quick fourth refinery, but no, he is interested in doing almost anything else. He wants to cut down the Chopper VX numbers. He wants to bomb out this refinery, which takes quite a few bombing runs, and only now at the 5.5-minute mark, when he's already been there for about 2 minutes, does he finally deploy that refinery. His own oil derrick gets taken over, he bombs that out, the dojos get cut down, and the defense is a lot more secure this game than the first game. But of course, now with tank busters out on the field, the defense won't be infinite. The walls can hold off Imperial Warriors forever, but they can't hold off tank busters forever. And the tank busters are starting to make their way out. Good bomb splitting, though, from Classic Noob. He can... Oh, he's also going for build radius, or at least he's trying to. He is going to be able to sell off a couple of more walls there, and he will be able to set up that prospector. Okay, finally, it does start building out. Tengus show up. They clip the wings of 2 more Vindicators. The barracks did go down, but is that worth the trade? The Apollos are here, but point defense drones are already activated, and now with 4 Chopper VXs on top of this location, they're going to be forced down to the ground. Otherwise, they would have absolutely shredded it. Tengus on the inside will be able to drop a couple of bombs. One of them gets shut down by these strikers. No multi-gunner turrets yet. Okay, they can come online just now. The build radius barely survives, and the Apollos are swinging back in, but it's going to be a mixed bag. If they try to chase the Tengus, then the Chopper VXs will hold them off. The build radius holds barely. Classic Noob holds on to that location. Naval Yard finally coming up here as Classic Noob has gone for the triple airfield once again. And I would actually like to see the Empire player like sneak out a double expansion somehow, take a 5 and a 6 here, and then just go full war of attrition. He has pumped out quite a few units. Imperial Warriors are going to add a bit of DPS into this army. Apollos show up, and of course they're good to clear the skies, but they don't do anything about the stuff on the ground. And Imperial Warriors are happy to trade their life, wasting the time of that multi-gunner turret. The Tengus go for the stuff that actually matters, and Classic Noob is getting gunned down in his own base. A fresh multi-gunner turret here on the front line, but that naval yard was already sold off. He didn't go tier 2. He didn't go assault destroyers. He went for like 1 dolphin to harass on the other side of the map before getting completely knocked off kilter, and the GG comes out. Classic Noob drops game number 3, and the 32 oil derricks picks up the win on the battle base. And we go now to Temple Prime Reloaded for the next match. On the left side, playing the orange, it's Classic Noob. The fresh battleground, pristine and ready for the fight, ready to be burned down. On the right side, this is 32 oil derricks. He breaks the first tie of this series. And of course, we want to see more and more ties to come out of this series. We want to go all the way to 7 games. We've had our fair share of ace matches. Had a decent number of 5-game ace matches as well. But, you know, not so many 7-game ace matches because, of course, there's not as many 7-game series in the tournament. Those early rounds have so many people, have so many games, and we do finally have a barracks involved in the early game here from Classic Noob. He's tried the triple airfield. He's tried the super fast airfields. It has worked out, once, but it didn't work out twice. And I don't know, that first game probably could have worked out in theory, but the scouting just wasn't there. In this case, the dog is keeping an eye on the base. And of course, as I always talk about on Temple Prime Reloaded, there's tons and tons of refineries on this map. 32 oil derricks. He has got himself a fresh dojo here to capture his opponent's oil derrick. Of course, you know that is what he is up to. Looks like the scout ends up going down as the Tengu clears out the dog, and the Imperial Warriors on the other side of the map are going to be pushing on forward. Engineer will safely grab that oil derrick. Vindicator a little bit too slow on the bombs there, but the MCV is moving out to the double refinery location. Classic Noob had a pretty decent 4 refinery setup in that last game. It ended up not really working out for him, and the bombs will take out some of these Imperial Warriors, but the building gets taken over by the others. And for the current moment, 32 oil derricks still has his MCV. I don't know if he's gonna keep it. He might be going with the cell again, but Classic Noob actually catches a couple of these Tengus here. That's going to be a safe catch. One Apollo manages to get a kill, and the other one manages to escape. So the Tengus are going to try and chase for a little while, but ultimately, when that return to base is activated, the speed boost that the Apollos get, is that the fastest unit in the game? It must be, right? The Apollo, specifically when it uses a return to base speed boost, I think that's the fastest unit in the game, because nobody can catch him. I think even the MiG return to base is slower than the Apollo return to base, but I'm not 100% sure about those stats. Maybe someone in the comments does know. Second airfield is up and running. I think the barracks was already sold off, yeah. So we are back to only airfields for Classic Noob. Will he be able to make it work this time? Apollo's going to be picking a fight with the Tengus over top of the water. At least they don't have the repairs here, even though they do get the better of the Tengus. It's a 2-for-1 trade in that sense. But of course, the Tengus are here to trade out their lives a little bit. As long as they don't trade out all of their lives, they can disrupt that economy. And just like in that game number 1, 32 oil derricks has the double oil derrick economy to help bolster his 2 refineries. See, in that case, the Tengus were able to get enough shots because the Apollo was already lower on health. Prospector going to be taking even more damage. Classic Noob losing the economy, losing the harvesters. Although the harvesters are staying alive, they're just not actually working, which does make it harder. And as you can see, his economy, it should be stronger than what 32 oil derricks has, but it's just not. And actually, 32 oil derricks has kept his MCV around. Maybe he's just waiting for the point defense drones. We're at the 4.5 minute mark, so we're getting close to point defense drones being able to be activated. And then I guess maybe you activate them once, and then you sell off the MCV. That could be one strategy here, as you get basically as many units as you can. You get them as tightly clustered as you can, and then you sell off your MCV after. We'll see. Point defense drones do not come in. 2 Tengus end up dying there. And I guess that's just the price you pay, because if you transform, you're going to be fighting the Apollos. But at least you would have the repairs of the War Factory. But that is 4 Apollos. They will do a lot of damage before you are able to knock them down. 5-6 Apollos here, and just 2 Vindicators. So if Classic Noob wants to be able to clear out stuff on the ground, he really does need to get that 3rd airfield. He needs a full, 4 or 6 Vindicators. Maybe you just go 5, and then you fill the other 7 spaces with Apollos. But you do need the 3rd airfield if you do want to be able to knock stuff down on the ground. Otherwise, you're just fighting an air superiority battle, and then you better have assault destroyers or something else to go with it. The 3rd airfield is now up. The 4th refinery is going to have to wait, and Classic Noob is overburdened on power once again. With that new airfield, he does need a new power plant as well. And he's currently not building one, so he is going to have slow unit production for a little while. How many units is he actually producing? I guess just some Apollos, because the Tengus roll in. They've got point defense drones. I don't think all the Apollos were fighting at the beginning of that fight, so the trade was a little bit more even than it should have been. But the Tengus do end up getting chased away. The Javelin Soldier on the ground is a nice touch. He kills off the oil derrick, and then he moves in to assist those Apollos. Big losses on both sides for that fight, and this is where having that power plant so that you have full-scale production is a little bit nicer. MCV is good for something. It's good for an expansion, as 32 Oil Derricks is looking to get his third refinery on the map, and it almost gets scouted by the Apollos. They might have cut the corner a little bit too close. They might actually see the power plant, and that will tip him off. If he's paying attention and he realizes that there's too many power plants in this base, that there must be an expansion somewhere, then he will know to look for it a little bit more carefully and a little bit more closely. Harvester going to be going down. Can split the bombs and do some damage to like a power plant or something. Just force the repair tool on something else. Or he's just going to wait for some units to pop out. Tengus go for the transform. They're away from the Apollos, and he actually spots the naval yard. Could drop the bombs on that. And okay, yeah, he's going to get confirmation. There is a refinery out there. There is something to worry about with the naval yard coming up, with the refinery on the water. You got to get your own naval yard for defense. Apollos are keeping a watchful eye on those Tengus. Tier 2 is up. Classic Noob is ready to put the pressure on. He's got one cryo shot. Now he's got a cryocopter, and he's going to force the MCV cell as well. Classic Noob, he has got the Freezy Ray of Death aimed right at his opponent. And it looks like one cryocopter going to be going down. For now, the Tengus do manage to escape. Those point defense drones will never be replaced. I think as long as this game ends up going on, those point defense drones will be the last ones called in this game. Harvester going to be taking a little bit of damage there. Cryocopters get the shrink. They will eventually get the freeze on that Stompy boy, but where's the Vindicator bombs coming in? Because these shrink rays don't last forever, and he wastes them. Oh no, 32 Oil Derricks is actually going to be able to push Classic Noob back, but at least the Stompy boys can't go over the water. The Apollos can keep that cryocopter safe for now. Both players trying to shut down the other one's economy because there are no oil derricks, so the number of harvesters that you have working is extremely important. And the GG comes out with the cryocopters closing in. 32 oil derricks taps out. And that sends us to Deep Sea for our next tiebreaker match. In the north, returning to his airfield first ways, this is Classic Noob. Can he defeat the man who loves to drink the liquid gold? This is 32 oil derricks. I'm going to assume that he doesn't actually drink oil, but, you know, pretty tasty. All that lovely frying oil. And I'm sure that's the oil that's in the derricks. They are pumping out for the KFC, for the fried chicken. They're pumping out the oil out of those derricks. And you just want the extra. You want the extra fries. You want the extra KFC. You want the extra oil. And that is what 32 oil derricks is going for. I don't think he'll get it. Okay, yeah, Vindicator's literally over top, so he needs to do something to disturb this Vindicator. Although we have seen a couple of times, you're gonna drop the bomb. Oh, he gets it! He's fast enough. We have seen some ones where players were just not paying attention and they completely missed it. That one was actually very close. I thought the engineer got bombed out, but no, the oil derrick was captured, and in some cases the Vindicators are watching over top and then they don't even drop the bomb, just nothing happens. But unfortunately for Classic Noob, he will be losing out on that oil derrick denial. Sniping that engineer, all that good stuff does fall apart. And we've got a double airfield, but with lots of walls. So this is looking like a very solid setup here for Classic Noob. I think One wall segment placed around here would be enough to completely seal off his MCV, and then once he finishes these walls around this airfield, he will be good to go. Oh no! He's actually going to move his MCV, so we need to see some tank busters if we want to break open these walls. Okay, both players are going to wall themselves in. You're not allowed in here. And then the other guy is building walls just as high, saying, you're not allowed in here. And it's like, okay, we're both keeping each other out of our room, and we're staying in our own room. So I guess we'll just be here forever. As a couple of Tengus head around the side of the map, we've seen some Empire players do this, just sneaking their Tengus into odd corners, into odd places, and selling off an airfield. Sneaking their Tengus off into odd places, and then swinging them by when you're not paying attention. Second airfield ends up getting sold off. This will cause some refueling problems when everyone goes back home to refuel and rearm. But as long as you're paying attention, you can cycle more than 4 aircraft on that first airfield. You might even be able to produce more, depending on... I'm not sure if the game automatically stops you from producing more if it detects more than 4 aircraft. I think there's a way to, like, basically say, okay, these 4 aircraft live here, and then these other aircraft are just other guys. And so if you lose one of the key 4, then you can build more, but only just back up to that same key 4. Vindicators coming in. 1 of the Vindicators, 2, 3 of the Vindicators almost going down, but only 2 of them get eliminated. And Apollo does get its wings clipped, and you don't have to worry about the aircraft numbers anymore because half of the aircraft just got eliminated. And the Harvester back to work. The multi-gunner turret now online. Chopper VXs, or rather Stompy VXs, getting in on the action. The Tengus in the sky, the VXs on the ground. They're a deadly combination. And now the Javelin soldiers are going to be getting jumped on. They might get 1 kill. No, they don't even get 1 kill. That Tengu survives. So for now, the Empire army is feeling good. They have gotten all of the kills that they wanted to get, and they have lost very few of their own members. And the MCV is still alive as well, so he can even take a 3rd refinery. He can expand when he feels safe, and he can continue to put pressure on. But for the current moment, the aircraft have not been able to get the damage done that they wanted, and more Javelin soldiers going down. Finally, a couple of Tengus get eliminated, but it is traded back. 1 Apollo gets eliminated as well. Second airfield will need to be added on, or a war factory or something to add more units into this mix, because only 4 aircraft don't seem like enough to actually keep things going. And now he's down to just 2 harvesters. He's going to have to worry about that as well. His opponent does have the oil derrick also, which is a little bit of a bonus for the Empire player. He briefly did have those 2 oil derricks, but that doesn't last forever. The Tengu numbers are looking good. The Apollo getting chased away, and 32 oil derricks is going to need to play very carefully. He needs to make sure that the defense is looking good. I think this is the 3rd barracks, maybe the 4th barracks, that has been built in this game. Classic Noob keeps selling them off and then rebuilding them, and he might just do it one more time. But Classic Noob has a lot to worry about. He is down about 50% in army supply, and it's looking good if you're an Empire player. We'll see how much these Apollos can catch, but with only 2 Apollos versus these point defense drones, it's a tough ask. A couple of Tengus going down. That's always good for the allied player. Buildings in the middle of the map held a little bit by both players. Tengu's going to be getting some damage done, but they're just taking the shots from those Javelin soldiers. The multi-gunner turret does end up going down, and now the Chopper VXs can find their next target. They're deciding to actually go for the Tengus on the deck. They're not going for the power plant. They're not going for the MCV. They're going to bide their time and go for the Vindicators on the deck to keep the Tengus safe that are down on the ground. There's the big Transformers, Javelin soldiers, and the multi-gunner turret clean up one of the choppers, but the other one manages to transform transform. And with the Vindicators down, with the Apollos eliminated, the air forces of Classic Noob have been cut to ribbons. However, his economy has stayed online. Classic Noob has those 3 refineries working away, and unlike some of these previous games, it hasn't been a disaster for Classic Noob's harvesters. They haven't been getting harassed as much as some of those other games. However, that is about to change. Oil derrick and a 3rd refinery does beat just 3 refineries, and 32 oil derricks in those previous games did a better job of killing off those harvesters. So even if there was 3 refineries, there was only 2 refineries working, and that's where his advantage did come from. Tengu's looking to re-engage. The point defense drones have just fallen off, so they can be reapplied very soon. And once again, the barracks is gone. Having a couple of those javelin soldiers around with your army definitely is a good thing. But again, it just feels like you need something else. And for Classic Noob, he believes that something else is another airfield. So he's back up to 2 airfields. Meanwhile, his opponent has actually double expanded. I do love getting to see players be able to pull this off. It doesn't always work, and it is a bit of a risk. But if you think your opponent isn't going to notice, or even if you took like this water expansion and this water expansion, just because your opponent isn't likely to scout them, then that is pretty great to be able to pull off. But at any rate, it's going to be 5 refineries plus an oil derrick for the Empire player, and only 3 refineries for the Allied player. Although he does now have 4 harvesters, so I guess he is going for another expansion. At some point, as the Vindicators look for some targets, Harvester ends up going down. You may have 5 refineries, but only 4 of them are working currently. Meanwhile, Classic Noob has 4 harvesters, but only 3 of them are working currently. Tsunami tanks now in the mix for 32 oil derricks, but I feel like we need tier 2. We need a war factory. We need something else for Classic Noob, and it's not going to be tier 2. He is building a refinery or something. He's holding it in the build queue for a couple of moments there. Might have actually just been this extra power plant to keep the lights on as he goes for that 4th refinery. Apollo's going to be able to get a couple of shots, but there is, of course, strikers on the ground. Those VXs make it difficult for the Apollos to stick around, and I don't think this expansion has been spotted by 32 oil derricks. We do have a fresh multi-gunner turret getting added on as well, and 32 oil derricks, he's feeling the tech. He wants to go for Wave Force. He wants to go for King Oni. One of those things he is going to be adding into the mix. With his tier 2 all finished up a couple of minutes ago, he can go for tier 3 as soon as that nanotech mainframe finishes up. And it'll take him a minute, it'll cost him a little bit of cash, but he will be able to get that going. And there's the 4th refinery. Classic Noob looking to even out that economy graph, because as you can see, it has taken a big dive into the blue. There's the little island of orange in the middle, surrounded by the deep, deep ocean, and it looks like the ocean is just getting deeper here. But that 4th refinery is going to do a lot to bring things into the shallow water place for this match. Triple airfield, we have ascended. Another barracks, number 4 and number 5. We have ascended, and the cryoblast going to be firing off. I think he catches the harvester. He gets both actually there, so he will be able to get the kill on the harvester if he wants it. Nope, he doesn't want it, and the Apollos will fight the Tengus just a little bit there, but the real prize is, of course, that refinery, and now the harvester is useless. You know, if you end up losing another harvester, you can replace it for free, but ultimately, that one harvester is not going to be netting you very much. So now things are much, much more even. And we are, I think, past the 10-minute mark for the first time, or nearly the first time in this series between these two players. We have got tier 3 out on the field as the Tengus go hunting for a couple of more targets. The Wave Force artillery down on the low ground, they are doing the real hunting for targets, because those guys do a lot of damage. Wave Force artillery slowly making their way forward. Tsunamis, tank busters, Imperial warriors. This is a full Empire armada here, loaded up with the big guns, ready to make a big battle happen. And keep in mind that 15k of army supply that Classic Noob has, like 6 or 7k of that is the Apollos that are in the sky. Useless versus this ground army. Crowdcopter's going to be moving in, and there's going to be the Emperor's Rage on top of these strikers to do massive damage. The GG comes out, and Classic Noob will tap out, and 32 Oil Derricks breaks the tie once again. And I guess these guys didn't get the memo that this is supposed to be the ace match map, because this is only game number 6 here in this series. In the north, going for his airfield first, this is Classic Noob. And in the south, finally on match point with his MCV a little bit cattywampus, this is 32 Oil Derricks. No early third refinery yet. Bombs come out for the Vindicators. They will try to clean up some of these dojos. Is he going to get there in time? Oh, the burst drone slows down that Vindicator, and 32 Oil Derricks gets both Oil Derricks. Not a big surprise over there. And there's the Defender Corps. There's the extra power plant as well. Classic Noob, now that we're into game number 6, I feel like we should have seen maybe a cryo rush or something earlier in this series. It has been a lot of aircraft-based builds here for Classic Noob, but you got to try one of these actual genuine rushes, because it feels like 32 Oil Derricks is pretty good at dealing with the slower build of the pressure. And the MCV is still around. This is great walling here from Classic Noob. He is buttoned up tightly. He is nice and safe, snug as a bug on a rug there in his base. And the Defender Corps, not even really needed. There are so many other targets for the Vindicator bombers to bomb on their side of the map, so they can just roll up to the north, hit those 2 Imperial warriors over there. That power plant might actually be attackable from the land, but Imperial warriors are not going to kill it quickly, so who cares? As the Apollos move out, they're going for this scout, and the MCV is still there. Another dojo going to be coming online soon enough for 32 Oil Derricks, but also Classic Noob needs to identify my opponent has gone for a third refinery. It's the refinery out on the water. In the previous games, that has meant a naval yard also, so 32 Oil Derricks is probably thinking about Yari mini subs. There's the sell-off of that Defender Corps. And does Classic Noob want to go for the third and go for that naval yard as well? Because Classic Noob never built his second power plant. He is still low on power. His production is slow, and if he is building that refinery, it is just taking extra time. If he loses any air units, it just takes extra time to replace them. And 32 Oil Derricks, he has got his refinery up and running, so it comes online quite a bit quicker than Classic Noob's. But now he can get his power plant out. He can focus on restoring his production. As the Vindicator goes down, the Tengus are going to transform, and the Apollos take a couple of strays. Vindicators will find a couple of shots there, and they will manage to escape. So at least some damage was done in return. Classic Noob not going down without a fight. Dojo moving out. MCV trying to keep an eye on that dojo. He wants to know if he's deploying the dojo for any nefarious reasons. As the Vindicators will come up, and the body block, that wall comes in to try and stop that dojo from being able to escape. This double airfield has so many Apollos, but not enough Vindicators to kill off a barracks in one fell swoop. Just refuel. Just go for another bombing run. Alright, the Imperial Warrior is gone. The walls will have to be dealt with sooner or later. The economy going to be evening out with, of course, a bit of an advantage over on that blue side of the map. The oil derrick plus the faster third refinery is always nice for the Empire player, but the difference isn't that huge just yet. It is 4K of total resources gathered, so Classic Noob does not want to be laissez-faire with his units. He does want to make sure that he is keeping things tight, but, you know, it's not out of hand yet. It might about to be getting out of hand. This is a lot of Tengus with no tier 2, so he is going the full gun build of just, I'm going to shoot you with the blue bullets, and I'm going to hope that that wins. No naval yard just yet. That's a lot of bombs to drop. You only need one of those Vindicators to actually do that. The other Vindicator, I don't know, could have bombed out this building here in the middle of the map or something. Just sent those bombs somewhere else. Tier 2 not up yet, and also I think the MCV is too far away from those airfields to be able to apply that Tier 2 to it. Naval Yard quite a bit later than I would have expected, but it is here now, and point defense drones have been activated. We'll see how much damage they can actually get done. The Apollos are going to have to run away. Javelins on the floor will be shut down, but they are also providing a bit of damage into the sky as all three harvesters will be harassed at one time. They are going offline. At least one of them is offline. The second one is pulled from its job, as well as the Apollos are trying to chase down these Tengus. They do get another one there, and these Javelins will be able to provide a little bit of help for this Prospector, but the multi-gunner turret is going to have to do most of the heavy lifting there. The Harvester gets restarted on that side of the map, but not over here. He's still just roaming around looking for a place to work, and now it's 4 refineries coming online for the Empire player, and he's got that naval yard as well, so the Yari mini-subs can start making their way across the map. He can even tech it up if he wants to, but he can go for those Yaris to even just suicide onto the refinery and shut that down. But this is the slippery slope. Classic Noob had $2 grand sitting in the bank, in part because when you've only got the airfields, your economy or your production is a bit restricted. There is a gate on how many units you can build, especially if you don't have tier 2. You can't build cryocopters, and they cost a decent amount as well, so that's where your money ends up going. But Classic Noob, he's not always able to spend his money properly, as the Dolphin now on the way. Yari Minisub crosses the Dolphin, but they do not shoot at each other. They decide, we are going to go on full-on harassment, and the Dolphin will end up getting shut down. The Yari Minisub will have to give its life, but that's fine. The Vindicators actually have now flown away, so the Yari Minisub no longer needs to give its life. It can potentially just do the old-fashioned attacking. Assault Destroyer out on the field. Another Dolphin getting chased down. Aircraft going to be chasing each other. And there's the point defense drones reapplied, but the Assault Destroyer, I do like the addition of this into Classic Noob's army. He's finally starting to mix it in, finally getting those tier 2 units out. It's 8.5 minutes nearly, whereas a lot of other players progress to that tier 2 a bit more quickly. But Classic Noob, he's got other things to worry about. He does have that 4th harvester, but it's a little bit of a fake 4th harvester because it is turning into a building, and he doesn't actually have the 4th refinery, the 5th refinery up and running just yet. Tengus go for the transform, and the Javelins get shredded. The 5th refinery is a hope and a dream too far because he can't even keep his 4 refineries online as the Vindicators come in for a bombing run, but they can do nothing against the whole mass that is this attacking army. Even the Assault Destroyer getting bullied by these Yari mini-subs, and Classic Noob has taken the damage. 32 oil derricks got what he came for. The command hub may still exist there on the high ground, but the main base has been broken open. The water expansion has been knocked down a peg, and that refinery may have to be replaced in the main base, but the harvester will also have to be replaced out there on the water, and the airfield gets sold off also. 32 oil derrick has this slow rolling snowball, and it feels like it is building, and it's not able to be stopped by Classic Noob. The black hole armor is a nice touch here, but for now the Tengus are just going to fly out of range, and they're going to say, we're going to break down your building with lasers and with tank shots. We don't need the Tengus here in this fight. As the cryocopter was dealt with, the Tengus will escape. Tank Buster is going to be getting pulled away, and now this high ground expansion may actually be the safer one to go for. The Yari mini-subs once again showing up at this water expansion. They will do what they have to, and they will give their life if it means victory, and there the damage comes in. Another Yari mini-sub crossing the map. 32 Oil Derricks is happy to make these kinds of trades. He doesn't mind losing a couple of Yari mini-subs when he's getting the kills on the harvesters. He's getting the kills on the refineries. I think the 4 harvesters is real this time, as the Tengus come back in. There's the Emperor's Rage activated as well. Cryo Shot will be firing off. Surprised he doesn't have Cryo Blast ready to go at this point. He may have sent his points into a high technology upgrade for the Assault Destroyer buff instead of further into the Cryo Blast, Cryogeddon timeline there, as those perks are all in a line, and he decided to diversify, it looks like. Emperor's Rage wears off. Chopper VX can transform. There's no immediate ground threat underneath that Apollo, but another harvester knocked out of commission. And Classic Noob, he's now back up to 4 harvesters, unless one of them is there. Yeah, I guess one of them is there because he doesn't have that refinery over on the water anymore, or this one down at the front door that I kind of forgot about. But the Assault Destroyer moving forward. He's looking for the angle. The defense is not going particularly well. 32 Oil Derricks almost lost his economic edge, but he has gained it back, and he is holding on to it as another refinery makes its way out. The Blue Empire is looking to shut out this series, and he has a great place to do it from. He has built himself a slow-growing advantage over the course of these 12 minutes. The Assault Destroyer doesn't actually survive. That Wave Force Artillery Blast knocks it down, and the fresh expansion gets deployed. It is 5 harvesters for Classic Noob, but that's fake news, as he only has 3 working refineries right now. The 5 harvesters for 32 Oil Derricks mean a bit more, as Classic Noob sends one of his harvesters to deploy, and the other one is still just dancing over here, waiting for its opportunity to do something. Dolphin moves over. Always nice that the harassment from Classic Noob has been pretty consistent. Now he's got the Cryo Blast. I think it'll time up nicely that he can get both targets. Don't freeze the Dolphin! He froze his own Dolphin! And this also gives a moment to 32 Oil Derricks to be able to respond, which I guess he's not going to do. So I guess we'll see which one thaws out first. I think the Dolphin... Oh, I actually thought the Dolphin was going to come online first. I thought the refinery would stay frozen for longer. But no, it froze first, so it unfroze first, and the Dolphin misses the opportunity there. Classic Noob could have cut down the Empire economy by even more. Instead of a 1,400 credit rebuild, it would be a 2,500 credit rebuild. That's an extra Tsunami tank eliminated from the army. That's almost an extra VX eliminated from the army. There's actually already a refinery core on the field. So Classic Noob kind of got what he wanted. He forced the harvester rebuild and he forced the refinery rebuild, both at the same time, and one wasn't even needed, as there goes the refinery. Once again, Classic Noob's economy is failing him. His defense is slipping. His early game was looking good, but now with these numbers, it feels like Classic Noob just doesn't have an answer. There are too many questions headed his way. If he was killing off some of these units, then maybe you could say that he's sort of like winning the war of attrition. But most of the time, it feels like the Empire army is doing damage and then taking either less damage in return. You know, a Wave Force artillery costs less than a refinery. Okay, maybe not here. These Tengus getting clipped away. They do turn around. They do find a kill on an Apollo, but the ground army is not able to further engage with those Tengus in the sky, and another refinery gets eliminated. Some of these other refineries are not doing as well, and these harvester counts just are not real here for Classic Noob, as he is going to try and run away. Vindicators come in. They do manage to get a couple of kills. Meanwhile, on the south side of the map, it's the Assault Destroyer helping to push in, and this would be a good 1-2 punch if he could knock down a couple of these expansions from 32 oil derricks. He could match some of the damage that the Empire player is putting out onto him. But it just doesn't feel like Classic Noob really has the tools to deal with everything that 32 oil derricks has. The Tengus could have moved in to defend that location, but they wanted to save themselves. They wanted the artillery to fire the shots, and they don't mind about losing a refinery, because I'm pretty sure this is the same refinery that was built 2 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago. So losing a refinery is kind of fine, because there isn't an open refinery to easily take. Shogun Battleship will end up getting nuked there as the screen goes white from the bloom, and Classic Noob puts on as much defense as he can, but it never seems to be enough. He's rebuilding the refinery on the high ground. He's trying to get back up to that 4 refinery economy, and it looks like he will get there. Shogun Battleship actually roams a little bit too far. He was shrunken down, and there is a lot of Empire units that could move in to support this, but they simply aren't. The Tengus are not keeping a close watch on this Shogun Battleship, and now it's back up to full size, but the cryocopters need to be dealt with for the artillery to be maximally effective. The Tengus are deciding they're just going to deal with the ground army, but that's Cryogeddon on top of this whole army. They go for the Emperor's Rage, and they go for the Transformers. They shred the Apollos, and the Javelins get as many shots back as they can, but the GG comes out as the Shogun Battleship lands its shot. Classic Noob taps out, and we will see him perhaps in the future, but today 32 oil derricks stays alive and advances into the next round. And now the second half of round 7 can commence with a fresh best of 7 here on Chrysoberyl Garden in the north. Rocking the blue, not playing random, choosing allies. This is OP Shizhao. Meanwhile, in the south, rocking the cyan, no Crane first, but he's Soviets. It's Dark Form. Both of these players coming through quite a few opponents to end up here, and as I talked about in the previous series, they've got one more to go. After this round is lower bracket round 8. That's the final best of 7 that qualifies the last 2 players, guaranteed spots into playoffs. Now, of course, once you get into playoffs, you are guaranteed a little bit of money, but it is another double elimination bracket with only 8 players. There is sort of a big reset that happens. Everybody is going to get an equal chance there in playoffs. Couple of Vindicator bombs getting dropped, conscripts clearing out the building, trying to make sure that those peacekeepers don't have a stronghold to push from. And now that they've been knocked out of that building, the sickle takes care of them. Double Bullfrog as the start. MCV on the move. No additional reactor, no super reactor. So it is low production mode for just a moment here. I don't think he's building too many units. Hopefully it won't affect him too much, but that's a quick 3rd refinery from the allied player. And again, OP Shizhao, if you did miss it in some of those previous games, He has been playing random for a lot of this qualifier. Of course, we didn't see all of the games, so maybe he wasn't actually playing random for all of the games, but I think all of the games I cast, he was playing random. Vindicators coming through, looking for an angle. Dog on the scout. And now the third refinery is nearly online for the Soviet player. Dark Form going to be matching the economy of his opponent. Sickle kind of getting blocked by that Prospector. If you pause the Prospector in the middle, there is not space for the Sickle to be able to flea jump in and block off that location. Bear cleans up the dog, and that's actually like 4 bears to clean up 1 dog. Meanwhile, Super Reactor is coming up on the high ground. Very late Super Reactor, and the Bullfrogs, I love this attempt, trying to guard this airfield. MCV and a Riptide both going to be coming in to try and deal with this, trying to push away those Bullfrogs. The Riptide will force the Bullfrogs away. Now the Vindicators can return back home, but that completely eliminated a bit of a timing window there to try and knock down some more Soviet forces with those Vindicator bombing runs. And instead, the Bullfrogs playing guard dog did not allow it to happen. Third refinery online for both players, but fourth refinery looks like it's about to be taken by the Allies. And that will again be a nice little economic advantage for the Allied player. Airfield on the way. Bullfrogs will be able to catch 1 Vindicator, but it looks like 2 Bullfrogs will go down. The third Vindicator does manage to escape as well, so only 1 Vindicator went down in that exchange. 2 Bullfrogs got eliminated. Airfield finally online. MiGs can be added into the mix, and the MCV packs up, heads downstairs, maybe for a 4th refinery out here on the water or over there on the land. Riptide moving out, perhaps with some Javelin soldiers inside. Vindicators coming for a bombing run, but it's just going to be on top of that oil derrick. And it's not MiGs, it's Twin Blade. So this is ground firepower. This is not more air control. Bullfrogs have the air on lockdown, and Dark Form does not want to commit any more resources, at least not right now, to building those MiGs to try and clear out the skies. He's trusting his Bullfrog control. We'll see how that works out. MCV unpacks. Refinery could be on the way. Riptide is once again standing by as the Hammer Tanks and the Bullfrogs move on out. There was also a terror drone roaming around the map that may come into play if the stasis ends up, could be a factor if it ends up being utilized. And Twin Blade going in for the Harvester harassment. Vindicators managed to snipe a Hammer Tank on the other side of the map. Riptide hasn't done anything down there in the south. Hammer Tank starting to put a bit of damage on that power plant. Always nice to pick up a power plant kill if it's out in the open like this. If you can pick off a couple of power plants without really trading anything for it, it's pretty much always a win. Just force your opponent to spend their cash rebuilding those power plants. 1 Bullfrog will end up going down, though, so this is not free anymore. Hammer Tank's going to be taking a little bit of damage. Vindicators, there's shadows moving in. Are they going to try and cut off this army as the Guardian Tank moves forward? Riptides are here as well, and it's going to be a satellite drop to force the sell of that power plant. Guardian Tank moves in. Hammer Tank goes down. The Vindicators get the kill, and the Guardian Tank actually survives. The Allied forces make it through the fight. However, that power plant did not. Army being rebuilt. Dark Form doesn't have his 4th refinery up just yet. So for now, the economy graph is going to be favoring the Allied player by a bit there. Only about 1K per minute, so that does add up over time. But, you know, right off the bat, it's not the end of the world necessarily. Vindicators coming through. Peacekeeper there on the top. Vindicators possibly just camping out, waiting for something. Twin Blade going to get jumped on. Cryocopter here as well. Bullfrog's going to chase away everything. And the Twin Blade will, for the moment, be safe. On the high ground, Hammer Tanks pushing forward. Bear's going to be able to knock down those Peacekeepers. Also, both oil derricks have actually survived up to this point in the game. MCV now moving out. Could potentially take a 4th refinery eventually. Naval Yard still around as well for the Allied player. We'll keep that Harvester at least somewhat safe from terror drones, which there haven't been a ton of terror drone activities this game. Vindicators go down. 2 Vindicators traded for 1 hammer tank. The Soviet player is going to be very happy with that, but we'll see how these cryocopters are handled. The bullfrogs are at full power because none of them were eliminated, but the hammer tanks are not at full power as the cryoblasting is going to be firing off. The shot does catch at least 1 bullfrog there as the Guardian tanks push forward, and there's going to be the crush infect on one of the Guardian tanks, but this Allied army is just pushing forward, mostly unopposed. The shrink is what killed the Soviet tanks, not the air forces. The Peacekeepers and the Riptides are going to be able to keep that Javelin soldier safe as he laser locks down the super reactor. And now the more tanks that you put onto the front line, the more they get shrunk, the more they get eliminated. These bullfrogs have done nothing to keep these forces safe, and the MiGs might have been the better choice after all. Double infect with a chain infect from these terror drones. That means it's going to be more dead Guardian tanks, but it doesn't matter as OP Shizhao puts his first point on the board, kills the super reactor on the high ground, and kills the army on the low ground. The high ground plateau with its palm trees awaits perhaps a flying bear or a flying conscript to join it up there for the vision. On the left side of Temple Prime Reloaded, this is Dark Form. Meanwhile, on the right side, rocking the yellow and sticking with allies. No random here. This is OP Shizhao. He may end up changing it to random in a moment or two. If he wins game number 2, do you take the gamble to go for random, or do you just stick with allies because that's what's been working? And we're getting a little bit later in the qualifier. We're getting to the later stages of this qualifier where the games get a bit more risky. Ore refinery coming up. The war factory is already online for the Soviet player. And this is Temple Prime Reloaded, the big money map where we have seen a number of Soviet players getting their best macro life going. They have been able to take a lot of refineries and just slow roll a big ol' snowball. They're not worried about ending the game quickly. They're not worried about going all out with aggression or harassment. They're instead happy to play it a little bit slower and wait for the later game. In this case, that Allied MCV is quite possibly an easy 4 refineries. It's certainly an easy 3 refineries. We'll see if he goes for a full 4 refs with his current setup. There are, of course, a couple of bullfrogs roaming around in the MCV, posturing to the south for the Soviet player, maybe just for the expansion, and then he'll head back a little bit towards his own main. Or maybe he keeps on moving and he goes full-on aggression because maybe he's trying to play the double bluff game as bullfrogs come in. Vindicators will get sniped. One goes down like usual, and the other 2 manage to escape. Bullfrogs driving right towards the Vindicators there, making a nice short run of things. Conscript on the high ground, good vision for the Soviet player. Will be able to have eyes on just about everything. And this is the decision point for the Allied player. Do you play greedy and go for a 4th refinery, or do you play safe and go for a naval yard, war factory, or tier 2 to get some cryocopters from this point? MCV goes to the high ground. It looks like it's going to be a 4th refinery for the Soviets. Bullfrogs are once again here. They do manage to clip the wings of 1 Vindicator. And I mean, to some degree, the Soviet player is going to be happy to take those trades. He only loses 1 bullfrog there, and he does manage to get 1 Vindicator. 1 bullfrog for 1 Vindicator is good for the Soviet player, as long as you can keep those bullfrog numbers relatively high. He's going to need to get a crane, or he's going to need to get at least 3 more bullfrogs out because he's about to lose more. Vindicators coming through. MiGs are also, that's where they become a good choice. Sickle ends up going down. Vindicators have backed off now, and there's going to be the Crusher Crane. We can assume an airfield is going to be headed its way after that. But for the current moment, no one has grabbed the airport. No early capture by the allied player. Both players got their oil derricks, and then they don't want any more of the tech structures here on the map. MCV to the high ground. This is going to be 5 refineries for the allied player. A really solid economy to work from. Certainly more than most allied players have on most maps. And Dark Form, there's no super reactor. I was just realizing that he's delayed his super reactor here past the 4-minute mark. If there are Javelin soldiers inside of that Riptide, that Crusher Crane would be dead. But for the current moment, the Riptide is just kind of roaming around, taking a couple of shots at the Bullfrogs, trying to scout everything out. But since I guess there's nothing inside of that Riptide, it really isn't that much of a threat. And yeah, once again, we've seen it in some of these other games, just the crazy build radius range on that allied MCV. And the Riptide survives, barely any health, but it does manage to survive nonetheless. Crusher Crane is here. Multi-gunner turret almost in range of that refinery. Tesla coil is going to be added on, and of course the Tesla coil does win the 1v1 fist fight with the multi-gunner turret, especially once you start throwing some walls into the mix as well. And the Soviet MCV is headed back up to the high ground, so we've got 6 harvesters, but I think it's only 5 refineries here for OP Shizhao. He must have an expansion harvester. There it is. Headed out onto the water. Terror drone gonna stasis that Riptide. That's one dead boy. And once again, the scout on the high ground gets denied. There's a multi-gunner turret right in the middle of everything. It's gonna get immediately dumpstered down to half its HP from the Tesla coil. Vindicators come in, some light damage on them, but a fresh flak cannon. That's not another Tesla coil. I thought he was going second Tesla coil inside of the range of that allied MCV, but no. And that's actually an MCV cell as well, so he wants the engineer, but the multi-gunner turret spawns in right in time. Now it would have been better to go for the crush of that MCV. Another Tesla coil could get added on here. He's got the build radius from that barracks, but now the build radius has been denied. Sentry gun is going to be the choice. Hammer tanks to start hammering away at this con yard. Cryo shot will force them a little bit closer, but it just freezes a bear. No, it gets the tank as well. Multi-gunner turret comes online, and the Javelin soldiers as well are going to keep this front line moving forward for the allied player. And that is quite an economic advantage that is being built over time here, especially if there is about to be an additional refinery way down there in the south for the allies of OP Shizhao. He's up to tier 2, but I don't think he's in range of the airfield, so at least Dark Form does not have cryocopters to worry about. Once again, a multi-gunner turret gets brought in. Vindicators manage to snipe that Tesla coil on the in the back line there, and the terror drone gets in. In fact, one Guardian tank will die for sure. Javelins are putting a lot of damage into this army. The roar does not get off, so the Javs are still free firing onto the tank. Second bear comes in. Guardian tanks rushing forward. They're going to body block for those Javs to do the high damage that they do. Laser lock comes in. Bear gets sniped. GG gets called, and OP Shizhao makes it a 2-0. Everyone is nicely themed around the blue color scheme here on Battle Base Beta in the north. He needs your cheers. This is Dark Form. Sticking with Soviets and Cyan here in the south. This is OP Shizhao. He's got the canonical blue allies and an engineer, which is going a little bit too far for that oil derrick. All right, he corrects it. No need for panic. Occasionally, we have seen a player in this event misrally their engineer, send it the wrong direction, or send it too far in the right direction, and end up paying the price. The engineer early on gets sniped for a silly mistake. But here, both players are going to be able to gather their oil derricks, capture them up, and start regathering those resources. That lovely liquid black gold. Did he might have misplaced his walls a little bit there. Accidentally formed the wall on the backside, but you know, easy to sell off, easy to deal with that. Airfield is here. Vindicator, I think, has already maybe dropped his bombs, so he can't clear out that bear immediately. But you can at least build the refinery, send the Vindicator over to clear out that bear, and the bear will have eyes on exactly what this allied MCV is doing. Meanwhile, in the north, it is a super reactor right there at the 2-minute mark for the Soviet player. He's got himself no war factory this time. So this is refinery into super reactor. Of course, I think he did open with... Maybe he didn't open with double barracks, but I think he opened with double barracks. And now he's got the flak cannon there as well. Flak troopers might be jumping inside of some of these buildings. Those can be pretty decent for that early game anti-air. And now the refinery is just misplaced. He did not actually wait to clear out the bear with his Vindicator. He just misplaced the refinery and then went along with his life. And there he does clear out the bear a few moments later, but he didn't want to wait. So OP Shizhao will be at a very slight economic disadvantage, which isn't the end of the world necessarily, because in the previous 2 games, he has been doing such a good job of carving out a slow but steady economic advantage for himself. Bigger money, bigger, better things for the allied player. And in this case, Crusher Crane onto the front line. Flak Cannon gets sold off. This is a lot of flak troopers. They're a bit slower, but maybe they will get the job done. Vindicators coming through, maybe just bomb out the oil derrick and call it a day. No, they're going to go for the flak troopers. 1 Vindicator goes down, a second gets eliminated, a third, and all 4, we got them! One after the other, they get lit up as OP Shizhao decides he doesn't need that 4,800 bucks. He can do it without. That's a crazy amount of... What is going on? Of early game cash down the drain. I mean, here you can even build, build a multi-gunner turret as well if you don't want to wait for the rebuild of the Vindicator. But OP Shizhao is going to be at just that, the littlest bit of economic disadvantage in the 4 refinery versus 4 refinery game. They've both got an oil derrick as well. Multi-gunner turret deployed here on the front line. Conscript's going to help deal with that. Maybe a couple of flak troopers as well, putting out that extra damage onto the multi-gunner turret. And it's going to be barracks, flak cannon, and barracks. Double barracks here, one for each player, as the multi-gunner turret deploys nice and early. And okay, no more bears, so this is flak troopers to try and win this fight. The dog ends up getting the kill there, and the conscript is the last unit. That's going to be the sell-off of that barracks for the Soviet player. Low ground flak troopers going to be helping to deal with this fight as the bears come in to clean up the peacekeepers and stop these PKs from cleaning out those flak troopers. This is turning into such an awkward, messy fight. These dogs are going to be eating good as soon as the laser lock clears out that building, as the dogs all get cleaned out. And no, they're not eating good. It's the bears who have a feast as the Tesla coil is coming online and Dark Form is going for maximum chaos here. Airfield sold off. Bears added in. Once again, the Soviet bears coming in to kind of rescue the situation. And what is even going on in this game? One Apollo for the Allied player, keeping an eye on everything that the Soviet player is doing. This is going to be a massive amount of army losses here with all of those flak troopers getting eliminated. I wonder if we can, yeah, we can see it on the graph. There we go. It's just crashing from one blue side to the other blue side. And now that we're a little bit into this game with like 4 refineries versus 2 wonky refineries or something, that economy graph is starting to trend more and more in the Soviet direction. And if this game goes on for a while longer, it's going to be trending even more in the Soviet direction. Low power mode just briefly there will save that Apollo's life as the flak cannon does go offline. Barracks being sold off will bring it back online as the multi-gunner turret will be pushing that MCV away. And these harvesters, they're harvesting 10 or 15 or 20% less efficiently than they should be. Riptide moving out. OP Shizhao has taken some big damage, but he's not giving up. He is going to be sticking around here for the long haul and still trying to fight this one out. Bit of harass out on the water, trying to keep control of the high ground with his multi-gunner turrets, trying to keep his Apollo alive as well. And, well, one harvester is going to deploy and just try and take back this area. Yeah, I mean, he can deploy a multi-gunner turret basically on top of that sentry gun, and he can fight it out if that's what he wants to do. Would be nice to also have Vindicators to help out with some of this stuff, but you can't win them all. Adaptive armor comes up, and the MCV escapes out to the high ground, maybe even going to be taking another refinery there on the high ground, and there, the sentry gunner and the multi-gunner turret will fight each other, and the multi-gunner turret does win that battle. Wins it even faster with a couple of Vindicators online, but no Vindicators here, so no real big need for that. Sentry gun gets canceled. There's another refinery and a naval yard for the Soviet player. This is... I don't even know what's going on here. We're climbing up to a 2K per minute eco advantage for the Soviet player, and it's not all refineries, it's also the wonkiness of the refineries. This Tesla coil hasn't been sold off, which means this refinery can't really exist, but this oil derrick also hasn't been captured by the Soviet player, and it also hasn't been killed by the Soviet player, and now this multi-gunner turret can go down. Ultra torpedoes will make short work of that turret once the Akula sub swims its way over there, and that's a peacekeeper, not an engineer, so that MCV doesn't have a whole lot to worry about. OP Shizhao now has satellites getting dropped on his head. Power plant gets eliminated. Cash back there, I think, for the Soviet player, and the Akula sub starting to clean up this multi-gunner turret. It's a weird one for sure, but that's an Athena cannon on the high ground, burning through the barracks, burning through that Tesla coil as well. And Athena cannons, they're a powerful unit. They can do a lot of work by themselves. Twin blades would be an easy answer to the Athena cannons. And okay, yeah, we do still have the airfield there. It was not sold off. Twin blades seem like they would be a good option for the Soviet player, as conscripts are going to start clearing out these buildings. Goodbye to the javelin soldiers that were inside. They will, they've had a good time, they've had a good life, but it is time for them to go now. Akula sub going to continue the chase there, not letting that harvester deploy into a command hub, and meanwhile, all of the hammer tanks are going to run away, and they're like, why didn't we build one twin blade to deal with this Athena cannon? And as we stretch past the 10-minute mark in this one game, it feels like it's been over for a couple of minutes here, but OP Shizhao is still in this game. Is he really, though, as we climb towards a 3.8k per minute income advantage for Darkform? He's floating more than 7 grand as he could deploy 2 war factories and still have 3 grand left over to build whatever tanks he wants with it. More, I don't know, more of everything. You might as well drop like another crusher crane back at home or something, or, you know, build one over here or something, so that you can double, triple Tesla coil your opponent. You can deploy like 2 Tesla coils and a flak cannon, that sort of thing. This MCV might actually die on the ramp as that Mirage tank gets incredibly low, close to killing it, and goes golden as he gets a star next to his name and a lovely A+ on his report card sent home to his mother. Twin blades moving in. There is a surprising amount of anti-air here, with the multi-gunner turrets, of course, pulling double duty of anti-tank and anti-twin blade. But This is a decent number of twin hammer tanks on the front door. 6 hammer tanks, make it 5, make it 4 hammer tanks as the twin blades move back in. The power plants are not the target. The IFVs are going to be able to do some good damage, but there's a terror drone going for the infect as well as the Soviet army just moves over top of this allied army. They may not even kill it all right now, but it doesn't really matter. 4,500 in the bank. The IFVs might rank up here on killing off these twin blades, but no! The last IFV goes down as the twin blade also gets mutually destroyed. More twin blades coming in. That's a double airfield build. We're into the 2v2v2 tactics as another IFV gets produced. But in this case, I think the Soviet player can probably outbuild twin blades more than the Allied player can build IFVs. And the IFVs now being split. The targets are being split between the two units, with the IFV hiding under the cloak of the Mirage tank, and more twin blades showing up. A multi-gunner turret getting added on. That is going to chase away the twin blades for now, but the GG comes out, and OP Shizhao has gone down. Dark Form puts a point on the board. Battle-based beta turned into a weird game, but he gets a win. And let's run it back one more time. The colors have changed, but that's to let you know that we're on Deep Sea and not on Battle-based Beta. As in the north, rocking the red, this is OP Shizhao. And in the south, of course, give it up for Dark Form. Managing to pull out a win. Very weird game there on Battle-based Beta, but it worked. And hey, if it works and it gets a win, then who cares if that's intended, if that's how you intended to get a win, if that's the kind of build that you wanted to show. It doesn't matter, it got a win. Airfield comes up first. Bears almost made it inside of those walls. It looks like there's space for a power plant here on the backside of that refinery, but of course we've also seen that become a little bit of a hidey hole where the harvester can go to hang out to get away from Tengus or Sickles that are going for some harassment. In the MCV now on the move. Vindicator's bomb splitting, very nice there for OP Shizhao to get maximum value out of killing off those conscripts. Second reactor coming up. Dark Form in some of these previous games has let the low power mode live on for him as he has slowed down his production a bit. That's going to be quite a few bombing runs to clear out all of these bears, and it might be better to just go for a multi-gunner turret. We'll see how the timing works out, because he's not going to get anything done on the other side of the map. Okay, he does have a third Vindicator, actually. And there we go. Clean out 3 of the 4 bears. 3 Vindicators, not too bad. And of course, with a low health bear, you don't actually have to refuel the 4th Vindicator fully anyways. So that did actually work out quite nicely for OP Shizhao. But of course, it does give Dark Form a nice 30-second break. Keeps his oil derrick healthy. There's no bombing runs to clear out these buildings. All of those sorts of things get delayed because OP Shizhao was cleaning out those bears. Third refinery's not online for both players. Just for OP Shizhao way up there in the north. So once again, he's going to be leading that harvester count for the first part of this game. He's been doing a pretty good job of leading the eco in pretty much all of the games thus far. The 3 previous games, and now here in game number 4, he is leading the economy once again. But not in total resources gathered, just in that harvester count. As I think there was some... I don't know if he was getting some cash back or if it was just he got his refineries up and running a little bit sooner, his oil derrick up and running a little bit sooner, and it ended up netting him that slight difference there. Which it is a surprising 2k difference as the Vindicators come in. Bullfrogs take a lot of damage. Cryocopter is online, of course, shrinking down that Sickle, shrinking down that Bullfrog, and now freezing down that Bullfrog. 2 Cryocopters have been revealed. And now this was the MCV moving towards the middle of the map. I think it maybe has rethought its life as it cancels that refinery. Yep. And this is good for Dark Form to know. He wants to know that his opponent is going for 2 cryocopters. Is the airfield done? There's no airfield. This is a bit difficult. Freeze the buildings all you want. Freeze those civ structures all you want. What is Dark Form's plan here? I feel like he's definitely going to need MiGs, but I think he's just hoping that he can survive on terror drones and bullfrogs. Cryocopters getting a bit low on health. They are tanky guys, but they're not infinitely tanky. He doesn't have a super reactor once again. We're near the 5-minute mark, and OP Shizhao has no hammer tanks to worry about, no airfield to worry about, no Akula subs to worry about. I just realized that there's no super reactor for this Soviet player. He moved to a 4th refinery location. Yeesh. Okay, Dark Form is going to have to make something happen here, and it is not going to be easy versus this allied player. 5 bullfrogs, 6 bullfrogs is a good start. I don't know that you want to be leading this far forward with them. You do probably have to go aggressive when you sell off your MCV, but I don't know that this is the play. I don't know what is the play when your super reactor is that far delayed. I would think try and go defensive, but the terror drones are going to lead this Soviet player to victory as the conscripts start throwing out their Molotov cocktails. Sickles and flak troopers are going to be able to do a bit. Bullfrogs need to be pretty aggressively placed here as the tanks go down, but a fresh Guardian tank steps out onto the field. IFV is not going to be able to do a whole lot here as the high technology upgrade comes in, and the Bullfrogs should be able to get at least 1 kill. No, they still can't find the damage versus these cryocopters. Finally, 1 cryocopter goes down. Riptide gets eliminated. The terror drones and the flak troopers are actually doing a pretty significant amount of damage to this allied player. The cryocopters haven't had enough time to actually freeze any of these units, and this actually is turning into a disaster for OP Shizhao. Vindicators come in, Bullfrog's still surviving, but now the MCV is gone. That's the end of the cryocopters. No more tier 2 for you. Riptides show up. Where are the sickles? Where are the terror drones? They've all been cleaned out, and I can't believe how much damage Dark Form has been able to get done. But also, OP Shizhao is on low power mode, so it's going to be slow production for the allied player for the rest of the game. He's got his war factory, but do you really want to take the time to rebuild your MCV at this stage of the game? There's the stasis coming in. Another dead Riptide. There is 2, 3 Vindicators get their wings clipped, and the terror drone will stasis this Riptide, locking them down in turn. The micro needs to be good to do maximum damage as the flak troopers tear that Riptide apart. And he does it. He actually does it. Dark Form evens up the game. The MCV was absolutely, the MCV sell was absolutely the right call to make. Amazing turnaround there for Dark Form. I didn't believe in him, but he got it done. And the tie will be broken here on Infinity Isle, the classic, the eternal, the infinite Isle, as on the left side, going airfield first. This is OP Shizhao. He had momentum, but it's been robbed away by the red Soviets on the right side. This is Dark Form. What a change of fortunes. What a shift in events here, as that pressure, the MCV cell pressure from Dark Form, did crazy damage. Unbelievable comeback there for Dark Form, getting 2-0'd and then 2-0'ing his opponent in response. Bullfrog, unfortunately, gets immediately eliminated, and both of the Vindicators survive. Always painful as a Soviet player when that happens. Vindicator was down below half HP, but it does survive. But man, Dark Form, just fantastic performance there on Deep Sea, on battle-based beta as well. Refinery blocked off for a few moments here, but now it can be safely constructed. And where do you go after that? Darkform now selling off his flak cannon there in the middle of his base, and he has not gone for a super reactor yet. It is a short walk to your water expansion if that's where you want to go, and he does not. So once again, OP Shizhao going to be starting out with the stronger eco, even though he missed out on his... Oh no, the Vindicator escapes! Both of those Vindicators, 10-20% HP, somewhere around there, and they both survive, unfortunately, for Darkform. OP Shizhao did skip his oil derrick capture because he went for that airfield first, but he's making up for it with the fact that he's got that faster third refinery, so things will even out there. OP Shizhao having a strong showing, but Darkform now having an equally strong showing. Man, going into game number 3, it was looking like it was going to be a total shutout. Just slow but steady, better play from OP Shizhao. And then that game number 3 just rocked battle-based beta. And Darkform showed that he is not going to go quietly. And then the chaos continued on Deep Sea. And now we're at a completely even match state. 2-2. One of these players will be going up to match point after this. And they have just gone back and forth in not at all the way that I would have expected. And of course, OP Shizhao, a bit more familiar with this guy, coming into this tournament. Nice bomb splitting, ends up losing 2 Vindicators for it. The bomb splitting was really good. Riptide will get infected there. We'll be able to get the kill on the sickle. These 2 or 3 Riptides together can gang up on that sickle, but of course with the Terror Drone, that's a guaranteed kill on one of the Riptides. The other ones have taken a bit of damage, down to about half HP, and there's going to be the kill. They get the Terror Drone as well, so no chaining of the infects for that Terror Drone. And now the targets are going to be split up a little bit here. Bullfrog's going to just run past those Riptides, trying to keep any additional Vindicator bombing runs at bay. And for the current moment, the harassment is coming out for both players. Stingrays from the Soviet side, but the Vindicators are coming in to clean them out. And that's it. OP Shizhao gets the win. The fight does not continue. The momentum has been shifted. The Allies are back in control. And we're on Epicenter Island for game number 6. On the left side, rocking the Allies. No random. This is OP Shizhao. All right, but if you lose this game and it goes to an ace, you have to choose random, right? Right? That would actually be absolutely great to see. He plays Allies the whole series, and then on game 7 he goes random. Meanwhile, on the right side, looking to even things up, this is Darkform. Sticking with the tried and true Soviets. Tries the MCV cell, and it does not work out. I do think maybe there's a way to slow the game down a little bit here for Darkform and play a little more standard, at least standard macro, for what we have been seeing from a lot of Soviet players in this tournament. Grain Alert aside, because Grain Alert loves his Crusher Crane openers, his Tesla coil pushes, his, chaos and craziness, but a lot of other Soviet players have been playing a macro style, a slow build style, and Darkform is not playing that style, but it also is, not particularly working out for him. He had 2 great chaotic games, but now he needs to play it a little bit safer and get a guaranteed win here. Go for the sure thing. Don't go for the high-risk play. Third refinery looks like it's on the way for both players. Bears, once again, going to be trying to block off this location. Keeping the Vindicators busy. Just wasting their time, flying back and forth. But now the Soviet scouts have all been cleaned up. Dark Form does have this building here, but other than that, the Vindicators can now make concentrated efforts, crossing the map and looking for targets. 4 Bullfrogs out on the field. Good control can get you 3 or 4 Vindicator kills. 2 or 3, rather, I should say, since he only has 3 Vindicators currently out on the field. And he's not going super aggressive with them. OP Shijia wants to wait for the dog for the confirmation scout. He hasn't seen anything from his opponent, so he gets the dog in. He sees exactly what is going on. And on the other side of the map, Dark Form goes for his conscript on the high ground. He is going to have a little bit of vision there on both of those high ground plateaus. Vindicators coming in. Bullfrogs will be able to get some pretty big damage done. No! Are you kidding? All 4 Vindicators survive. 10%, 10%, 50% HP. That was disaster. For the Soviet player, you want to be trading 1 or 2, ideally 3 of those Vindicators' lives for the 4 Bullfrogs. But in this case, all of the Vindicators survived and everything from the Soviet player died. This is where if you watch too many Harlan games, you assume that all Soviet players can do that with their Bullfrogs, but what Harlan does with Bullfrogs is actually quite hard. And what just happened to Dark Form is more of the norm for a Soviet player. That was incredibly unfortunate there. The Terror Drone will be able to clean up a couple of kills there, but those Bullfrogs were supposed to get 2 Vindicator kills, maybe 3. And yeah, if you're Harlan, maybe you somehow like get all 4 Vindicators and you still have 2 Bullfrogs alive after the end of it. And it's like, how does he even do that with his Bullfrogs? But unfortunately for Dark Form, it did not go that way. Man, 4 Bullfrogs plus the sickle. Conscripts and the infantry, not as big of a deal, but that aggression was shut down hard. Vindicators coming in once again. Bullfrogs kind of driving forward. They finally get their kills. That's what they were looking for. 2 Vindicators down, a third that could have been eliminated. Those are the angles that you want as a Soviet player, or at least more like the angles that you want as a Soviet player. Sickle didn't actually manage to land the jump in to harass that Harvester, so the Harvester will be safe for the current moment. MCV placed over by that refinery location, but once again, we have OP Shijia with the 4 Harvesters versus the 3 of his opponent, and this Terror Drone is actually going to get frozen down and will not be able to infect that Harvester. A tough break here for Dark Form, as he now has a real problem that he needs to deal with. OP Shijia has gone for tier 2. He's gotten out 3 cryocopters, and this is after the Bullfrogs have been cleaned up. 6 or 7 Bullfrogs over the course of this game have been eliminated. The MCV kind of needs to run for the hills, but he had to make sure that he finished this airfield with no Crusher Crane. He had to keep his MCV deployed to make that happen. Bullfrogs on the move. There are 5 of them, but this Vindicator gets the kill. That is a big blow to the Soviet army. Vindicators will be able to escape. Cryocopters will be able to escape. It's a great opening here for OP Shijia. You almost couldn't have asked for a better first 6 minutes of this game. He lost a couple of units, but that's to be expected. He has done insane damage to the Soviet player, and even though you could look at, say, the eco section of the scoreboard and be like, yeah, but they're pretty close in total resources gathered. But as this game goes on, it's just going to become an absolute nightmare for the Soviets. 6 Bullfrogs on the front line here. Terror Drone will get the infect, will get the kill, maybe even a chain infect, but the airfield is there, so it doesn't even matter. Airfield will be perhaps the savior of the Allied players with the 5 cryocopters that are out on the field. MCV gets frozen down thanks to the cryocopters. Terror Drone harass gets denied thanks to the cryocopters, at least the first time. Second time, it did not turn out that way. And I don't think Dark Form got the cash back on his own MCV. He wasn't able to crush it. He wasn't able to sell it off. I think it just got frozen and killed. Terror Drone for free, though. That's always nice. Terror Drone looking for some additional stasis play, or can infect another harvester. That's more lost mining time. This is starting to work out for Dark Form. OP Shizhao still has a massive advantage over him, but the 4 versus 3 refinery problem has been solved for the moment. Twin Blades, one goes down, 2 of them are unbelievably low on health. A third one is down below half HP, and that Twin Blade takes a lot more damage as he flies over the IFVs. The last rocket lands, and the Twin Blade gets broken apart. And now that these 5 cryocopters are into the fight, that's where I get worried as the IFVs get jumped on. The Twin Blade's moving forward, but this Apollo is going to have a heyday shredding those twin boys in the sky. Everything on the ground gets frozen down, broken into pieces as OP Shizhao puts a button on this series and cleans it up. A fantastic opening set from OP Shizhao leads into a slow push across the map to kick Dark Form out of the qualifier. There are no easy opponents left, but the nice thing is, after you make it through this one match, you are guaranteed a spot in playoffs. The only question is, who will be fighting for that 3rd, 4th placement match? In the north, will it be OP Shizhao? Or will it be the one in the south, the Blue Soviets? Will it be Harlan? Both of these players having phenomenal games all throughout this tournament. I mean, 32 Oil Derricks and Zugspitze as well, having a number of great games throughout the Gathering Storm BattleNet qualifier. But Harlan absolutely stomping through everybody, and then an amazing series versus DDF in the upper bracket. And now here, he's fighting for survival versus OP Shizhao in the lower bracket. As I said, you have to win this one, and then you're guaranteed a spot in playoffs. You do still have to play Zugspitze, but that is a lower rent kind of a match. You don't have as much to worry about because you're just trying to decide which one of you has to play the number 1 seed from the CCO qualifier. So you do have a stronger opponent if you lose that match. If you are the 4th seed, then in theory, you're up against the toughest opponent right in that first round of playoffs. But, also, maybe it's like a matchup thing where, maybe Harlan isn't great versus allies, so if the number 1 seed ends up being an Empire player or a Soviet player on the other side, then maybe it's actually advantageous to be the number 4 seed. But we'll see. We'll see. OP Shizhao is here, fighting his way through the lower bracket many, many rounds. Harlan, this is his first round in the lower bracket. As I said, getting knocked down here by DDF in an absolutely incredible series, and finding himself, again, fighting for survival versus OP Shizhao. And these two players, I don't think they met at any point previously in the upper bracket. The way the brackets work is, generally speaking, if you faced each other in the upper bracket, then you won't face each other in the lower bracket. But of course, as the rounds go on, that does become less true, because as the rounds condense, then eventually you can have rematches. But the way seeding is set up, it's by default, it trends away from rematches so that you have more unique matches and you don't have one player losing to one guy twice, and then that's basically it for that individual. You've got lots of other chances versus other players. Harlan playing that Soviet style, and OP Shizhao for the current moment abandoning random. We saw him do this as well in the previous series, abandoning random and wanting to choose allies. Vindicator will be able to get the kill there. Bolt Frogs guarding this airfield, but nothing really ended up coming of it. I'm surprised I was able to get through all of that talking about the big picture stuff without a huge fight breaking out. MCB moves up to the high ground. Naval Yard is over here to protect from terror drones and light harassment. That Harvester is safe for now. We saw the airfield coming in for Harlan, so he's got Twin Blades and MiGs on the menu. Whether or not we'll actually see them is another matter. Bullfrogs moving forward, 4 Bullfrogs on the ground, Terror Drone as well, Hammer Tank, Twin Blade, everything good for the Soviet players is getting added on. And of course, cheers to the Soviet players. You guys are eating good here, and maybe you'll be eating good in the next series as well with a Harlan versus Zugspitze. But, you know, if you're a fan of Empire, well, you'll be eating good because Zugspitze will be there. But you might even get OP Shizhao versus Zugspitze, which I think would be a banger match as well. But we'll see if these Vindicators can do any damage. They're swooping into the main base. Now, is there a cryo shot ready to go? There might be one in a few moments. They're gonna just drop their bombs on the reactor, but as you saw there, he's fired in between to splash damage as much as possible and take a huge chunk out of that airfield. Not enough to knock it down, of course, but a huge chunk out of the airfield's health. Okay, OP Shizhao, you've set up these walls, you've got double barricades, you are safe on your 4 refineries. Now, what are you going to do with it? For the current moment, Riptide's... never mind. Riptide's not moving out. He sold off the walls like he was charging through with those Riptides. He was going to pull off some amazing javelin trick shots or something. And then, no, it did end up not quite working out. Bear is here. 1 bear may not be enough to knock down all of these javelin soldiers we have seen a number of times, and the airfield is just going to go down. So that's one piece of the puzzle solved there, but all 3 Vindicators trade their lives for it, so that is an expensive strike, and there's still a couple of Twin Frog combos on the other side of the map. The bear ends up going down. The javelin soldiers are safe for now, but this might be a dead Hammer Tank as the Twin Blades have to run. They do go for the turn there. Hammer Tank trying to come in for the crush. There's the shrink as the Cryocopter will actually allow that Hammer Tank also to escape. You got to take the good with the bad here, and I guess that turns out all right. Behind the scenes, Harlan did manage to grab his own refinery out there on the water. He has a slight harvester count advantage because he killed this guy over there. And it looks like a satellite drop came in on a power plant or a barracks or something. But those MiGs, despite the fact that they briefly had nowhere to land, nowhere to call home, surely they have... Do they not have an airfield? He hasn't rebuilt the airfield yet? I guess not. I mean, technically, you don't need it until they're out of ammo, for sure, but it is usually nice to rebuild that airfield somewhat quickly. In this case, he's not rebuilding it right away at all. The MiGs did manage to fire a couple of shots against those Cryocopters. 3 Cryocopters is a very healthy number. They're shrunken down Riptide. Sometimes that is a spicy angle to do something big in a game. A couple of flak troopers in these buildings. It's a bit deceptive. If you don't realize that there are flak troopers in those buildings, you think that it's relatively safe to fly over top. Just a couple of conscripts. No big deal. And then there's actually like 6 flak troopers between the 2 buildings. In this case, I don't think it's 6. I think it's just the 1. But it could be a problem as the game goes on. Twin Blade's going to be able to catch an easy kill there. OP Shizhao, he may have taken a bit of economic damage, but his army is looking fierce. Now, javelin soldiers, as we've talked about many times before, they're one of those high damage, low health units. They sometimes do unbelievable amounts of damage, especially with their laser lock. Other times they just get roared down by bears and eliminated. Bear coming in will get a roar off, locks down a couple of more of these javelin soldiers. They're not able to do very much, but the shrink ray is keeping these hammer tanks from being very effective. 2 hammer tanks and a bullfrog go down right at the end of that fight as the guardian tank does get eliminated. Terror drones may be going for the infect, but no, they won't be able to find anything as the javelins come back online and the bears get eliminated one after the other. They get crushed, they get smushed, as there is no hope here for killing off those javelins easily. Finally, a roar comes off and the Twin Blade crashes down. The Soviet front line makes it through the tanks, and finally the Cryocopters get pushed back so these hammers can finally do something. The Allied army gets chipped and torn apart piece by piece until there's nothing left, and there was always another wave of hammer tanks waiting behind. Cryocopters moving back in. This time there's 4 of them, basically 1 for every one of those hammer tanks. And on the front line, the hammer tanks trying to leech down a couple of these guns to make use of those Guardian cannons. Double barrel hammer tanks are fearsome indeed. You may not have the best units in the game, but when they've got 2 guns, they are not to be truffled with, as the trifle will not be utilized here. The truffle is what we look for. Another power plant sold off there as OP Shizhao is in low power mode. Harlan losing so many units, and yet never losing so many that he's beyond the critical mass. The slow build of these units has been maintained. He's always building more than he's losing. The MiGs will find a favorable engagement onto these Apollos. The Cryocopters are here. Run away, little boys! Run away! You do not want to fight those MiGs. Ooh, that could have been a very expensive loss. As the hammer tanks are moving back into position, this time there are no javelin soldiers here, but there are cryocopters, and there's a cryo shot firing in on the other side. Hammer tanks going to be moving in. Guardians trying to get the crush, but they won't be able to find enough of the targets. Once again, Harlan, he gets pushed back, but he hasn't lost too much. At the same time, he's looking to push in 1 hammer tank and 1 bear, a buddy cop movie behind enemy lines. These 2 are not going to be making it out alive, as they do get frozen and knocked down there. Even with a terror drone, it's not going to happen. The buddy comedy just doesn't work out, not this time. As it turns out, the bear and the hammer tank just die. It's not a funny travel road trip kind of a movie. It's not a cool espionage film. It's a disaster for those 2 units in particular. But once again, despite all of the losses, despite how poor some of these fights are going, Harlan always has more. This time, flak troopers are in the fight as well. Those IFVs are not going to be nearly as effective with the flaky boys on the front line. Guardian tanks moving in, hammer tanks shrunk down, bears on the front line, peacekeepers trying to level the playing field and eliminate those flak troopers from the fight. Hammer tanks moving in, and the cryocopters finally being dealt with. 2 of them go down, and the MiGs are on the hunt. Without the shrink ray, without the freeze ray, there's no hope of stopping the Soviet army as he rolls over OP Shizhao. The eco has been better. The macro has been better. The army is better, as Harlan gets the first win here in this series. OP Shizhao is forced out of the garden. I have been really enjoying the games that we have been watching here on Temple Prime Reloaded. I feel like this map has been definitely lifting its own weight in terms of good games. Some of the other maps, you know, it's fine sometimes. This dog might actually get through the front line here. The double kill for that dog with 3 more coming in behind. That engineer is under threat. This is an all-out dog-eat-dog day assault as the barks are layered in well enough. He's actually cutting through these bear forces, an unending run of dogs. There's the shot, but it's not enough. John Wick falls there, and well, we're gonna have to intro these players at some point, because on the left side, losing his engineer, trying to get a bit of cash back, this is Harlan. And on the right side, with a fantastic opener in the sense that he killed an engineer, this is OP Shizhao. Is the opening actually all that good? I don't know, because that was a lot of dogs to get the engineer, and surely the engineer will just be built a few seconds later. It's not like the barracks is going anywhere in this case. Okay, maybe he's not going to build another engineer. What do I know? As the bears are also expensive, so definitely for the first part of that, it was very advantageous. What is this? What is this? And you can't even use the Vindicator to try and snipe your opponent's engineer because the conscripts have to be dealt with here. That, I don't know what the plan is there. He thought he could really steal his opponent's. He thought he could steal Harlan's oil derrick, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what the plan is here. He's going to have to run for it, though. Conscripts are on the way. Vindicator just dropped all of his bombs on the bear, and there was another bear nearby as well, blocking off that refinery location. And yeah, what did you expect to happen? What did you think was going to happen? Goodbye. That is very unfortunate. I guess that kind of evens things out. In some way, it's entirely equal. In some ways, you know, it was like a 2-minute delay to the oil derrick capture. The refineries are up. What a lovely high aggro way to start off this game. I am very glad that I did not have to play that out, because that's definitely mom's spaghetti there as your palms are sweaty and you have no idea what to do. That's like a million tiny decisions that you have to make exactly correctly in Game 2 of the lower bracket qualifier. You're not in playoffs yet, and you have to pull that off to be able to keep your chance of making playoffs. That was, you know, just a terrible set of decisions that both players had to make as they were fighting for the advantage there. Vindicator's going to get tagged a little bit here by these bullfrogs on the high ground. 4 bullfrogs out. I guess the advantage of that opening is you didn't have any, like, early game aircraft shenanigans to worry about. Dolphin is here, putting a little bit of extra damage into that refinery, of course, with the Vindicators dropping their bombs. The refinery has taken a huge chunk out of its health, and, well, that Dolphin is going to try to escape the front line. Refinery is now up here for OP Zhao. He is on 4 versus the now 4 of Harlan, because Harlan went down here to the south. He can, of course, still base crawl over. Maybe it takes 2 reactors to base crawl over to that location. Maybe it's just 1 reactor. I'm not sure what the build radius setup is there. Careful, careful. Okay, no, he's just going for the oil derrick. All right, good enough. Cash back, though. You saw that at the last moment, Harlan placed the cash back support power on that oil derrick, and he got a last $500 from that oil derrick, which is almost a minute worth of oil derrick income. If I remember off the top of my head, I think it's 600 credits per minute. So because he got that last tick of 15 and the 500, that's almost an extra minute worth of oil derrick income. And there's going to be the hydrofoil and the riptide both getting zapped to bits. Bullfrogs are here. It is 4 bullfrogs versus 4 vindicators as another stingray is coming in. The bullfrogs absorbing some of the shots there so the stingrays can survive. 3 bullfrogs survived and none of the vindicators made it back home. OP Zhao now has a paperweight of an airfield there on the front line. Another hydrofoil gets produced, but with no friends to fight, your weapons jammer is useless as the Dolphins coming in, but the overcharge can catch them. Bullfrogs firing their shots and knocking down the Dolphins in the sky. How often do you see that? As the refinery goes down and 1 stingray goes golden, he's going to have some supercharged electricity, and this better be 4 Javs inside of this riptide. They better tear this base apart. All of this is off of a naval yard. No war factory here for Harlan. Where are the Javs? Where are the Javs? Where are the Javs? Show me the javelin soldiers. No way, this is just a riptide with nothing moving across the map as the airfield gets targeted. The bullfrogs bullying away any aircraft. 1 down, 2 low on health. The stingrays, they didn't even kill off this harvester. He transformed into a command hub as a multi-gunner turret will be deployed to try and help out with the defense. But this is just feeling impossible for OP Zhao. Now, on the high ground, he has gone for an additional refinery. Even though OP Shizhao has taken tremendous losses over the course of the last minute, this has actually worked out kind of okay for him. It looks like he does have 5 working harvesters. Now with this guy online, that is 6? That can't be right. 2, 4, 5. He's supposed to have 5. But I think he overproduced a harvester somewhere, used it for an expansion, something like that. And now, okay, now he's back down to 5. That's the correct number, as he will maintain some build radius here. And OP Shizhao, he's kept the front line moving forward. Normally, we talk about that in an attacking unit sense. But in this case, it actually kind of means the economy. He's built up some infrastructure here on the high ground to keep himself alive. And with these 2 refineries on the high ground, he can last a little while. So even though things haven't gone as well as he would have liked in this opening, he's actually got a fine shot at this game with the help of that high ground. Now there's an Akula sub moving out over there, and this Vindicator with no place to land keeps taking a bit of damage and then getting repaired back up to full. So he does keep drawing my attention as Harlan takes himself a freshwater expansion out there. It's 5 refineries, and the Akula sub fires off some torpedoes perhaps. Nope, once again, it's just the Vindicator catching my attention. This Akula sub, might have an opportunity here as low power mode takes over the allied base for a few moments here. Tier 2 with that MCV on the front line, but 1 Guardian tank now basically being donated away. That's 2 guns for you. Merry Christmas here, as OP Shizhao unfortunately hands over some additional firepower to his enemy. With an extra power plant on the field, this multi-gunner turret can actually defend this location, and it's going to be hammer tanks pushing forward. There's also a cryocopter here. The bullfrogs aren't getting in on the action for the current moment. It's just guardian tanks versus the hammers and the terror drone. Freezy Ray comes in, more reinforcements from the low ground, and this is the army of Harlan being activated here. 4 times the army value for the Harlan side of the map. Absolute domination here from those early game fights. OP Shizhao had a shot, but it has been taken away. The Stingray Bullfrog attack was absolutely massive, and it's felt like Harlan hasn't let his foot off the gas. He's always been doing something, and OP Shizhao has been trying to keep up. He's almost managed to do it. He's been doing fine on the economy front, but not so fine on the army front, and that means that his expansion on the water gets knocked out, but this cryoblast could even everything up. Only 1 tank goes down, only 1 tank gets frozen. You lose an expansion to kill off 1 tank. That's not a good trade for the allied player, as another harvester gets eliminated. Moments ago, OP Shizhao had more working harvesters. He's got this harvester, which is throwing the count off. He really only has 3 working harvesters, not 4 working harvesters there, as he is at half the eco of Harlan. Harlan did lose the oil derrick, though, so at least OP Shizhao has that extra bit of income. It's not much, but it is something as Harlan looks to re-engage. This is a ton of tanks, and OP Shizhao, he does have the cryocopters. The shrinks can come through. That is an effective unit for sure for the allied player. Toxins coming in on top of this army. It's going to poison this area in the south and force the sell-off of that barracks. Toxins coating that area, kind of forcing the allies into this situation. And the hammer tanks, they were on the front line. The cryocopters were not on the front line. That Twin Blade might just give away his life as he takes damage from that IFV. The last couple of rockets impact, but he doesn't go down. The hammer tanks are here on the front line. Shrink Ray comes in. Maybe the Guardian tank can bust through. The army value be damned as the front line moves in. The bear gets a roar off and the Peacekeepers fall to pieces. The Guardians did not get the crushes that they need. The cryocopter shrinks did not continue as the hammer tanks crush the front line of OP Shizhao, and the 22k of army beats the 7k of army. Surprise, surprise. The bullfrogs are still here. The cryocopters also still here. But one of these things has been, having a bigger impact on the fight. But unfortunately for the cryocopters, they can't win by themselves. They need someone to help them out. There's always a couple of extra leech beams on the back line. There's always the twin blades over top. And the GG comes out. Harlan picks up a second win with the big eco game on Temple Prime Reloaded. And that sends us to Infinity Isle, the classic map of Red Alert 3. On the left side, playing the Soviets. This is Harlan. Feeling good after those first two games and looking to change things up. On the right side, playing the Orange Empire, it's OP Shizhao. Looking to change the trajectory of this series by changing his faction. Infinity Isle is a good map to do that on. If you're an Empire player, this is the map you're going to have the most practice on, the most familiarity with. If you're an Allied player, that's also true. If you're a Soviet player, it's also true, because of course it is. It's Infinity Isle, the most played map in Red Alert 3's history. Coming out here, once again, for game number 3. And Harlan, he may have a 2-0 map score, but that looks like OP Shizhao is getting stomped, and despite the fact that OP Shizhao is losing these games and Harlan is winning them quite handily, it doesn't feel right that the score is 2-0. It feels like somehow it should be closer, like 1.5 to 0.5, that kind of a thing. It shouldn't be 1-1. That also wouldn't feel right, because Harlan is outplaying OP Shizhao. But it feels like you know the score, but you don't know the story. As the super reactor is going to be finishing up, the Tengu is harassing that harvester, and the sickle is doing the same. On the other side of the map, harvesters will be able to escape the immediate damage from their harassing counterparts. And, this sickle is going to be annoying, I guess. Try and do as much as it can. Because on the other side of the map, I think the Tengu did maybe actually ended up going down to the Terror Drone. There's a Terror Drone and a Hammer Tank there, and that is a deadly combo for any Tengu to deal with. As the MCV unpacks onto the high ground and sets up a third refinery, this was just bait, apparently. As both players head to the high ground, the walls starting to come up. OP Shizhao, he's not going for the full wall swag build, which if you're unfamiliar with it, is like a 15-year-old build. Maybe even older than that at this point. But where you open triple refinery on Infinity Isle, and then you delay with walls across the middle here, and you just build like 3, 4, 5 layers of walls, because you just have to buy time until you get your mecha bay up. Oh, that transformed just in time. Until you get your mecha bay up, until you get your units online. VX is going to be trying to put a little bit of damage onto that oil derrick, and the Tengu's going down on both sides, on the high ground and on the low ground, as these VX is going to be moving in. The Bullfrog getting some free damage off. The VXs could have tried to jump on that Bullfrog if they wanted to, but in this case, the Bullfrog is just doing as much damage as he can. Might even be able to trade out one of these VXs, and the cashback does not get called in there, so the VXs do get the kill kind of for free. It does cost a VX life, but there isn't the cash back to help even things out. So over time, that will benefit the Empire player more, but in the current moment, losing the $1,200 of the VX is more costly than losing the slow income of the oil derrick. But again, over time, it will be a cash positive play for the Empire player, who's currently sitting on 3 refineries and an oil derrick. A comfort spot for an Empire player, but not when you're up against a 4 refinery Soviet player. We'll see how efficient OP Shizhao can be. Games 1 and Games 2, he tried with his... That's sad. He tried with his cryocopters to have that efficiency engine to be able to take over the game with the efficiency of his army, and it did not work. In this game, he's hoping... Where did this flak trooper come from that he's mining a power plant in the middle of the map? And there's a VX going down as well. At least the hammer tank will end up falling here, trapped by these walls. There's the transform to save that VX, as the hammer tank is the one who actually went down. And that, the flak trooper also went down. The Tengu did manage to save that power plant. And the Terror Drone now moving in out here on the water in case there is a lazy transition of sending a refinery core out here to the water. The Terror Drone will be able to infect that. Do not send your refinery core out to the water without checking first, as that would be disaster for OP Shizhao. Harlan, on the other hand, he's going to deploy his MCV. He can deploy a naval yard down there on the ground, get the 5th refinery up and running for his ultimate eco setup here, as Harlan is actually floating 2K. He has not been producing very many units from his multiple production structures. He's got the airfield, he's got the war factory. I guess he could add on a crusher crane if he really wanted. It would be nice to have some of those repair drones at some point in this game. But OP Shizhao, he needs to figure out what he wants to do in this game. That power plant is on death's door, as that Terror Drone did abandon its post, and now the satellite's going to be getting called in on top of this harvester, and with that Terror Drone, it will be a guaranteed kill. And just cancel the naval yard and save it from a fate of death, as this naval yard will be finished up and the super reactor will be canceled. I don't know what the point of that was, but the naval yard ends up going down. Both of the harvesters being eliminated. An unfortunate trade here, as OP Shizhao loses a big chunk of his economy, and this harvester is being rebuilt. The naval yard will be denied there on the water. MiGs hunt another VX. That's at least the 3rd VX of the game that has gone down. Almost unanswered here against the Soviet player, and another harvester getting eliminated. Harlan tearing the economy of OP Shizhao apart, as the Twin Blades now going to be moving in, and somehow this power plant hasn't taken any more damage. It sustained all of those flak mines, and now it is still just surviving. It may not be thriving, but the Twin Blades will go down. Nice catch there by OP Shizhao. He at least gets some kind of good news, but it's at the cost, perhaps, of his tsunami tank, as the hammer tank's trying to leech away that weapon, get a double barrel cannon for themselves, as a Gatling weapon will be stolen from a Tengu, and another Tengu going down. The power plant falls, and OP Shizhao is finally in low power mode for the current moment. Harlan going to be leeching away that power plant, and maybe these hammer tanks can finally steal the gun that they want. Point defense drones come in, and this should be a slam dunk victory for the tsunami tanks. They've got the repairs right there. They've got the point defense drones as well. But when it's 3 against 1, 3 guns work better. VX is too scared to fly into the sky. The bullfrogs and the MiGs keeping the terror in their eyes as this tsunami tank survives. But it feels like an absolute fight for survival here for OP Shizhao, who's only just got his lights back online for full tilt production, as this power plant is down below half HP once again. And Twin Blades now moving in. MiGs not here to defend in time. One MiG will end up going down, crashes onto the ground as the harvester is sent away from the refinery yet again. Twin Blades fire their rockets, and that tsunami tank down to half HP, but now re-engaging with these hammers. VXs find a good angle over the wall to get some damage into those Twin Blades, and finally the army of Harlan is falling apart, kind of, but he even gets one back with the Twin Blades, and behind the scenes he's of course got the 5th refinery up and running. Bullfrog's going to tear those Tengus apart. There's the transform, but now it means the Twin Blades have free reign over this army. Hammer tanks starting to break down the front door yet again. It's 4 harvesters, 4 refineries, 4 OP Shizhao, but once again, Harlan has that bit of an advantage. Yari Minisub is moving out. Oil Derrick is still alive for OP Shizhao, so he at least has that working out for him. It's only 9k of difference in terms of total resources gathered, but Harlan has built up a 2k per minute lead in this game. Harvester going to be taking a bit of damage. Migs will trade back against these Tengus, and the Twin Blades actually survive. So even with that naval yard here, kind of saving that Harvester, the harassment isn't over, and Akula Sub getting added into the mix. That makes this an even more difficult equation to deal with here. The Twin Blades can be dealt with on their own, but plus the Akula Sub makes it that much harder. Down to 2 Harvesters as once again the economy basically gets cut in half here, as OP Shizhao is going to be losing his naval yard and possibly his ore refinery as well over the water here. The Akula Sub can be dealt with, and the Tengus are just going to have to commit in for the attack, full tilt, and the MiGs run away. The Akula Sub going to be trading out versus this. Oh, no final torpedo. The Tsunami tank survives. I think the other one ended up going down, and the Harvester is now back online. At the same time, it feels like Harlan has all of the free space to do whatever he wants in this game. There's going to be the flak cannon coming online and a super reactor just to block off the angle of attack. Where's the tier 3, though? That's what I want to know for Harlan. Where's the tier 3? Where's the battle lab for the dreadnoughts, for the V4s, for the artillery? Double naval yard, but I think the first one was just for the build radius. The second one is the only one actually building. And Tengu kind of gets trapped down there on the low ground. MiGs, that's more than 4 MiGs, so we've got a double airfield situation going on here for Harlan. Lots of MiGs ready to fight the air forces of the Empire. OP Shizhao has rebuilt his Harvesters, but in rebuilding the Harvesters, he has lost out in the army race. That is a big army value difference between these two players, and it's just getting a little bit worse as that Tsunami tank goes down. That's another 1k of army value wiped off of the map for OP Shizhao. And Akula Sub brother is here to finish the job. You may have dealt with one Akula Sub, but can you deal with another one 1 minute later? As a VX goes down, the refinery gets sold off, and the Harvester will go down. That Akula Sub ranks up just once as he gets his veteran status. I like the addition of the dojo here. It does feel like a little bit too little too late. The dojo is a nice touch, but there have been like 5 or 6 VXs that have gone down over the course of this game somewhat carelessly. It's a little bit OP Shizhao playing well, or Harlan playing well, and it's a little bit OP Shizhao playing a little bit too loose with his units. Harlan has managed to carve out a quite sizable advantage for himself, but every minute that goes on gives OP Shizhao an opportunity to build a better army. Bears moving in. Can they find a big roar? They don't need a big roar just yet. There's no artillery to force the engagement for the current moment. There's no artillery on either side to force the engagement. The Akula Sub under the water, sharking around the map. 3 Harvesters versus 5, so the situation isn't going to be getting better. But again, more time is a little bit better for OP Shizhao. He's built up a bigger army to be able to try and handle this front line. Bonsai charge, and the Bears are going to kind of eliminate each other as the hammer tanks are the big problem that need to be solved. Here's going to be the Emperor's Rage. That's a factor that maybe Harlan wasn't counting on here as he disengages, and he's going to wait for that to cool down. He's going to wait for that Emperor's Rage to fall off as the choppers go for the transform. The bear gets eliminated. Harlan getting pushed back. This is still a high damage army as the satellites are going to get dropped on this army. That's going to force an awkward engage here for OP Shizhao. He's going to be trapped with the satellites coming in. The splash damage can be massive. The bears are going to get on top of the tank busters, and the hammer tanks are going to do what they can to trade out against these units. The VX is keeping away those twin blades as the nano deflectors get activated. The point defense drones get added on. The Emperor's Rage has run out, but the tank busters are safe for now. Twin blades move in, not a lot of anti-air on the Empire side as the terror drone gets the infect, and they will be eliminated. No chain infect there for that terror drone. A hammer tank gets popped. There's going to be a big roar as the hammer tanks move forward for the crush, and the twin blades move back in. But the bullfrogs will tear apart the Tengus in the sky. The Tengus do the damage, though. They clean up the twin blades. That's one part of the equation solved. And the hammer tanks, they're no longer on the front line. The twin blades not in high enough numbers to quickly kill off these tank busters, and the tsunami tanks keeping those bears away. The tank busters, the hero of the people. The twin blades moving back in as the VXs are dealing with the twin blades, and he has done it. He's broken through the front line. The terror drone gets the infect. Another tsunami tank will go down. These tank busters are running out of steam. They need a win right here, right now, as the hammer tanks move in. The crush comes through. The tank busters go down. The terror drone gets the kill. And the twin blades move in. One last volley. The last man and rocket will be fired. And the VXs are all that stands. The tank buster under the ground in his hidey hole as the MiGs need to move in. But the hammer tank goes down. The twin blade gets the kill. It's just too much. Inches away from victory there. OP Shizhao almost wins with one big push, never ending. Those tank busters doing so much damage. That was a multi-layered fight that we need to go back and rewatch to fully appreciate how OP Shizhao handled that engagement. At the end of the day, there is an equation that is running. 5 harvesters to 3. The oil derrick is nice, but it's not 2 harvesters nice. The infrastructure largely untouched. The MCV can be rebuilt. There is at least no toxin drop, no satellite drop, no additional command points being called in until that MCV gets rebuilt. Tank busters, they're going to find a surprise. Nope. The roar didn't come off. That was a huge opportunity missed for Harlan. He could have done massive damage to those tank buster numbers by roaring at the perfect time. In this case, he will lose that opportunity, and we saw in that previous engagement how incredibly powerful those tank busters can be under the control of OP Shizhao. A Kula sub does some damage on one side of the map, but it's almost answered by a Tengu on the other side of the map. Has the MCV been rebuilt? I think the answer is no. I think Harlan wants to do this without his MCV. Once again, buying time is good. Emperor's Rage could come. No, it's already been utilized. It's already been used as these Tengus transform. The hammer tanks move in. The bear knocks down these tank busters. The MiGs clear the skies, and Harlan won't be stopped this time. You tried once, but it didn't work the second time as Harlan puts his 3rd point on the board. But do not get it twisted. OP Shizhao is not out yet. The score doesn't tell the full story. But the story continues here on Industrial Strength. The story continues with the Red Allies in the north. This is OP Shizhao. looking for the fight here on possibly the cheesy map. We'll see. Meanwhile, in the south, he's rocking purple. He's looking perfect, but it's a bloody fight. This is Harlan. Man, that score looks so clean, but these games are not. Okay, 2 of the 3 games were actually pretty clean. That third game was messy. OP Shizhao objectively outfought Harlan in that situation, but Harlan had built such a significant advantage up to that point. When that big fight finally happened, winning it wasn't enough. Harlan fought back well enough that it was not an overwhelming, laughing stock victory for OP Shizhao. He outfought Harlan, but Harlan had so much to work with at that point that winning one fight, even winning it well as he did, was not enough. Roar does come out. Both of these players have split the map. Oil Derrick's coming in for both players. Match, match, match. Third refineries are hinted at. We did see an early airfield, but it was not early. And I don't know, maybe I haven't seen a lot of Allies versus Soviets on this map, but I feel like I more see the cryocopters come in versus Empire on this map. However, maybe that's also just like a exposure bias kind of a thing. Like, I've seen more of those things, so I think that it's more common, but maybe it's just as common for some players. But I feel like the cryocopter play, you know, it can work versus Soviets, but Soviets that are looking out for it, they can do the old flak cannon trick, they can do the old multi-unit timing trick, and they can deal with those cryocopters. Maybe not super well, but they can deal with them. And in this case, we don't have to worry about it. This is a true double expansion, not like the sneaky double expansion on Cabana Republic, where because the refineries face away from each other, it's not a double expansion in the way that you think it is. In this case, Harlan is moving his MCV towards that double expansion location, but has he spotted the cryocopter on the way? He definitely has now, because he's got the conscript on the high ground, keeping an eye on the battlefield, giving him intel on exactly what's going down. Bear moving out. Oil Derrick will end up going down. Harlan doesn't want to capture that for himself. He will instead just kill it off, let it die. Cashback is grabbed there by Harlan on his opponent's Oil Derrick, which is kind of funny because he gets almost an extra minute of value from his opponent's Oil Derrick. No, 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 no! Okay, it escapes. OP Shizhao almost throws away his tournament chances right there at the 3-minute and 55-second mark, but we keep it alive, we keep it thriving here with that cryocopter managing to escape. Super reactor super duper delayed here by Harlan. It's kind of worked out because he hasn't needed the hammer tanks up to this point. His opponent is going for that 4th refinery as well, and maybe even a 5th refinery, as both players are happy to play big eco macro mode. Let's make sure that we've got lots of cash. And, you know, once again, the cryocopter escapes. And, you know, maybe we'll just handshake 5 refineries apiece. Now, Harlan isn't exactly letting that happen. A little terror drone harass, a little bear blocking off that refinery location. Little power plant going to be taking some damage here, but Harlan himself is quite slow in the early game setup. Super reactor was super late, not building any big scary army right from the get-go, but he is getting there eventually. Airfield on the way. Power plant going to be ensuring that even if there was a multi-gunner turret deployed at this location, it would be offline. Cryocopters moving in, Bullfrogs moving in, Vindicator trying to save his bombs, and when you save your bomb because you've got too many targets to shoot at, you end up going down. So even if the cryocopters escape, The Vindicator did not. The Apollo can't do much with those cryocopters, as there's going to be the build radius coming online. Both of these harvesters will have to be rebuilt by OP Shizhao. The freeze is nice in terms of it does delay your eco. We saw in that previous series that losing a few minutes of harvesting time over the course of an entire game can indeed add up. This harvester is actually still frozen. We'll finally get back to work now as this MiG is coming in. Disaster strikes here as the Apollo will get a couple of return shots. And this MiG is actually going to be trading out versus the Apollo with the Bullfrogs coming in below. That MiG has gotten bold as she is hunting down the cryocopters. 2 of them down plus an Apollo. Maybe all 3. Is it a good day to be a Soviet? It is. The cryocopters go down, disaster strikes, and his heart sinks in his chest as OP Shizhao sees the twin blade and sees the 4-0. OP Shizhao dropping from the lower bracket, and Harlan will be the number 3rd, 4th seed. Let's see who ends up taking it. A sad day for OP Shizhao in the Gathering Storm BattleNet qualifier. 0-4 did not accurately describe that series. But we move on as Zugspitze and Harlan will both qualify for playoffs. We just have one more thing to decide. And for this qualifier, it all comes down to this. The last 2 best-of-7s to see who advances into the 3rd, 4th place seeding match, and who are the last 2 people kicked out of the qualifier before playoffs begin. In the north, rocking the Empire, this is Zugspitze. And in the south, we've been watching his journey coming through the lower bracket. One final opponent to defeat. This is 32 Oil Derricks. Yes, indeed, we have ourselves an Empire mirror on our hands. Will it be tremendously exciting, or will it be a snooze fest? I think it's going to be pretty aggressive. Zugspitze has been, for pretty much all of the games that I've ever seen him in, reasonably aggressive as a player, reasonably active as a player. 32 Oil Derricks has had a couple of sit-back games, but overall has been a pretty active player as well. And, you know, I kind of feel like at least Zugspitze will be forcing the action to happen, even if 32 Oil Derricks is not. Imperial Warrior is going to be kind of eliminating each other there. Just about always a 1-for-1 when they're bonsai charging into the fray. But last time we saw Zugspitze, he was versus Mirage Tank there in the upper bracket. And of course, in this series of lower bracket videos, it has been a long time to get into this final stage here in round number 8. And if you did miss some of the earlier statements, this is the qualifying decider. So whoever wins this best of 7 and then the other best of 7 that we'll be taking a look at in round 8, they're both qualified. And then we play another best of 7 in round 9, but that only determines who's the 3rd seed and who's the 4th seed. That does not determine anything about playoffs eligibility. Playoffs are earned in these series. So in some sense, these are the last series that matter. These are the do or die series, these last 2, because these decide who's the number 3 player, or who's the 3-4 player, and who is not in playoffs. Of course, with these qualifiers, the top 4 go to playoffs, and the same thing with the CCO qualifier. The top 4 go to playoffs, and playoffs will, of course, be 8 players. We have another dojo being deployed here on the high ground. Lots of Imperial warriors trading away. We saw a couple of tank busters be produced as well, at least from 32 oil derricks. Other than that, it's just a couple of Tengus floating around the map. No big movements on harassment, no big executions of units just yet. One Tengu will end up going down there. 32 oil derricks does manage to get a kill, and now a couple of Imperial warriors are being sent forward. He may end up losing this Tengu. Is there a transform to follow? No. Zugspitze is going to stay on the ground and just hunt the Imperial warriors, which is sort of the guaranteed kill. If he transforms, he's going to be up against like 4 or 5 of his opponent's Tengus, and he's already down a Tengu. But if he stays on the ground, he can get guaranteed kills on those. There's actually a building here to help with this fight on the Zugspitze side. He actually has a slight advantage in terms of firepower. It was 4 Tengus versus 4 Tengus, and now, of course, with the faster reinforcements, it's going to be 4 Tengus versus 2 Tengus. But there was a moment there where the fight was on Zugspitze's side. Transform to follow comes in. 32 oil derricks going to be chasing away Zugspitze, and the reinforcements never came through for Zugspitze. So you saw he still had 2 Tengus back at home, sitting and waiting, not joining the fight. And now there's 4 Tengus moving out onto the map for the Cyan Empire. But the Orange Empire, he now has won 2 Tengu fights. He won the first one, the first little skirmish there, and then he won the back half of that fight, the second round of the Tengu fight. So now he does have a distinct Tengu advantage. There's actually going to be the transform, and the other Tengus are already down on the ground. Zugspitze, he knows that he's at a disadvantage. This is usually the MCV cell territory. Some players try to play defensive and go tier 2, hoping that they're like Tsunami Tank, Chopper VXs can lead them to victory. I love the little safety walls there built into these refineries. Players utilizing the Harvester's ability to walk through certain structures, and that Tengu does go down. No trade back with the honorable discharge. Zugspitze gets overwhelmed there, and it looks like he is going to be losing his own oil derricks. 32 oil derricks playing this one out nice and carefully. Not going to be losing out on these Tengu fights, and if you sell your MCV, that is a big disadvantage when it comes to point defense drones. Zugspitze is also on low power mode. I think both players were previously on low power mode at slightly different points, but in this case, Zugspitze remains on low power mode, so if he sells his MCV, it's just going to get worse. And now that he lost that barracks on the high ground, he's got the power back online. Harvester goes down. That's going to be hurting him even more. But where the point defense drones, they're just not as present here for Zugspitze. I think only one of his Tengus actually had the point defense drones. The other ones have been beaten off. And we do have more escaping Tengus for 32 oil derricks. He manages to escape around the north side. And this Harvester being rebuilt will just put Zugspitze further behind. His army is not looking good compared to that of 32 oil derricks. And I mean, you guys can tell what is going on. There goes even more point defense drones, as another Tengu might end up getting caught, might end up getting killed, as there's a big transform for both players. Zugspitze, his army gets split up a little bit here, so even more of his Tengus get surrounded. Honorable discharge means he trades a couple back for each other, but the Harvester won't even be killed there, as Zugspitze drops out of game number 1, and 32 oil derricks puts the first win on the board. Zugspitze looked a bit sleepy. He looked a bit out of shape versus Mirage Tank, and Zugspitze, who we're used to seeing just come through events and clobber everybody, maybe this is not his event. He's already been beaten once up there in the upper bracket, and now maybe 32 oil derricks can do it to knock Zugspitze out once and for all. Walls coming in there. He's got his little special area to protect the Harvesters. We were seeing other players doing it with a little bit of space behind the refinery. On this map, the walls, I think, are not possible to deploy in that way on that refinery. Over there on the left side, I think the map terrain makes it impossible. So you do have to do the space to the side if you want to protect your harvester instead of the space behind. Dojo will deploy in the middle. 32 oil derricks. He's going to try to escape with that tank buster. He was just roller skating down the hill there and ends up just going into his hidey hole. Once again, the bonsai charge coming in, and the sudden transport is going to pick him up. He's going to jump inside of that transporting guy and head across the map. Zugspitze has got some danger to worry about. He is keeping eyes on this sudden transport. He knows what is up. He knows that his opponent is trying something sneaky. And at the same time, 32 oil derricks going for a couple of Tengus behind this. 4 Tengus here for Zugspitze. More Tengus now going to be looking to cross the map for 32 oil derricks with these tank busters. How many does he have inside of this sudden transport? Walls are set up. That's a full 5 tank busters, so that's a lot of cash. 2 of them get gunned down before anything happened, and this is still a lot of Tengus on the front line. For Zugspitze down to about half HP, and he can start pulling them back for the repairs if he wants. He's a little bit too slow there, but he still has the Tengu advantage. Can go for the big transform. Can he actually catch up, though? It looks like he will not be able to catch 32 oil derricks. And that is going to be an army value win for Zugspitze in this opening stage. Those tank busters accomplished nothing. That sudden transport accomplished nothing. And maybe he escaped with it. I'm looking for it somewhere on the map, but I'm pretty sure these are all just regular Tengus here. So I'm not sure where that sudden transport went. It may have just ended up going down. And those are definitely not sudden transports as they all fly into the sky. What about that guy? He kind of, nope, he's got guns. That guy is not a sudden transport either. As, yeah, I think that sudden transport went down, and I just did not recognize it on screen. I'm sure it was very obvious. But, unfortunately, for 32 oil derricks, he is now... The shoe is on the other foot. He is now in the reverse situation that Zugspitze was in that last game. And that delivery truck is looking good. 1 tank buster on the high ground. The DPS is going to be a little bit too much, so 32 oil derricks is going to be going for the big transform. He can go for the catch on some of these Tengus. He's going to be able to kill at least 2 in the sky, disturb some harvesters as well. He's going for the big harassment here, as there's the transform from Zugspitze. He's got repairs as well nearby. He's got quick reinforcements, and even if a harvester goes down, that is a huge army value difference here, as Zugspitze is climbing up towards a 6k army advantage. That it actually doesn't look that massive on the graph, and yet it is absolutely huge. There's going to be the tier 2. Tsunami tanks are the choice. Now, tsunami tanks, they can trade under certain circumstances extraordinarily well versus Tengus. So there is definitely a possibility that these Tengus can be cut down. However, 1, 2, maybe even 3 tsunami tanks, that's going to be a tough battle. You pretty much guarantee that you need to have some really good micro, and he sells off the walls as well, which is funny. Now, the harvester will at least get repairs, so I think he'll survive until the Tengus get back home. No, they're not even going back home. He's transformed onto the other side of the map. He's going for that power plant, and Zugspitze is not going back home to defend. He is going to deploy walls, something he's used very effectively in the past, and the harvester with the repair on from the war factory is able to push away the harassing Tengu, and now with that power plant down, that's going to be putting 32 oil derricks even further behind. He's either going to just be behind in terms of production as he's in low power mode, or he's going to be behind because he's spending almost the cost of a tank rebuilding that harvester. There's going to be the Chopper VX going for the transform. The tsunami tank is going to die. Point defensive drones are nice, but it's not enough, as there's the big transform as another Tengu goes down. Even with the VX being eliminated, Zugspitze still trades favorably. 32 oil derricks has not simply tapped out, but now he knows that that tier 2 attempt the upgrade on the mecha tank, or on the mecha bay, has been matched by his opponent. So now the dance continues. 32 Oil Derricks needs to find some way to turn things around. Again, selling off the MCV is often what players will do, but as you can see, that would put you at a point defense drone disadvantage as Zugspitze moves out. Another VX just gets added into the mix here. The Stompy Boy is expensive as that army value gets closer between the two players. Zugspitze briefly on low power mode as his MCV moves up to the high ground. And of course, with that Oil Derrick missing, there's always going to be a piece of the economy that is not present for 32 Oil Derricks. MCV on the high ground, Zugspitze might be angling towards a third refinery. That would improve his economic setup even more. Chopper VX is okay. There's the transform. The Tengu will go down. Nice kill there for Zugspitze. The harassment has not been very intense. Obviously, Zugspitze has taken a bit of Harvester harassment, losing a Harvester, I think, and then taking some damage, losing a lot of mining time. But on the other side of the map, Zugspitze has not gone for any Harvester harassing of 32 Oil Derricks. He hasn't tried to kill off really any of the Harvesters. Tank Busters inside of that building, just making this unfair fight even more unfair, as the Tengus will get the kill on the dojo, and the GG comes out as Zugspitze puts a point on the board and evens up the score 1-1. The Empire mirrors will continue until morale improves here on Epicenter Island, the setting for our third game of this series. On the left side, managing to even things up, but he is by no means in the clear. This is Zugspitze. Looking good even when he is down and out. This is 32 Oil Derricks. You have to admire the resilience. He was putting out the fires as best he could all throughout that game. He was under tremendous pressure and at a huge disadvantage versus Zugspitze after that opening, and it looks like he believes it's still a good idea, as those are 5 tank busters waiting for a sudden transport to pick them up. And there we go. All things ready to go. Uh-oh, that's a burst drone, and the burst drone has identified what is going on. Zugspitze knows what is headed in his direction. The Tengu is here and fires first. Zugspitze gets the first couple of shots off there, and he does have eyes on that sudden transport. He has a couple of burst drones roaming it right. Wait a second. That's a little bit silly there. Is that burst drone on the ground threw me for a loop. I thought it was just a perspective illusion. But no, that guy has at least a couple of tank busters inside. It's going to be 3 tank busters, so a little bit cheaper here on the Zugspitze side of the map. Meanwhile, it's a full 5 tank busters on the other side. Tengu's going to be getting jumped on. That's half of the health gone immediately. And there are a couple of Imperial Warriors as well, ready with that bonsai charge as one Tengu goes down, but he's traded back for the rest of these tank busters. One more Tengu eliminated. No, he runs out of range, and Zugspitze deals with the threat. He himself is making a run for it. Getting into the building would be amazing, as the Tengus are not able to kill the tank busters, but of course tank busters can't aim up. The Tengus retreat. The Oil Derrick is safe. Both players spending a decent amount of cash on that opening. And Zugspitze, he loses the Tengu for it, but he kills all of the tank busters. He gets the sudden transport, probably. Once again, I failed to see where the sudden transport actually went, but everything's in the sky. So the sudden transport must have gone down, and the tank busters with it. Unfortunately for 32 Oil Derricks, he won't have that as a tool to utilize a little bit later, And I don't know if the tank busters also went down, but there's nothing in this building now. So one way or the other, the tank busters have either evacuated out to this building in the north, or they are now gone. A little bit of harassment coming in. There's some walls being sold off. Harvester already transformed. And with that War Factory repair, the Harvester is going to be A-OK versus that Tengu. There's the big transform. Oil derrick goes down. Transform on both sides as one player transforms to kill the oil derrick and the other player transforms to attack. Oil derrick down does mean that Zugspitze will have an economic advantage over time. He does have a very slight advantage here in total resources gathered, and also with the little bit of harassment there was some lost mining time as well. And there we go, the sudden transport moving out. I'm gonna guess this is Zugspitze's sudden transport, as he must have a couple of units inside of it. He's healed back up to full HP, and he's got it disguised as a little yellow dot crossing the map. As the Tengus move in, it's going to be an all-out dogfight, as it is a fight over top of that War Factory. Both players incurring some heavy losses, but on the other side of the map, it's going to be a Harvester that is under threat. It's the 3 tank busters from before, and they're hoping to get the kill on that Harvester. The Harvester running for the protection of those Tangus, for the protection of that War Factory, and that's a dead Harvester, as a dead Tengu might go down as well, and it turns out tank busters can shoot up. We've seen it happen, and now we've seen it with our own eyes. They can't hide from us forever, as a Tengu goes down, and the Harvester does manage to survive. Tank busters are going to have to be sacrificed here, as I don't think... Oh my gosh, is this sudden transport actually going to escape, with a huge crowd of Tengus there watching those tank busters just skate away, and now they're going to come back. He's going to try and find another timing here. He roams in and he says, I think you'll just have transformed. And he's going to be supporting this second wave of harassment, as surely the Tengus will transform on top of it this time. And there they go. The sudden transport is dead in the water. No! He disguises himself and he escapes again. That sudden transport manages to find the way out yet again. And now it's just hanging out over there. The Tengus have transformed back into the sky. He's building a power plant. He sells his MCV. And now the ore refineries can get back to producing Harvesters like they were meant to. The engineer will get sniped, and the power plant will be getting knocked down. Once again, the transport moves in. The third time will not be lucky, as finally 32 oil derricks gets the kill, but his MCV is gone. His point defense drones have been applied for the last time there. And, well, it is a good start to game number 3 for Zugspitze. And it might just have to be a GG go next for 32 oil derricks, as he is getting clobbered in the middle of the map. The GG comes out, and Zugspitze puts his second point on the board. And that'll send us to Temple Prime Reloaded, the big eco map here in the qualifier. On the right side, looking to even things up. This is 32 oil derricks. He needs to take us back to parity. He needs to take us back to an even match score, because on the left side, he's playing Cyan. It's the Empire. This is Zugspitze. Unfortunately, we do still have just blue versus blue Empire Mirror. That is what we've got. Empire Mirror, 7 games in a row here on the lower bracket qualifier. But then we move on to a different match. I think it's Harlan versus OP Shizhao. And depending on how OP Shizhao is playing, that should not be mirror matchups. Harlan playing Soviets, I would have to guess, and OP Shizhao possibly playing random, maybe playing allies, maybe playing Empire. So either way, with the random, we should not be ending up in a mirror matchup situation. Look at all those tank busters ready and raring to go. And look at that sudden transport, which I will watch die again and just not register it. just like the previous times. And then I'll wonder what happened to that sudden transport. I don't think that's a flying sudden transport from Zugspitze. We do have a couple of tank busters roaming around the map for Zugspitze, but unless he has got some seriously new tech, those flying Tengus are not a truly transformed sudden transport. However, the sudden transport has been spotted out. Zugspitze knows about it. Tengus are possibly crossing the map. There's 3 Tengus kind of having their eyes being checked on by the burst drone. That burst drone keeping its eyes on the Tengus of 32 oil derricks, and now 32 oil derricks is moving in. The harvester shows up to the fight, but oh, that's all of the tank busters in one fell swoop there. I just wish we knew what happened to the sudden transport. If only we knew. One of the tank busters goes down right at the start of the fight there, and Zugspitze is going to be able to push 32 oil derricks away. Where did that sudden transport go? It's the mystery of the ages here. This is not a fight that you want to engage in if you're 32 oil derricks. He's going to lose 2 Tengus on exit there. One transformed early and was able to escape. Zugspitze doesn't actually need to chase this last Tengu all the way away, although it would be fun if one of these players decided to go for this airport in a mirror matchup. Producing an extra engineer, spending the extra 500 buckaroos is not always advised. And real quick, that is a sneaky boy. I'm going to guess that's Zugspitze. And once again, if you sell off your MCV, then you don't have point defense drones, but maybe you could use the engineer to grab that airport, and then you didn't actually spend the 500 bucks on the engineer. You just get the repairs for free when they are transformed. Tank buster on the high ground, going to be slowly trying to knock down that oil derrick. Once again, Zugspitze trying to get that slight advantage for his economy. Hasn't always worked out in the previous games, but once again, Zugspitze trying to get his tank buster to safety inside of that building, inside of the temple, perhaps. A couple of tank busters would be nice to mix in with this army. When it's Tengu versus Tengu, it can get quite messy. Tsunami tanks are now here for 32 oil derricks. He's starting to cross the map. He's already lost the Tengu fight. He lost the Tengu fight by going for 5 tank busters that all died inside of a sudden transport. And now the Tengus are seeing these tsunami tanks in the middle of the map. That tank buster jumps inside of the building. The sudden transport for one of the players is moving out there, and the Tengus have been spotted by a VX. Stomping its way around the map. The tank buster gonna hop on out, and we'll start tagging that oil derrick once again. Tsunami tanks looking to fight against the walls of oppression from Zugspitze, and they're the harvester once again with the repair from that war factory is going to be absolutely fine. Zugspitze will get the oil derrick eventually. He will knock that down, and that is a relatively safe target to kill off for the Cyan Empire player. Although maybe he won't, just in the nick of time. The units do show up. The Tengus will be here to kill off the tank buster, and that boy is going down. Oil derrick is down below half HP, but slowly repairing back up to full, and there is a sudden transport somewhere on this map that I have just lost sight of. I do still have it selected. Oh, there it is. There it is, walking out on the water. And finally, we are able to trace what happens to some of these sudden transports. The game has gone on long enough that I feel like 32 oil derricks, even though he may not win the Tengu fight, he's built up enough choppers, enough VXs, enough tsunami tanks that he could potentially take a fight here if the angle is good, if the positioning is good. In the meantime, he is going to be going for his opponent's oil derrick, so he's almost going to get a guaranteed kill here. There's almost no way for Zugspitze to stop this, and there we go. It dies nice and easy, nice and safe. Point defense drones are here for Zugspitze, so he has a little bit of extra HP to work with for a few moments. Where are the point defense drones coming out from his opponent? Everyone is grouped together. There we go. Point defense drones activated. The Tengus not point defense drone activated though, and Ooh, Zugspitze almost gets caught out in the open here. He's going to be taking a little bit of extra damage from these VXs. Point defense drones get slapped right off of those units, and there's going to be a bit more harvester harassment here for Zugspitze. Oil Derricks is missing out on some harvesting time, and he's also now going to be taking a little bit of more damage onto his refinery as the honorable discharge activates there. Harvester gets back to work. Not a ton of lost mining time, but a bit of lost mining time. However, now that both players are sitting on that oil derrick-less life, the economy is even in the sense of they both have 2 harvesters. So the economic advantage that Zugspitze had early on won't really continue to exist unless he continues to harass. And in that case, it will exist because that lost mining time can add up, or missing harvesters can subtract from what you can spend on the army. Big transform as Zugspitze looks to engage. The VXs managed to get a kill, and it looks like the Tsunami Tank's leading the charge for 32 Oil Derricks. He's going to try and chip away at this army as they retreat. He activated his nano deflectors to be able to catch up. There's the fresh point defense drones reapplied onto the front line, and it's going to be a numbers advantage for 32 Oil Derricks, but the chopper VXs are actually just on the ground not doing anything. So is it really a numbers advantage as we have the reinforcements coming in for Zugspitze? Harassment on the other side of the map as well, as Zugspitze looks to push 32 Oil Derricks back. Getting a VX on the ground there as reinforcements coming in. Tengu's getting in on this fight, so even if the tanks were in favor of 32 Oil Derricks, he's got more targets to worry about. 32 Oil Derricks army falls to pieces there as he looks for a good angle, he looks for a good engagement, and he just doesn't find it. Elite status for one of these Tsunami Tanks. Can he go heroic? The answer is no. Not yet, not so far, as the harassment didn't actually clean up any harvesters, it looks like. But Zugspitze can now force the issue here as he moves in with his Tsunami Tanks. He will go heroic, he will go golden with one of those tanky guys. Those treads are looking good as the GG comes out, and Zugspitze manages to get his 3rd win. 32 Oil Derricks is going to have to turn things around in game number 5. Nobody captured the airport on that last map, but maybe here on Industrial Strength, someone will grab the garage. Will it be the Cyan Empire in the north? Will it be Zugspitze? Or will it be the Red Empire in the south with lots of walls? Will it be 32 Oil Derricks? No fog, 1v1. We really need an alternate name for this guy. We need a better name for the intros, as the dojos will fight each other. Are they both camping each other well enough that it won't actually be captured? Is this going to be like tremendously expensive? Okay, no. One Oil Derrick does manage to get grabbed. Engineer, it looks like, did get flattened as well. So I think Zugspitze is now down. Ooh, he's going to get gunned down. No, he clears out the building just in time. And both players do manage to grab both Oil Derricks. An Imperial Warrior gets crushed there as well. And it looks like 32 Oil Derricks is getting the better of the exchange in the north. Maybe Zugspitze is getting better of the exchange in the south. But if Zugspitze doesn't clear out those buildings, then he's also not even going to have an Oil Derrick to work with at any point in this game. Dojo gets shut down, so if I'm looking at this correctly, 32 Oil Derricks might be like 800 credits ahead in terms of units lost up to this point. Engineer, he counts down. He's like 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna grab it. Oops, gotta tie my shoes first as he walks around there. And 32 Oil Derricks ends up killing an engineer, killing a bunch of Imperial Warriors, and ends up with both Oil Derricks. Although, of course, he didn't get the cashback bonus on this one in the south, but he does now control both. Dojo moving out. He's going to be getting a little bit of scouting there on exactly what Zugspitze is doing. And he might actually just kill this dojo before it can deploy anything. Nope, it looks like it barely does survive, and the Imperial Warrior will trade his life there. But it's an early start, very nicely done here for 32 Oil Derricks. He may also be on low power mode for a moment here, as this dojo on the front line, giving him build radius to put up these walls, is also turning his lights off back at home. Harassment coming in. Nope, it's just a burst drone on the other side of the map. 32 Oil Derricks. He has got a slow but steady advantage. Can he find a bigger and better advantage as time goes on? Tengu's looking good for the current moment, and the army value numbers are maybe a little bit put off by the fact that 32 Oil Derricks has so many more Imperial Warriors spread throughout the map. So the army value numbers are not totally representative, but these fights can be quite even depending on who's got the faster reinforcements. And he's just going for it. He's going to go for the big harassment. He doesn't care if he loses the Oil Derrick. It'll take a moment for it to be gunned down. And in the meantime, these Tengus can harass these harvesters. This is a lot of lost mining time here. It's 2 harvesters, but 0 of them are working at the current moment for 32 Oil Derricks. So Zugspitze is going to try and do the same thing on the other side of the map. He has managed to knock down a little bit of the harvesting time, but he hasn't been able to actually knock down the harvesters. At least as far as I know, they both had 2 this whole time. It's just it's more about who's actually working, as 32 Oil Derricks does manage to catch 1 Tengu, but it gets traded back 1 for 1 as they now go 2 for 2. But of course, the numbers advantage is on 32 Oil Derrick's side. There's going to be the big transform from Zugspitze, and as we saw in game number 1, when 32 Oil Derricks gets an advantage, he does not just throw it away, he does not just do nothing with it. And as we saw in the other games, even when 32 Oil Derricks is at a disadvantage and is losing the game, he still fights hard. He still puts everything that he's got on the line to try and win the game. He almost gets trapped against the wall there as the MCV was about to go on a destruction derby run. But nope, the MCV does not manage to get the squish. The crush doesn't come through, and the Tengu's now going to be going down. Lost mining time is one thing, but if you give away too many Tengu's to pull it off, it won't matter. MCV gonna pack back up, gonna look for the crush. There's 3 Tengu's right there. That's a lot of dead Tengu's as these harvesters are going down. Zugspitze isn't gonna have the economy to be able to recover. There's still an Oil Derrick on the other side of the map, but no, 1 harvester does manage to survive. He was down to $0 in the bank. He had like 1, so if he would have lost that harvester, that would have been like, can you even afford to rebuild your harvesters? It would have been absolute devastation there. 0 harvesters and $0 in the bank. But Zugspitze at least has 1 harvester, and he did win the fight with the Tengus. So he did cut down his opponent's Tengus. Part of the reason he was able to cut down his opponent's Tengus is 32 Oil Derricks went tier 2. So now there is a tech advantage on the 32 Oil Derrick side of the map. Zugspitze is looking for the easy target. He knows he can get a safe kill on this Oil Derrick, and that is what he's going for. You also saw him apply the point defense drones on top of his harvester as well, to try and get as much safety, to try and get as much value as he possibly can, and the harvester will heal back up. But again, this is lost mining time for Zugspitze, and the tsunami tank comes in to break the back of Zugspitze. That's the kill that he didn't want to see reported, as Zugspitze's defense falls apart here. Maybe he can keep holding on, but this is too many harvester losses. He got the Oil Derrick on the other side of the map, but it is a disaster back home for the Cyan Empire. Meanwhile, these 2 harvesters on the red side of the map just continuing to work away and harvest. Another harvester coming online, another harvester sent away from the front line. so that he can go and be safe for a few moments here. These two tsunami tanks being unbelievably annoying as this harvester cannot even be produced. Zugspitze can't rebuild his harvester because he bought a tier 2 upgrade for his mecha bay that he's not going to be able to produce any units with because his harvesters are offline for so long. Point defense drones come up, and the tsunamis may eventually go down, but they have done their damage. This has bought so much time for 32 Oil Derricks to do whatever he wants. The MCV is going to have to be sacrificed here just to build a unit for Zugspitze. Tengu's moving in. A big transform could solve everything. There's a double transform from Zugspitze to try and get the VX. Maybe he gets the kill, but he trades it back. He doesn't even get the VX. Everything goes down, and the GG comes out. 32 Oil Derricks gets the win in game number 5. And that'll send us to Mers Landing for our next Empire Mirror. In the north, rocking the orange, this is 32 Oil Derricks. And in the south, fallen behind early on, not able to bring it back, it's Zugspitze. And that's the thing with these Empire Mirror matchups. You could be, 3-0 and then lose 4 in a row because of just very slight split-second decisions that happen. The Oil Derricks are not so pokery on this version of the map. The Oil Derricks have already been captured on both sides. That industrial strength, that has some real pokery Oil Derricks there out in the middle, especially when it's 2 high-level Empire players. And then in this case, it's still a little bit of a walk to get to your Oil Derrick. Every Empire or every Allied and Soviet player knows how dangerous the walk is for their engineer. In this case, Imperial Warriors going to clear out the forces of 32 Oil Derricks, and Zugspitze is going to try and grab this. Is the Tengu going to be able to clean up the engineer? Maybe the walls can block him off. I'm not actually sure. This kind of feels like in StarCraft 2, if you're playing a Terran Mirror, you can land your barracks or factory or starport on someone else's reactor and make use of it. So you don't actually have to build the reactor, but you can get value out of it. And that is a real Tengu here to help join the fight. It's a fight for the Oil Derrick on both sides of the map. Additional dojos produced by both players, and it looks like it won't result in anything. This Imperial Warrior is going to be saved by the walls of 32 Oil Derricks. The Harvester needs to just swap over to his guns for just a moment there. And 32 Oil Derricks might actually lose this Oil Derrick if he's not careful. Zugspitze coming in. He does trade out 1-for-1 on those Tengus. Now he needs to get out of there. The engineer just in time. No! Too slow! 32 Oil Derricks gets the kill. The walls almost saved it, but they didn't. The engineer goes down. Well played there to 32 Oil Derricks. Zugspitze, is he really trying again? Is he really trying again? Okay, the wall, I think, will be in time. He pauses the engineer there for a moment. He's got 1,500 in the bank, so he is fighting this out, and his macro is slipping. The engineer might... Oh, I think he canceled it. I couldn't actually tell. Maybe there was a dead engineer on the inside there because of this Tengu kind of glitched on top of the building. But at any rate, it is now done and dusted. And the Harvester actually goes down there. So Zugspitze is still getting some value. He is still getting some damage done onto the 32 Oil Derrick side of the map. And there's going to be the transform of the Tengu. And he will manage to escape, it looks like. Zugspitze does also have those walls there, giving him a little bit of presence, I guess, around this Oil Derrick. It's not useful, but maybe it could be. As the Harvester gets back to work, 32 Oil Derricks rebuilds that Harvester, And maybe with the Harvester kill, that kind of evens things out a little bit here between these two players. Transport is moving out. I'm not sure if this was produced at a time where 32 oil derricks could have seen it. This might be a true sneaky transport heading out onto the right side of the map. I don't see any Tengus moving their way south. Okay, he did spot it. No, he spotted the Imperial Warrior. Okay, so there's going to be an attempt here by Zugspitze to try something sneaky. He is covering it with his own Tengus. So if 32 oil derricks is just hunting the Tengus of his opponents, he is going to find this. This is a lot of Tengus. There's a transform, and there the sudden transport has been found out. The harassment will continue, but it's one tank buster. So do you transform your units for this and let that Harvester harass continue? It's once again going to be some lost mining time, and there's going to be the Harvester, the sneaky disguise for that sudden transport, as he will manage to escape. He turns right back around, and the juking, the jiving from these two players. The dance, but there's the transform, so now the sudden transport is safe. Everybody's in the sky, and he's trying to bait him in, I guess. There's the big transform from these Tengus. They don't quite get the surround. They don't quite get the body block, so it's going to be up to the rest of the Tengus. This buys a lot of time, I guess. I don't know that Zugspitze is going to be able to do anything with that time. He is harassing. Once again, this Harvester is going to have to escape. And once again, that honorable discharge going to be doing a bit of damage to the building there. Maybe with the split up of these Tengus, has Zugspitze actually found a good angle here? I don't know, half of the Tengus are down here on the low ground on the water, so I guess the sudden transport will be able to survive, and at the very least, the point defense drones were not completely distributed across this army. The wall coming up here, but it's kind of separating out this one Tengu by itself. Harvester go very low on HP there, and the Tengu will not get the kill. The honorable discharge not able to kill off that Harvester, and Zugspitze loses a couple of Tengus in a row there, as the sudden transport is still somewhere on the map. He's back at the oil derrick, baby, as he is looking to kill that off. And it'll take a minute for those units to actually be able to save that oil derrick. They either have to drive on the ground the long way, or they have to wait for the transform timer to reset. And 32 oil derricks doesn't care that much. He is going to be crossing the map. There's a big fight of the Tengus. Zugspitze does have the repair on his side, so if 32 oil derricks commits in for the attack, he will have to keep that in mind, and a good choice here. Just go for the oil derrick. I'll knock that down, and you can see the oil derricks were very similar timing between these two players, but the income advantage for Zugspitze is about 3K. That's pretty much all lost mining time, plus the now 2 Harvesters that he's killed. He's going for a 3rd Harvester here. In that last game, 32 oil derricks managed to kill the Harvesters when Zugspitze ran out of money, and 32 oil derricks doesn't have a lot of spare cash here. The honorable discharge once again does not kill off that Harvester, but this is a big cloud of Tengus moving over. Is Zugspitze going to look for an engagement here? It's 1 Harvester offline, no oil derrick for 32 oil derricks. He's out of cash. He can't finish that other Harvester. He needs to get back to work to keep his hopes alive in this game. The point defense drones burn off for both players. Reapplied for 32 oil derricks, and he transforms immediately after. Zugspitze on the other side of the map is going to transform all of his Tengus and apply those point defense drones. The sudden transport has actually survived down to like 1 HP, but he did survive, and now the Harvester is back online, rebuilt, renewed, refreshed, and 32 oil derricks is back in this game. He is down on army, so he has to be very careful about how he handles these engagements. Neither one of these players in any of the games have found that miracle engagement where they're down big on army supply and they're able to chip away at their opponent. They're able to find some miracle angle. They're able to separate their opponent with walls. They haven't been able to find that yet, but those are the sorts of things that we're looking for in this next couple of moments here. We'll see what Zugspitze can get done with his army here. He hasn't brought the whole thing. There's a big cloud of Tengus over there that's not in this fight, so there is an army advantage here with the Tengus of 32 Oil Derricks, and this Chopper VX is also here, not doing anything in this fight. Tank Buster going to be able to get a couple of kills here, as the Tsunami tanks have mostly gone down on the side of 32 Oil Derricks. There's still 2 Tsunami tanks left, a third one joining the fray for Zugspitze, and he hasn't brought his Tengus in to the fight yet. Tsunami's moving forward once again. The Harvester offline. 32 Oil Derricks economy in shambles here as another Harvester gets eliminated. The Tsunami tanks get the kills, and there's the big wait for Zugspitze. Will the big transform finally come through? No, he transforms one Tengu to try and get the Harvester, and he gets the Harvester. 700 bucks in the bank. Can you build another Harvester? The answer is no. 32 Oil Derricks has to do something to get his economy back online, but right now it's dead in the water and it's not coming back. 32 Oil Derricks is out of the tournament. He has to pull off a true miracle here. $12 in the bank, sell the MCV, sell a refinery, sell something. It's going to be the MCV. He's got now the cash to get himself back online. He's got the Harvesters started up, and the sudden transport will finally go down. One last chance, one last hope here for 32 Oil Derricks. Again, it's going to have to be a true miracle here to pull back the game. That's the miracle play right there. Engineer under cover of darkness, the fog of war here, and the sudden transport heads out. The army is almost going to catch it. Zugspitze moves down to the south. He's been favoring this half of the map with a lot of his Tengus. He's been looking for that harassment. Does the lone Tsunami tank get through? It does for the moment. The GG comes out, and 32 Oil Derricks doesn't have the time. Zugspitze will advance into the seeding match. He will be the 3rd or 4th seed out of this qualifier, but let's find out who's joining him in that seeding match. And we're finally here, back on Battle Base Beta for the final best of 7 of the BattleNet qualifier. We know our top 4 going into the playoffs of Gathering Storm, but we don't know the order. In the north, playing the purple, this is Harlan. And in the south, rocking the Cyan Empire, this is Zugspitze. Both of these guys playing incredibly well throughout this event, falling down sort of at the last hurdle in the upper bracket. Zugspitze versus Mirage Tank, Harlan versus DDF, and then they both won their lower bracket matches to qualify for playoffs. And now the question is, which one of them will be the 3rd seed and which one of them will be the 4th seed? Now, someone in the comments said, why do you have them play a best of 7? Can't you just decide a seeding match with like a best of 3 or even a best of 1? And actually, that's a good point. This totally could have been a best of 1 or a best of 3 just to see which way the seeding is going. But also, when I was planning all of this out, I was thinking it's going to be unsatisfying to see these players working towards each other and then to not get that final match to see which one of them actually wins. So I wanted to make it a best of 7 because the previous round was also a best of 7, and that's what we ended up. But no, it definitely is not necessary. It isn't needed to make this all the way to a best of 7. Could definitely be a best of 3 just to see which one gets seeded 1st, 2nd, and then 3rd, 4th. This Oil Derrick capture is crazy late from Zugspitze. His MCV is moving out into the middle of the map, and we also do have the super reactor finished up finally for the Soviet player. Middle of the map will fall to the Soviet player, so the Empire is going to be giving up on that at least momentarily. We'll see where this MCV ends up going, because of course this terror drone is going to be running right past the engineer. 2 minutes and 42 seconds there. Barely will get the capture in time. And this Tengu, I think, has enough health to make it all the way back to the protection of that. He's gonna die. Terror drone ends up going down. Tengus get the kill, but that terror drone did manage to do its job and do it well, as the third refinery is coming online a bit faster for the Soviet player than for the Empire. Harlan versus Zugspitze. Not a matchup I've seen, I mean, maybe once before, but not very often have I seen these guys meet in a tournament setting. And we didn't get to see it in the upper bracket, so I am very glad to see that we have a best of 7 between these two players here in the lower bracket. Tier 2 on this Mecha Bay. Tsunami tanks, VXs, both potentially on the menu here for the Empire player. Barracks being added on, of course, for the Tesla Trooper. I'm sure we're going to see tons of Tesla Troopers from the Soviet player. One would be nice. Always nice to see a Tesla Trooper. As Zugspitze, he knows that he is fighting into a Soviet player with a faster third refinery. Soviet player who got his oil derrick a lot faster as well. And for the current moment, the harassment has not been landing. VX gets pushed away. Bullfrog on the front line, conscripts and hammer tanks as well. Although, with no crusher crane, the damage is kind of permanent. Of course, hammer tanks can leech back up to full health. Very nicely timed there at the last second before the tank buster gets the kill. The hammer tank steals the flak weapon. Very nicely done there. But where's the third refinery? The terror drone is expecting that there is a third refinery on the low ground. There isn't. It's just walls here on the high ground. VX is going to be looking for an alternate path. Is Zugspitze just abandoning his MCV? I'm not sure what's going on here. Bear is going to be going in for the scout. The terror drone scouts the low ground. The Bear scouts the high ground as the hammer tanks push on forward. Conscripts will clear out the building, and the refinery is being shut down. The harvester will be taken offline by that Tengu, but the MCV is, I think, about to be offline as these hammer tanks push that MCV away. Bullfrogs moving into position, and the VX is going down. 1 eliminated, 2 eliminated, and the hammer tanks continuing to push down that MCV. Tank busters are out onto the front line, but they're going to get crushed. 1 down, 2 down. The third gets the kill, but the MCV is gone for the Empire player, and that game was nothing after all that build-up, all that hype. Game 1 of round 9 goes unceremoniously to Harlan. And if the games are all like that, then it could have been a best of 3, but we shall see if the Empire can bounce back. On the left, this is Zugspitze, opening up 3 refineries nice and early. On the right, playing the purple, this is Harlan. Of course, big thanks to Tim from MediaStorm for the tournament sponsorship. Absolutely massive for him to come through with the prize pool for this event. And of course, big thanks to the Gathering Storm BattleNet qualifier referees, Leanne Lee, Toolman, Jukalitter, the Double Star 2 guy, all of you folks who helped make the BattleNet qualifier happen. It is nice to finally be getting to the end of it. I'm excited for playoffs to begin. And of course, we already have our first 4 players lined up here in the BattleNet side of the qualifier. But it has been a long time coming, and these videos got way super delayed, unfortunately. But now that we're done with the BattleNet qualifier, moving on to the CCO qualifier. Fewer players on that side, so a lot less games overall. And because of that, we will be progressing through that event a little bit quicker. And, well, either way, it's been phenomenal in terms of the gameplay quality. There have been so many absolute bangers of games and whole series throughout the BattleNet qualifier, so I'm super excited to see how the CCO qualifier is turning out, and hopefully the game quality over there is just as good. Although this game number 1 of this series is not a good representation of that. The game quality overall has been much higher than that previous game there on Battle Base Beta. Tengu is here to help push away that sickle. Third refinery finally on the way for Harlan, and he's down a little bit in the total resources gathered. He's going to be down even more if he ends up losing some of these harvesters. For the current moment, the harvesters are just offline. They're not actually working away at building a bigger, better, brighter future for the Soviet Union. Now they're back to work. This bear way up here in the north getting the scout on that section of the map. Terror drones going to be a little bit too late for this refinery. They are coming in hot, though. This terror drone's swimming through the water, and the Tengus are here to guard it. So even if the terror drone would have had the timing right, the Tengus would have spotted it out and would have hopefully been able to save that refinery core. Tengus spot the terror drone, and they might be able to transform in the perfect spot to be able to get the kill on that terrific boy. That's what the terror in terror drone stands for. Terrific, I'm sure. Perfect little stasis there. He's dodging and weaving. Those Tengus are on the wrong side of that engagement as the Imperial Warriors clean up that building. And the 4th refinery will be spotted here as this terror drone shows up, realizes that he can't actually infect that harvester. He will go down, and so he's going to have to find a different way to be effective, as once again, that denying the mining can be very powerful, but in this case, it won't really happen. Tengu's coming in. There is walls on one side and a sentry gun on the other, so for the current moment, that harvester is safe. Buildings getting taken over, getting traded back. Tengu's scared away from the main base. They will just transform, be annoying over here at the water expansion. 4 refineries to 3. Now a 6K total resources gathered difference between these two players. You can see basically from the first moment there was a bit of an advantage for the Empire player, of course, with the faster refineries. He can build those refs more quickly. This MCV eventually is going to have to, pack up and leave, as the crusher crane has been built somewhere over there, and the airfield is now on the way. Yari Minisub already present in this location, and the terror drone will be here to camp out on top of this harvester. As soon as it gets built, it's already infected, and I guess he could kill off the bear if he wants, but he's going to try and get 1 or 2 loads of ore, and then that's as good as you can ask for. As the bear goes down, the harvester will eventually be eliminated. But a fantastic eco opening for this Empire player, and already the harvester is back online. He knew that the harvester was going to die to that terror drone, so he was already building another one there. And game number 1 went terribly for Zugspitze, but game number 2 feels like it is going phenomenally for Zugspitze. The Empire is having a much better showing here on Epicenter Island rather than Battle Base Beta. And of course, it's always nice to open up a best of 7 with a back and forth. We don't want to see a shutout on the game score, especially if the games don't feel that way. Tengu's moving out on the north. Bullfrogs are here in the south. Hammer tanks and 1 twin blade as well. These tank busters are just being eliminated one by one. Bear's not even really needed to make this part of the fight happen, but it will be a split map scenario. VXs and Tengus going to be harassing on the right side of the map as the Hammer Tanks, the Bullfrogs, and the Twin Blades moving in on the left side of the map. Both players going to be going all out against each other, but their armies have passed on opposite sides of the map, and you have to decide, do we turn around to defend back at home, or do we stay fully committed and locked in for this attack? That's a tier 2 mecha bay that can get dumped on by all of these attacking units. On the left side of the map, another Tsunami Tank shows up. We'll be able to kill perhaps one of these attacking units. A Bullfrog or a Hammer Tank will end up going down here as the Twin Blades helping to get the kill on the tier 2 mecha bay. That's the end of the War Factory production for this Empire player, as the Hammer Tanks are looking to suck the gun away from that Tsunami Tank. There's another Tsunami Tank on the high ground. I don't think Zugspitze really realizes that he has these units here. He could have potentially knocked down one of those Twin Blades. He could have potentially knocked down some of these Hammer Tanks, as one of them has gone fully elite and is worried about what is going on the other side of the map, as most of the units end up turning around, and it will be a trade of War Factories, one for the other, as the Twin Blades come back onto the other side of the map, but they have outpaced the Bullfrogs and the Tengu, getting a bit of damage there, but the VX will end up going down. The Harvester offline, now the Harvester dead. Slowly but surely, the chip damage from that Tengu managed to kill it off. MCV possibly being rebuilt. Tsunami Tanks can still be constructed out there on the water. A second naval yard as well, way out here, as there is no Sea Wing production in the north for this Empire player. This game turning very messy very quickly. Double vet Bullfrog versus the hero of the Empire. The air wins out in that battle. The Bullfrog goes down, and this VX is just putting out insane DPS onto this map as the Hammer Tanks chew their way through those power plants, and there is just not much left on the ground that will not be blasted to bits. But on the other side of the map, it's going to be the Chopper VX and a couple of Tengus that are trying to knock down the rest of the base. And I guess once you get out onto the water, it is the Empire that has the advantage. The Hammer Tanks are nowhere to be seen, and the Tengus can defend here on the water. VX getting a couple of shots against those Twin Blades, and the Bullfrogs are going to get trapped by this Tsunami Tank, kind of. Tsunami Tank ends up going down, takes a hammer with it, as this Chopper VX has its work cut out for it, but at least it can kill all of the buildings on the Soviet side. There is nothing that can escape from that VX. It may take a long time, but the Hammer Tanks can never kill these units and these buildings out on the water. The MCV has been rebuilt. Sea Wing is here, but this is two fully heroic Twin Blades. The Tengus may need to be brought back home as these Twin Blades take a bit of damage, but they're going to be able to escape, and the Tengus are going to give chase. There's one Bullfrog left on the high ground, going to be pushing away that Tengu, and with no repairs, only these heroic Twin Blades can heal back up. Ore refinery will slowly but surely go down. Power plant's going to be possibly coming back online. All of the harvesters are gone for this Soviet player. He has $1,000 in the bank, but not much that he can do with it. No production, no MCV, no build queue of any kind, of any description, and it's all up to these Twin Blades. Harvester back online, out there on the water. Zugspitze keeping his hopes alive. And Harlan, I think, literally cannot win this game, but he is going to be still trying. It is a base race in some sense. The Twin Blades could, in theory, win, but if the Tengus come back and the Sea Wings are here, then I don't think the Twin Blades will have the uptime to kill all of these units. The GG comes in. Zugspitze wins out the Chaos game on Epicenter Island. 9, nearly 10 grand in the bank at the end of the game because he just couldn't build anything. But Zugspitze, a win is a win. And that will send us to Infinity Isle for game number 3. The purple Soviets let the chaos get away from him in that last one. Couldn't win out on one island. But how about an infinite island? This is Harlan. Turns out going to the water was the right move because tanks can't swim in the Cyan. This is Zugspitze. Unless, of course, they are tsunami tanks, in which case they actually can swim. And in that case, it could have gone out onto the water and killed those buildings. But hammer tanks cannot swim, and so Zugspitze ties up the score 1-1. Always nice when at least there's 1 point on the board for both players. And from here on out, there will be no clean sweep. It is very nerve-wracking getting up to like those 2 or 3 games. If you haven't won a single one, going 0-3 in a best of 7 does feel impossible. And that's right. This is a best of 7. So 1 game apiece does not change things too much. Of course, it is always nice to get that first win out of the way, but Infinity Isle, as we talked about, both players are going to be super familiar with this. Decent amount of build varieties and options for each player. So far, nothing too unusual. We do have the super reactor on the backside just there in case he wants to walk his way over to the oil refinery on the water. But the MCV is actually going to deploy on the low ground, so he sees the oil derrick taking the damage. He sees the dojo blocking his third. He wanted to do something else for just a moment, and now his MCV is packed back up. Bears are going to get shut down for now. The tank busters are just going to die to the sickles. They do not come out of that stasis in time to get down into their hidey holes, so that is it for that little group of infantry. One final Imperial warrior running away for all he's worth, but the walls from his own team will keep him out. If you couldn't win, you should not have come home. 2 Tengus versus 2 Sickles, but of course the Tengus have to stay on the ground because of the Bullfrog. Hammer Tank coming in, Flag Trooper, as well as many walls as possible, just to be annoying, as Zugspitze looks to start up his own 3rd refinery. Tier 2 available on the Mecha Bay as well, so both players equalizing quite a bit here. Airfield on the way for the Soviet player. And as these walls eventually get broken down, there will be a 3rd refinery on the high ground. But he can also, he can start it out here on the water with the help of that airfield burst drone, getting an eye that there is a base crawl happening, and there will be a terror drone sent around the south side of the island. No easy naval yard or naval expansion for this terror drone to harass. He'll have to look for other options, which are a bit closer to the war factory. We'll see if the harvester switches over. There's going to be the stasis and the impact. That terror drone could have potentially gone for a more juicy target, but will end up just tagging this harvester, and the harvester may end up dying before it actually gets in range of those repair drones. The Tengu's brought in, and yeah, that harvester is going to die. The war factory is too far away. The terror drone does escape for the current moment, but does get gunned down, so no stasis micro to try and save that terror drone, and another terror drone on the move. So unfortunately for Harlan, he will not get the easy kill on that ore refinery core, but at the same time, this has distracted the forces of Zugspitze, and now he has multiple vectors to worry about. Terror drone going to be moving in. Chopper VX transforms onto the ground, but he's out of range of that twin blade apparently, and so he doesn't start firing until just now. Twin blade will be able to escape. Terror drone still dancing around out on the other side. No, he got the impact on the harvester. That's 2 dead harvesters for Zugspitze, so Harlan getting fantastic value out of these terror drones, and the terror drone does not manage to chain infect, so for now those Tengus are safe. 3rd refinery up, Crusher Crane is up as well, and well, do we have a little cliff? I think that's an MCV cell right there on the graph. You can see where the MCV got cashed in to give a nice boost to Harlan's economy. So, no, it's right there. The MCV is literally right there. So what is this? That must be the harvesters getting killed or something. What is that cliff going upwards for the purple side of the economy? Either way, Naval Yard does get deployed. Refinery canceled for the current moment. MiGs bursting that drone. And in the middle of the map, the walls continue to keep those hammer tanks away from that Empire MCV. Strikers moving forward. Twin Blades always looking for an angle. For now, I think it's just the one airfield. Could go 2 airfields and end up getting 8 MiGs. But a lot of players do like to stick with the 4 MiGs and then just go bullfrogs after that. Dojo going to be getting shut down here. At least the production of it will be eliminated as a couple of tank busters going down to the goop there as the Akula sub starts the harass out on the water. The repair drones are nice, but they do nothing to save that refinery. Strikers and Tengu's going to be a little bit too slow to help this out, and it looks like he's not even worried about it. Cashback will be earned by Harlan there, and this Akula sub can go back underwater. The Naval Yard gets sold off as well, so he gets out a couple of Yari mini subs, and then he says, that is it for me. Point defense drones get burned off as the Flak Trooper and these MiGs look for the fight against the Tengu's, and they do manage to get a couple of kills. Tengu's doomed as they get low health targeted down by those Twin Blades, and it's going to be low power mode momentarily for this Soviet player. For now, the reactor is actually going to be getting targeted by these Yari mini subs to keep the power offline. But this Tesla coil, if they keep body blocking for this reactor, the Tesla coil will be able to knock down one of those Yari mini subs, but at the same time, it ends up going down. Another reactor coming up, and now they can go for the airfield as the Twin Blades will attack the Yari mini subs and chase them away for the current moment. Where do they want to sacrifice themselves? Because once the lights are back on, it's going to be a lot harder to actually do anything to this base. Yeah, I mean, you can sacrifice yourself. Nope, didn't even manage to get any value for that Yari mini sub. But this is going to be 4 Chopper VXs on top of an MCV. This is an oversight by Harlan. He did not realize that he was vulnerable in this way. His MCV takes a decent amount of damage, but now the Bullfrogs will push this army away. Tengu's are going to be able to escape. The Yari mini sub continuing to harass as far as he can, but there isn't a lot of space there. The hammer tanks are a little bit angry that they almost got taken advantage of, but this refinery is up and running. Harlan, he's got those 5 harvesters, and this one is almost back to work as another Tesla coil ends up getting canceled there. And the Yari mini sub has to be very careful because Tesla coils do have quite far range, but also, you know, the refinery is out of range of that Tesla coil, so to some extent, that Yari mini sub can just hang out there and deny that harvesting for quite a while. Twin Blades being brought back over, that means they're not present on the front line. This is good intel for Zugspitze, but will he be able to do anything with it? Because Harlan's defense up to this point has been pretty solid. A couple of things have gotten through here or there, but nothing very major. A little bit of lost mining time, no huge problems, since his MCV only went down to half health, which he should probably be getting free repairs or healing that up or something. He doesn't want to be leaving that with half health when there's 4 or maybe even more VXs around. Yari mini sub eventually goes down, and with the sell-off of that Naval Yard, that might just be it. The stasis comes in from the bear as all of these units get frozen in place for the goop to take them over. Submit to the green, the beautiful glow of the toxins as the MiGs are coming in. That's 6 MiGs, so we did add on a second airfield at some point. Harlan has it here in the middle. The stasis from that terror drone, making sure that nothing can travel in that area. Bear down here getting the scout. Harlan doing a decent job of keeping eyes in lots of places on the map. Now that he's back up to his 5 harvesters, he's maybe a little bit low on cash compared to where he would be because of that slowed down harvester. The other side, Zugspitze He's got himself a nanotech mainframe. He's got himself his oil derrick still. So even though Zugspitze has taken more economic damage, he does at least have that nanotech mainframe and the oil derrick to give him that slight bit of income. And then the Wave Force Artillery knocked down the expansion on the water. Of course, with the Crusher Crane, you can get a bit of cash back for that, so it's not all a loss, but the Harvester can earn back a decent amount of value for the Soviet player. This is so many MiGs here for Harlan. He is ready to fight the Tengus and the VXs in huge numbers. Meanwhile, this ore collector for the Empire player, there's 4 ore collectors, but there's only 3 of them really working as the Twin Blades come in. And okay, only down to half HP, so not time to call in the reinforcements just yet. The sneaky Docks Corps along the edge of the map might end up getting spotted by that bear, which was planted there minutes ago, and the Harvester now offline, now back online. That's the value of saving your Harvester from earlier. What crazy bad luck is this? The random Docks Corps along the edge of the map will run into the bear that was sent down there to scout minutes ago, and now will reveal that sneaky Docks Corps. The front line starting to make its way forward onto the Soviet side of the map. King Oni and Wave Force Artillery have unlocked the aggressive posturing for the Empire player, but also Yuriko Omega is behind this army as well. Terror drones going to be brought in here to dance. Tank busters on the front line, but the bears are being dealt with. There's going to be the Emperor's Rage on top of this army. That's a lot of hammer tanks, and Twin Blades are coming in as well to support this fight, but goodbye to the Twin Blades as Yuriko blasts those bears back from the front line. Wave Force Artillery get jumped on, but that's a lot of dead Soviet units as Yuriko juggles those tanks one after the other. She gets knocked down as the bears and the terror drone find their damage. 2 units infected, toxins on top of that, and the V4 lands a shot. A lucky thing indeed versus a moving target. But the Wave Force Artillery is gonna sacrifice its own units trying to clear out those terror drones. And that's the thing about clearing out units in that way. It's a dangerous operation, and surely the MCV won't be left there on the front line. Terror drone moving in for the infect. Will he be able to get one of these units? He goes for that striker. The Twin Blades move in. That's a double kill on the strikers, and the Wave Force makes 3. Striker transforms. Twin Blades are low on health, and the reinforcements come in. The MCV is saved, but just barely. MiGs getting pushed back. Twin Blades in very low numbers. Disaster narrowly averted for both players. A couple of things going a little bit different, and that could have been game-ending for either one of them. The army for the Empire player almost survived. He could have gone back, healed up a little bit, and then gone right back onto the front line, but those last couple of units going down, Wave Force Artillery will be able to clean out this terror drone, so that's not that big of a problem. When it's an MCV, when it's something that has as big of a health pool as an MCV, losing that little bit of time to the terror drone isn't a big deal. Twin Blades moving in. 5 of them have decent burst potential as they're going to be able to knock down that Harvester. 1 volley of rockets and a couple of machine guns firing away as well. The Docks Corps made it into the corner. There's too much other stuff going on to be worried about. Terror drone gets the kill. MCV running away, but he's enraged by the Emperor, so the King Onis will blast him down. Stasis coming in to lock those King Onis in place. So close to getting the last shot, and just in range, he goes heroic as the Twin Blades roam in. They find the Wave Force Artillery, and that means this damage is permanent. These terror drones can't be stopped, but with the MCV down, the crane is all that remains. Bull Rush comes in. King Oni hero status, trying desperately to end this war factory. This stasis means nothing if you're still in range, and the Wave Force Artillery not able to save the King Oni, but he heroically sacrifices himself to get the kill perhaps that matters most. Terror drone, where are you going? I guess there's not a lot of units to infect when the war factory is this close. And this Dox Corps never actually deployed. The MCV moves back away from the front line. The war factory went down, but the Crusher Crane survived. The Soviet economy, which has been doing much better than the Empire economy, but now he has to spend all of that additional cash trying to rebuild from that last attack. Twin Blades are good. They can definitely dance around and avoid these strikers most of the time. There's too much terrain, there's too many avenues of attack for the strikers to be able to cover every angle. And the MiGs mean that you need so many Tengus with point defense drones, maybe with Emperor's Rage as well. Is he even gonna... He's not even gonna try and defend this. He knows that he would just be getting run around the map trying to knock down these Tengus. This Dox Corps could deploy, and it could totally extend this potential base race that's coming up. We have two potential ways for the Empire player to make it back into this game, and it's this MCV moving forward, and it's that Dox Corps in the corner. If he gets some combination of amazing units to outplay Harlan, then he can come through by saving himself with those units. Twin Blades on top of these strikers, point defense drones, and the Emperor's Rage will mean that they do massive damage, but it's just not enough. The Twin Blades are too good. Eureka went down to the bear, and the Crusher Crane has been eliminated. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Oh, the GG comes out. Zugspitze strikes the final blow, but it's not enough. I think he had actually done it in the sense that the build queues for Harlan were done, but Harlan had too much stuff. There was no final base race. It was Harlan's game from about the midway point. Several great attempts by Zugspitze, but it was not enough. And maybe it'll finally be enough here on Chrysabarrel Garden in the north, playing the purple. Up 2-1, looking great on Soviets. This is Harlan. Becoming a fan favorite for all of those Soviet fanboys in the comments. It's great to see some Soviet winnings after all these years. And on the other side, this is Zugspitze. There's some folks who just really love to see Soviet players put Empire and Allied players in their place, just because people find cryocopters and Tengus annoying to play against. And so there are some of you who have some like generational trauma built up about those two units in particular, who do love seeing Demon, Harlan, even DDF when he's playing Soviets. Some of these great Soviet players knocking down their competition. And I mean, you can't argue with the entertainment factor that a lot of Soviet players, including Green Alert as well, have been providing all throughout this tournament, even though we don't have Green Alert here in this match. He, of course, has been doing a fantastic job of representing Soviets most of the time and providing entertaining games most of the time as well. As a couple of walls going to be coming up, a couple of Tengus coming out, more walls coming in again just to delay that high ground third refinery. Super Reactor is up, but so is the Tengu. I guess the Tengu is now down as he transforms to harass that Harvester. Will again just shut down the harvesting miner, the mining time just a little bit there. We'll shut down that Harvester, delay the mining by a little bit of time. And harassment coming in on the other side. Sickle going to be going for those little bit of damage onto the Harvester, but the Harvester doesn't have that much to worry about with the Tengu coming out from that war factory and the repair drones as well. That Harvester should be safe. Second Harvester being annoyed a little bit more here, and the Tengus can swap out, so if one of them gets a little bit low fighting that Sickle, they can go over to the war factory, heal up, and wait for another Sickle to take its place. Last couple of walls to go down in the last game. Zugspitze was able to achieve a faster third refinery. due to walling off his opponent's third. But of course, in that game, Harlan just base walked his way to the water and was able to kind of even out the timing in that way. Conscript's going to get gunned down. I guess the guaranteed kill there for those Tengus. They don't want to fight the hammer tank, and they want to protect these tank busters inside of that structure. So they drop down onto the conscripts and stop them from Molotoving that building, which also, you know, then they don't have to fight the hammer tank, which is also nice for those Tengus. And Harlan going to be leeching away a bit of health from those buildings with his hammer tank. The refinery just now getting deployed for Zugspitze, and the MCV is posturing very aggressively for Harlan. You know what can build over top of walls is an MCV. So as the walls come in, the chaos can begin as well, as the tank busters are going to run for the hills. The Tengus are going to return back home. And yeah, there's no easy way for the Empire player to clear out those buildings in the same sort of low-cost way that a Soviet player can clear out those buildings. Bear coming in as well. He's going to get jumped on. The roar doesn't lock anything down. And what a delightful little back and forth between these two players. Relatively low rent for both of them. And if they want, they can disengage and not go super aggro, and we can settle in for a bit of a longer macro game. And it looks like that's what they're going to be doing. No, maybe. Okay, just going to leech off the walls, let them rebuild a little. There's so much firepower that comes from these tank busters that we've seen all throughout these series. And the tank busters, they need protection. Those bears are dangerous guys. But he gets a hammer tank, so that's worth losing a couple of tank busters for, especially if you get the terror drone as well that spawns in afterwards. We are not disengaging. We are not turning this into a no man's zone. We are turning this into a all-out battle for just a couple of moments. Bear should be able to knock down that tank buster. One last shot. Doesn't get it. The leech beam is too powerful, and the bear roar stops the second shot from coming in for that tank buster. Dangerous game expanding sometimes when a terror drone is on the hunt, and as long as the terror drone doesn't stop moving, I should say, then those strikers can't actually get the kill. This is also distracting the entire Empire army, basically. Just that one terror drone out there on the water. Bear coming in. Might get the roar off. Nope. Just trades out with that Imperial Warrior. Walls coming in from Zugspitze. I remember a couple of years ago, maybe it was for Chrono Clash 1, but Zugspitze was tearing apart some players, basically using walls as force fields. So instead of just being purely a delay tactic, he was using walls to separate out an attacking army. And that's always been a bit more of a creative use of walls than just this, where they're much more for like delay and just buy some space. Not something you can do in a lot of other games, is just keep building these incredibly cheap walls which hold off your opponent's army for a decent little while. Building gets taken over. Bears in range to shut down these tank busters, but they're not even needed because the hammer tanks get the crushes, and the bear gets a couple of extra kills there as well. The Tengu's swinging for just a moment, and then they see the bullfrogs, and they're like, we need to get out of here, as a defender core is coming up. It's almost online. Tengu's going to transform, and they will be able to get the bullfrog and start on the hammer tanks after that. But no, it's the chopper VXs who are going to get the kills. That's 3 hammer tanks down, and they were not needed on this side of the fight. Harlan loses a huge chunk of his army. He is reforming the front line down here in the south. Akula sub is out. Ultra torpedoes land on the intended target, and satellite drop coming in as well. It doesn't catch the harvester. Zugspitze sends the harvester back to work, but he is going to be losing this refinery out here on the water. Zugspitze trying to get as much damage back as he can. Harlan will be losing that oil derrick, but you're always happy to take that kind of a trade when you're the player knocking down your opponent's refinery. Are we just gonna... Is this just another base race where the armies are on opposite sides of the map and neither player wants to pull back and try to defend? They just want to tear each other apart. Tank Busters getting jumped on by these terror drones, as now the terror drone ends up going down, so these Tank Busters can start tearing apart these hammer tanks. There's 4 hammer tanks here, 5 hammer tanks, and they have to decide what they want to kill, the War Factory or these Tank Busters. Return to home, says Zugspitze, as he's bringing his forces back across the map. He stops the attack, and it's up to the Bullfrogs to get the big damage done now. Hammer tank's going to be getting pushed away. Last shot, double vet for that tank buster. Refinery gets sold off, and, well, gets destroyed, and now the naval yard will be sold off as well. Point defense drones reapplied for the Empire player. Too many harvesters here. Not enough refineries, unfortunately, for Zugspitze. 4 harvesters and only 3 working refineries. Meanwhile, Harlan, he's at those 5 harvesters. He's got that much more solid economy working in his favor, and the harvester taking a couple of extra shots there will end up surviving. And now it's going to be about this disengage move for these hammer tanks. They can't really fight the tank busters as long as the micro is good, because the tank busters will just go down into their hidey holes. Chopper VX is doing a bit of damage to the con yard, and hammer tank's able to disengage. Harlan pulls back. He has built up a couple of defenses in some of these places. Conscript gets the perfect scout on this army. Has to give his life for it, but still, he gets the perfect scout on that army as it moves in. Harlan moving forward. Bears on the front line, but sometimes when the Bears lead the charge, it's easy for the Tengus to tear them down. And the Tank Busters represent, again, so much of that DPS for the Empire Army for so much of the time. Harvesters, I guess they can be swapped off when you've got an extra one like this. You just swap off which one is actually doing the work. The other one heals up back to full, and then you make sure that you're basically always topped off in that way. Hammer tanks moving forward. Wave Force Artillery and King Oni are going to be on the menu soon, but they're not ready yet, and Zugspitze needs to buy more time. Harlan has been out macroing him in those last 2 games. Well, this game and the previous game, I should say. He is up 11k total resources gathered, or 10k there, and he's up about 2.5k per minute as the Tengu's coming in. Satellite drop going to be forcing this Empire army forward. Bear comes in, gets the roar, gets the 1-2 punch here, but satellites don't care who they're dropping on. There's no tsunami tanks to beef up this army, so as long as the Bullfrogs keep the choppers out of the sky, it's all down to the tank busters. Hammer tanks going down. Harlan still with a massive army advantage. I feel like I should be seeing like 10 Tengus or something swinging in at some point. But no, the army is pretty much all on the ground. Bears, conscripts, hammer tanks, and bullfrogs. I guess the Sakula sub is contributing a little bit as well. And Zugspitze, by the way, huge shout out to Double Evil. I don't remember if I mentioned this already, but he fixed the artillery units not counting in the army value tab. So there was a bug with Battlescry where artillery units, Wave Force Artillery, Shogun battleships, Athena cannons, aircraft carriers, V4s, and dreadnoughts, none of them were being counted in army value. So if you had an army that was all Wave Force Artillery, it would read 0 army units and $0 of army value. Tengu's flying a little bit close. Do we not have a Crusher Crane on the front line? We don't. Do we not have a Crusher Crane at all? Okay, that could be a bit dangerous if the MCV ends up going down. Not having an immediate build queue can be a bit troublesome. But the double airfield plays, everyone has been loving it. Well, Allied and Soviet players have been loving it. Empire players haven't been loving it very much, but we're trying again. Yuriko, Kingoni, Wave Force, it's the same thing as last time, and it is on this, like, reduced economy compared to the Soviet player. It didn't work last time, but maybe the problem was the map. We shall see. This is a decent amount of twin blades, so they can burn through any targets that they wish fairly quickly. There is a defender core here, and if they don't pay attention, okay, they get the kill and they get out of there. So good move by the Empire player. On the other side of the map, Harlan decides to disengage. He wants to buy more time. He's got a couple of terror drones, at least one in here. Wouldn't mind seeing another terror drone in the mix, and this harvester will eventually go down. We have to be seeing a crusher crane coming up at some point, right? And ooh, the power plant insurance policy. You can see the attempt there by Zugspitze. He was thinking he could get a sneaky power plant out on the water, avoid detection, and have a bit of an insurance policy if it comes down to a base race. We've seen this happen many, many times for Empire players. They sometimes will try and sneak a building out into the corner, but it got caught. Twin blades now in the middle of the base. They're just hunting harvesters. They're not really stopping to knock down any other targets. They're just hunting the harvesters. Wave Force artillery charging up. We'll be able to knock down a hammer tank. For now, this harvester going to be leading the charge. I think it's just there to soak damage, just to absorb attention. Bears on the front line here. Harlan is waiting for something. It might be the twin blades to get into a better position, or he just wants to go. As the hammer tanks move in, the MCV on the front line, the Bears getting shut down, but the second wave moves in. Tengus push away the Bears, and now the hammer tanks rushing forward because the MCV is dead. How good can she juggle? The twin blades aren't here. They're not in the fight, but the hammer tanks break through on the left flank, and the chopper VXs are trading for their lives. Yuriko Omega stands tall as she juggles for her life, and the Emperor's Rage comes in at the last possible second. Is it even needed to win the fight? Well, it's here now. The Wave Force artillery have all gone down, so this terror drone cannot be eliminated, but Yuriko stands tall. Twin blades move in. They're on an assassination mission. They get the kill. No, they don't. She stands tall yet again, pushing forward as the Soviet army crumbles. And Zugspitze punches through with only a couple of units left. MiGs and bullfrogs, they're terrifying if you're in the air, and if you're on the ground, they just don't matter at all. As the super reactor gets lit up and the GG comes out, Zugspitze puts a point on the board. I guess do the same thing again, and it works out the second time. And this time, the tiebreaker will be on Mers Landing. Which one of these players will break out of the 2-2 scoreline to gain the advantage? Will it be the purple Soviet player in the north? Will it be Harlan? Or will it be the Cyan Empire in the south? Will it be Zugspitze? Both players having their peaks and valleys in this series. I feel like in that last game, Harlan, he was ahead on economy for, 80% of the game. And I thought that was going to be his victory. And then the twin blades were not synced up with the rest of the army. And as a result, those MiGs and bullfrogs were just useless. At the end of the day, Zugspitze had to fight basically an airless game. Just ground units, just worried about the fight down below. And no flying Tengus, no flying VXs. And of course, the true terror of the everything. No Sea-Wings, just flip-flapping their way around. Would have been great to see, Rocket Angels, burst drones. Cancels the super reactor. Okay. And that's a Crusher Crane. He is... Did he scout? No, the MCV is still here. Is Harlan going for an MCV crush? Why would you cancel your super reactor and then go for a Crusher Crane right there next to your MCV? We'll see, we'll see. He starts something up. No, he's going for the low ground. Okay. It is not an MCV crush. He just placed that Crusher Crane kind of far back. I guess it'll be good for the airfield. But it's not in a good spot to provide healing for hammer tanks and sickles as the game progresses. Engineer will actually be able to grab this oil derrick, so the fight for the oil derrick kind of goes in the Empire favor. He is going to be trading out like 2 or 3 tank busters and 5 Imperial Warriors or so this is going to cost him a bit. There's a flak trooper here. Terror drone returning to base as well to help deal with these Tengus. Bullfrog gets a shot off. And okay, for now, Zugspitze is going to disengage. Is building walls. More walls over here. He was trying to deny as much as he possibly could. But 2 oil derricks is nice. Delaying your opponent's 3rd refinery is nice. And your opponent delayed his own 3rd refinery and his own tier 2 with the Crusher Crane. So, Crusher Crane obviously has other utility as well. But, still, Harlan delayed his 3rd by quite a bit. This is a lot of, like, tank busters and Imperial Warriors that it's just, it feels like money getting flushed down the drain here for Zugspitze. They're getting, like, hunted by these sickles. He may end up getting one of these sickles, but I feel like these 2 sickles have killed 4, maybe 4 tank busters and a decent number of Imperial Warriors as well. So, I feel like these 2 sickles have more than paid for themselves, and it's just not good value. Whatever this build is that Zugspitze is going for, I feel like he is not getting good value out of his units. Maybe his whole goal is to just delay Harlan and keep Harlan on his side of the map. Terror drone comes in. Walls will be sold off. Wall will be constructed. Nice body block there. Just in the right place for Zugspitze to kill off that terror drone. I thought Harlan was going to get the infect. Barracks will be getting shut down there. So no bears to help deal with these tank busters. And now the Tengu is coming in as well. Maybe this has worked out. Zugspitze maybe has found the perfect build is just like throw away a ton of tank busters, make it look like you're just giving away donations to the enemy, and then secretly almost kill a couple of sickles. Again, the sickles haven't actually died yet, so they do pull back. The MCV is at least offline, like they're doing some damage. I don't know how much this is actually going to do. If the micro is good, the MCV will basically never kill the tank busters. But of course, the bears do change that equation. There, the micro misses one of those tank busters. And I guess behind the scenes, Zugspitze, he's got maybe his tier 2. He's at least got his 3rd refinery up and running. The bears and the hammer tanks are going to help deal with all of the rest of this stuff. And now that the bears are here camping these tank busters, the MCV is kind of out of, it's no longer threatened. And there were 2 bears there, so you need a Tengu to break that position. Looks like a Bullfrog ended up going down. The hammer tank going to be brought back to deal with that Tengu. And satellite drop on top of that refinery will pull the harvester offline for a few moments. Once again, lost mining time affecting both players throughout this series. And the conscripts will be able to use their Molotov cocktails to burn out these tank busters. Don't forget the engineer, though. If Harlan builds that barracks, clears out the tank busters, and then forgets to build an engineer to take back his own oil derrick, that would be funny, but very tragic for Harlan, as that engineer steps on out into the bright world. And I guess this is what Zugspitze has been going for. That is a scary number of tsunami tanks, and the Soviet player is not ready for that. That is for sure. Tengus are going to be going for the harass, it looks like, as well. But at the same time, Harlan is selling his MCV, and he looks like he is going for the engineer, caps the oil derrick. He's going... What is he doing with this other engineer? I guess nothing for the current moment. This is a weird one for Harlan. He has kind of painted himself into a corner here. He's at least got this refinery on the way, but it's about to be harassed. His oil derrick is under threat. His harvesters back at home are being harassed a little bit here. He does clean up the Tengus. He does get the harvesters back online, but this refinery is dead. He's going to have to cancel this, and it is at like 99.9%. And no, the tsunami tanks don't arrive in time, so Harlan is just gonna defend this somehow? Surely this refinery is dead. Barracks coming into body block. This is a lot of tsunami tanks. They're going to tear these buildings apart once their guns actually start working. Terror drone moves in for the stasis. Harvester taking no damage, but the refinery is taking a lot of damage. Do we have tank busters on the, or do we have Tengus on the front line? Because this is a Tesla trooper that can lock down these tanks. Two of them get taken offline with the stasis of the terror drone. That'll be a third, but the terror drone goes down, and the tank busters will eventually kill off that Tesla trooper. And now the tsunami tank will end up going down to the terror drone, but this refinery will fall. Point defense drones getting added back into this army, and eventually this tsunami tank will definitely die, and if he's not careful, it'll get a chain infect as well. Goodbye to the terror drone as the tsunami tanks continue to push forward, and the Soviet army is getting blasted apart. 5 tsunami tanks on the front line with point defense drones. They can knock down a lot of hammers, but a hammer has finally picked up a double gun, and the tank busters were separated out from the army. Tank busters moving forward. Goodbye to your double barrel hammer tank as it immediately gets locked down. Bear coming in. The Tengus are not here to support this, so it's up to the tsunami tanks and this one Imperial warrior to keep these units safe. Those tank busters are so much of that sustained DPS. And, well, the oil derrick, it looks like is going to be going down. And even if this army gets eliminated, the MCV has been killed off. Harlan is at a big disadvantage for the rest of this game. As long as Zugspitze doesn't totally throw everything away here, he will be in a good spot for the rest of this match. Choppers on the high ground, they clean up the oil derrick, they go up to the high ground, they catch those bullfrogs, and they catch themselves a win as well as Zugspitze takes the lead for the first time in this series. Now it's Harlan's turn to bounce back. You see the garage, so you know it's time for industrial strength to decide if in the north he becomes the 3rd seed. This is Zugspitze. Or in the south, if we go to the ace match, if we go the distance with a win from Harlan. Zugspitze looked a bit sleepy in some of his previous series. Maybe in the upper bracket a bit, but I feel like he has woken up now. He is awake, and he is slicing his dicing through some of these games, but obviously Harlan is a tough opponent, and Harlan looked like, I don't know, I guess there's been 5 games. I was going to say in 3 out of the 4 games, but maybe it's 3 out of the 5 games. He looked like he was in definitely a good enough position to take it. That last one, maybe a little bit questionable. The last one is an excellent hindsight game. Like, in hindsight, a lot of the stuff that Harlan did seems very bad. It's like, that was a dumb decision. That was a dumb move. That was a dumb choice. In the moment, I think he made a lot of good decisions. But looking back, it sort of feels like, ugh, how did he end up in this situation? Where it was, I don't know, 1 or 2 minutes from the end, and it's just almost unwinnable for Harlan. Like, Zugspitze had to throw big time in that last game for Harlan to be able to bounce back. But of course, again, that's hindsight, not in the moment. At any rate, we're here on Industrial Strength. Both of these players have split the oil derricks, so we did get to see Zugspitze fight for Harlan's oil derrick in that previous game and kind of win that fight. I didn't actually pay attention to how long Zugspitze had that oil derrick, but at the very least, he distracted Harlan quite a bit. He eventually won the game, so it almost doesn't even matter, as the terror drone will be looking for a little bit of chaos, maybe get an infect somewhere, maybe cause some problems. And of course, this is a pretty tight base, so you're never really gonna infect a harvester and get a kill. If your opponent is awake, if they're not playing with a steering wheel, then you're going to be able to get the kill on... You're not going to be able to get the kill on the harvester, but you can stasis the harvester, of course, as we've seen many, many times before. And that's a bit of a sleepy move from Harlan. He was, of course, looking elsewhere because he has two Tengus harassing his harvesters. But the quicker third refinery here for Harlan. We've seen it many times before. Now he's trying to bring his MCV to crush that Tengu, and it's just not working. This will be a decent amount of lost mining time for Harlan. Zugspitze doing what he can to delay the early game of his opponent, and now we see why. He was going tier 2. There aren't a lot of Tengus out on the map because he's got chopper VXs as well. And if you can keep your opponent busy so that they don't build enough bullfrogs, then you can get a big advantage that way. We've seen some games specifically on Industrial Strength because it has this high ground that can be kind of utilized by air units in a somewhat abusive way. You can hide up on that high ground. If your opponent doesn't have vision, you can terrorize them. This hammer tank is going to get jumped on. Flak Trooper is going to get a couple of shots. Bullfrog going to get a couple of more. And for now, the hammer tank goes down, and that's the only loss yet for this Soviet player. Harvester is safe over here. The hammer tank gets the kill, but that harvester is now low on health. As both players, well, one oil derrick has been... Oh, actually, no, it gets grabbed by Zugspitze. I thought it was just going to get killed off by Harlan, or by Zugspitze, but nope, it is captured, and now it's under his control. No third refinery yet for Zugspitze, and is he just never going to go third refinery? We do have a crusher crane on the way as well. That's a pretty decent spot for it over there by the third. It's not an aggressive placement, but it's also not uncommon on Industrial Strength to see players pivot their base around this third refinery location and kind of rebuild some of their infrastructure out in that spot. So the crusher crane is somewhat centralized if that happens in this match. Garage and oil derrick under the control of Zugspitze. So this is something that Harlan now needs to deal with because he may have the crusher crane, but he doesn't have a crusher crane everywhere on the map, as these Tengus will take a little bit of damage from the hammer tank and then escape for now. Chopper VX is moving out, but of course they don't get repaired when they're in the sky. However, the base is open. Flak cannon is on the way, and so this might be one dead harvester, but that might be the only target that these VXs find. You should have stayed home. That third VX low on health. Hammer tank making its way back home. No repairs when he's back in the main base, of course. Bear's gonna get cleaned up. Imperial Warriors will get a couple of kills there. Oil derrick eventually will go down, it looks like. And there's the tier 3 on a 2 refinery economy as well. So Zugspitze is cutting a lot of units to be able to make this happen. He does not have a big army. He might have more infantry units than he has vehicles. And when half of those are Imperial Warriors, that's not great for the next fight. MCV still here. No move to the double expansion, but also no move to crush down that MCV and get some cash back for it. VX is now moving through the map. Tier 2 is done, but is that Tier 3 about to finish? VX is not going to get caught in the middle of the map. And there is the Tier 3. King Onis and Wave Force Artillery have been unlocked. The Barracks is still Tier 1, so no upgrade just yet. No Eureka Angle just yet. And this is 3 Refinery versus 2 Refinery. But the Oil Derricks are gone for both players. And that last game, I feel like, was, 5 Refinery versus 3 Refinery. So both players had more to work with. And in this case, once again, Harlan is ahead on Eco, but I think the difference is smaller here than it was in those 2 previous games. Or I guess I'm thinking of the, I'm not thinking of the Mers Landing game. So maybe it wasn't 5 Refinery versus 3 Refinery, but it was 3 Refineries versus 4 for a moment. Harvester will end up taking a little bit more damage, but the VX ends up getting shot up, and these bullfrogs are chasing the VXs even further. Again, there just isn't a huge army here for Zugspitze. He does have a couple of more Tengus. They will transform. They will get a couple of shots off on these bullfrogs. And back home, the Harvester has been saved, although it is low health, so it is going to be a slow guy roaming around. King Oni and Wave Force Artillery out on the field. Harlan still has that army value advantage. And this time, there isn't like 7 or 8 grand worth of MiGs flying around that are inflating that army value advantage. There are a decent amount of bullfrogs. The bullfrogs do inflate the numbers a little bit there, but not like 7 or 8 MiGs would. MCV now heading out, and the garage does get captured. So Zugspitze has had his fun. He's immediately going to kill the garage, and now, of course, Harlan wishes he would have done that instead of spending the $500 for like 5 or 10 seconds of repairs. Refinery on the way. Harlan is looking to macro his way to victory yet again. Terror drones on one side, tank busters on the other. They have both been huge keys to victory in previous games. There are no tank busters on the Empire side. There's only, I think, 1 terror drone. No, there's 2 terror drones on the Soviet side. Toxins coming in. Great time buying tool here for the Soviet player. Will force these units to just hang out for a minute and do nothing. Is this? This might actually be the best time to base race an Empire player. Okay, he's not really base racing because the Empire player is turning around to defend it. Back in the main base, Hammer Tank is going to go down to this Chopper VX, but there's bullfrogs nearby. If they spring into action, they can get a kill. And of course, the Terror drones can't do much, but they can lock down these units in place. The War Factory is there, so nothing should die to the Terror drone. Wave Force Artillery might end up getting caught out by this Twin Blade. The Empire Army getting sectioned out here. Tengus are going to keep the Wave Force safe, and okay, the Hammer Tanks go down. Those were some big army losses for Harlan, but guess who's got a steaming hot economy? Just a big steaming pile of money waiting around to be spent. It's Harlan. 5 refineries versus 2. So if I'm the Soviet player, I am happy to trade out a momentary army if it buys me a minute or 2 to get my huge economy and to do something with it. Now, at the current moment, Harlan is low power mode, so even if he has the biggest economy in the world, he can't produce units quickly. So we'll see how it ends up working out. The lights are back on, though, for Harlan. Advantage of having the Crusher Crane to be able to provide that additional build queue. Twin Blades move in. That's another kill on a Harvester. Maybe traded back for a Twin Blade. No kidding. They all escape. 4 Twin Blades make it out. And there are 6 Tengus, but they're just going to transform. They're not looking for the kill on those Twin Blades. Those low health Twin Blades roaming around the map, looking for the angle on the next kill. Finally, one of them will go down. Two of them get eliminated with barely any damage. They were just a breath away from dying. Now the Twin Blade going to be coming back in. The Hammer Tank does end up going down, but so does that Harvester. And this is not a good time to base race a Soviet player who is spread out with an MCV in one corner and double refineries out on the water. Super Reactor coming up. The Crusher Crane needs to be brought down, and the Wave Force Artillery gets it, cancels that. And so Zugspitze has, oh no, sell a refinery. Sell a refinery now. He doesn't realize sell your MCV, sell something. He's not rebuilding, he's out of cash. Sell a base defense. He can't build anything. Zugspitze needs to come back home and defend. There goes the Twin Blades. They're going to be able to cancel one building. Zugspitze doesn't realize he is too busy paying attention to other things. He's shredding his opponent's base. The economy is still online for the Soviet player, so as slowly as it happens, he can eventually get himself back online. Zugspitze realizes his error. He cancels something. He gets a Harvester back up and running. Twin Blades find the King Oni. They go for the weakened one, not the hero who can heal himself back up. A MiG gets eliminated. The Tengus and the VXs are still powerful. Zugspitze barely able to keep himself back in this game. The oil derricks went down so long ago that these two players have to just exist on their ore refineries. Two of them online for the Soviet player. Once he gets that Crusher Crane back up, any extra harvesters, which there's maybe only one. Okay, I think there's only one harvester. I was imagining maybe there was like 3 harvesters just waiting around to be harvested, to be ground up by the Crusher Crane, because that's a great way to get yourself back online if you're the Soviet player. King Onis getting healed up, point defense drones, a huge benefit to this Empire player. Harlan, he may have the army advantage, but part of that is MiGs and Bullfrogs. And okay, Toxins coming in. Get that Wave Force Artillery out of there. He's going to burn through his point defense drones just sitting in Toxins, which is, you know, not great. Lost mining time, though. Buying more time for the Soviet player to get back in this. Does Zugspitze not realize? He definitely knows about this base out here. He may not realize how fine Harlan actually is. Harlan's got those 3 refineries. His MCV is out here on the water. He's still not going Crusher Crane. I feel like a Crusher Crane to be able to repair all of these units would be great and give you that second build queue again, especially out on the water where the Wave Force Artillery can't reach it. If you throw it like over here, get a naval yard for safety as well. Zugspitze feels like he is corralled, he is caged up, and he has got nowhere to go. And at the same time, it feels like Harlan has no incentive really to play fast. Like, why, if you're Harlan, would you ever throw your army at Zugspitze right now? Why would you not just wait 1 to 2 minutes as you're building out a 4 refinery economy? At his worst, Harlan just matched the economy of Zugspitze. Although at that time, I'm pretty sure that Zugspitze had only like 1 working refinery, not even 2. Like, so much of Zugspitze's army just doesn't work. Well, just the King Onis and the Wave Force Artillery. They don't work over the water. And okay, there we go. Yeah, Zugspitze was like, what is going on in this game? There's something wrong. There's something terribly, terribly wrong in this game. And now he just learned what it was. Third refinery going to be coming up. And this is the decision point for Harlan. He needs to, now that his opponent is getting a third, his opponent already has better tech than him. And with the third refinery, the economic difference will drop by quite a bit. So Harlan needs to decide, okay, he's teching up. He's continuing to take it slow. He's dropping satellites on his opponent. That conscript giving vision over the Empire base and killing off that defender core. Such a nice move there. As the units fly over, Twin Blades are not going to be able to pick up an easy kill here with all of the Tengus back home, with the defender core, with the VXs as well. It's just not going to be an easy kill for any Twin Blades to just swing in and kill off a Harvester or whatever. But again, Harlan has virtually no incentive to play fast to try and end the game right here, right now. I do feel like as the game goes on, because Zugspitze had his tier 3 earlier, he hasn't lost it, and now his economy is going to be spent not really rebuilding infrastructure as much as just building units, so over time his army is going to be getting better and better. He's built his 3rd refinery, he's built his extra power plant, his extra defender cores. He's in a relatively comfortable spot, but he is still corralled in his base. He steps out onto one side, toxins will be coming in, Twin Blades move in, that's a kill, a little bit of cash back for the Soviet player as well. And this is a double airfield play again, like we've seen in a lot of these games. 8 MiGs, or in the case of an allied player, 8 Apollos, can make all the difference when you're fighting against Empire. I'm actually kind of surprised Harlan hasn't retaken his own main base, or like, you know, gotten onto the land in any way. Harvester just continuing to harvest. Oh, this is perfect for the Twin Blades if they can pick up the kill here. The MiGs on guard duty. Sacrifice a couple of yourselves. Yeah, just go for it. The Tengus are a little bit too far forward for those Twin Blades liking. MiG's gonna fire a couple of shots with point defense drones. The Tengus can take a couple of points of damage. And, oh, so close! The MiGs protecting these Twin Blades, and there it is. The naval yard goes down. No easy repairs for you. No additional build queue. As this Yari minisub somehow scares away those Twin Blades. They come back, they will be able to kill that Yari minisub if it stays on the surface. But now the Dreadnoughts are out. 3rd airfield for Harlan. He really wants to add insurance policy after insurance policy here. And yeah, as long as Harlan doesn't step onto land, Wave Force Artillery and King Oni are basically useless. This Empire has to try and play with the tools that he has built, and Harlan is just refusing to engage on the Empire player's terms. Twin Blades will be able to keep these Dreadnoughts safe, and what do you even do if you're Zugspitze in this case? Harlan is just playing a long-range bombardment game. He is not interested in fighting you toe-to-toe. Tengu's going to be coming in. Are they just looking for the transform? The Twin Blades need to be dealt with, otherwise the Tengus will be shredded. The MiGs will go down. It's up to the VXs to clear out this Dreadnought. The damage has been done, though. The Wave Force goes down. The 3rd refinery and the 2nd refinery in the base both have been eliminated. This is 3 Harvesters, but only one of them is really working. 12 MiGs would have been even better than the, like, 7 or 8 that Harlan had. And Zugspitze, he's at least dealt with one threat. And if he was able to take all 6 refineries on the mainland, or even just both of the main bases, then he would be in a much better spot. There's going to be the big transform. He's going for the airfield. The Twin Blades are here. The Dreadnought is here as well. And the Tengus, a couple of them are going to die on exit. Chopper VXs are trying to pull into position to help out, but this was a bit of a suicide mission. I'm not sure what Zugspitze was hoping to accomplish, but he did not accomplish it, as the GG comes out, and Harlan will send us to the ace match. And it all comes down to this. The last game of the seeding match to decide who's the 3rd and who's the 4th seed. Who has to play the #1 seed from the CCO qualifier? In the north, rocking the cyan, this is Zugspitze. And in the south, rocking the purple, it's Harlan. Both of these players putting up fantastic games all throughout this series. And unlike the upper bracket seeding match, it's not just a one-sided kind of scoreline. Although that one, the scoreline didn't, as I've talked about before, the scoreline didn't really feel like it told the whole story there. And in this case, the scoreline probably does tell the whole story here, because there have been some very close back-and-forth games. There have been some games that were a bit one-sided one direction, and then some games that were a bit one-sided the other direction. And in this case, we've gotten ourselves all the way to game number 7, and I'm glad to have seen them all. Although, if it would have been a best of 3, we would have also had an ace match. If it would have been a best of 5, we would have also had an ace match, because they went 1-1 and then 2-2. So it would have worked out no matter which length of series we went with. But we're here in game number 7. We get maximum entertainment in the 3rd, 4th place seeding match. Sickle moving forward. MCV into the middle. Very aggressive placement here. This does delay any potential 3rd refinery. And from this position, I feel like a lot of Empire players, they're not going for a 3rd refinery. They definitely can. There is nothing preventing them from sending a 3rd refinery over there. But, you know, this position does make it a little bit less likely. We'll see exactly how Zugspitze wants to play this one out. Burst drone will be getting shut down there. It does keep the Terror drone on the Soviet side of the map for a few moments longer. Harlan has had advantages at very many points throughout this series, but now it's all evened up. He just has to get an advantage one last time, and he will have that 3rd place seed secured. More walls coming up, of course. Zugspitze taking over Eminence's crown as the king of walls. Eminence, a player that most of you have never even heard of, but many, many years ago he played Empire in Red Alert 3, and hey, look at that, there's the 3rd refinery. And he used to have a build where he would build a ton of walls, and I jokingly called it wall swag at one point, and that joke has kind of lived on, now about 400 years later. I'll still sometimes refer to it as wall swagging, and here we go with the Terror drone rounding the northern side of the map. 3rd refineries up or on the way for both players. Barracks being deployed as well. We are heading to an inevitable fight between these two players, and that Terror drone gets sniped. The Tengu in the exact perfect position, and of course the Soviet player wants to help secure this high ground. Tesla coil coming in, and once the Tesla coil is up and running, it's a lot harder to break this position. The Empire player is about to have a very difficult decision to make, as the Terror drone may not be needed, but the Tengu gets lit up there. The Bear gets stopped, and now the MCV will run for the hills. As the walls continue to get broken down, they will not be rebuilt this time. And I guess that's it. Zugspitze just backs off from the front line. He's like, I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm not worried about this. We do have Tier 2 out there. The Sickle is not getting stopped by the Tengu. The Terror drone was stopped, but the Sickle is not stopped just yet. He will be stopped by the Harvester and that Tengu together, but he's going to be nearly down to half HP there for that Harvester. Needs to get back to work. Oil derricks and refineries for both players. MCV deployed for Harlan. Can he go for a 4th refinery while knocking down his opponent's 3rd? The walls are not doing you many favors here. We'll see if the Tsunami tank can make some magic happen. Tank Buster trying to get on top of these hammer tanks. Leech Beam coming in. Bears will flatten those Tank Busters, and the Terror Drone making it hard for this Empire player to micro his units. Leech Beam coming online, steal some weapons, and there's going to be the refinery sold off. The Imperial Warrior going for the kill, and the Bears locking down everything else. The MCV will not be used as a battering ram as this Soviet army methodically picks apart the Empire player, all while expanding for a 4th refinery. Bears move over. Terror Drone moves forward. Tsunami tanks held at bay as this MCV gets torn to shreds. Harlan is not taking any chances here in game number 4. He is macroing perfectly behind this as he topples Zugspitze one last time. Harlan will secure the 3rd place seed and knock Zugspitze down to the 4th place position. And we have our final 4 for BattleNet, all locked in. DDF, Mirage Tank, Harlan, Zugspitze, 4 incredible players to land into playoffs. But of course, we still have the other side of the qualifier to see. The CCO qualifier will kick off in just a few days. There have been a ton of games, so I'm looking forward to it, but I do need to rest my voice. And a huge thank you to Tim, Media Storm guys, for putting together the prize pool for this event, to Leanne Lee, Toolman, and the other BattleNet referees. Huge thanks to Drive for doing all of the design work, putting together the unique look of the Gathering Storm tournament, to Double Evil for updating the Battlescry overlay and for developing the entire Battlescry overlay, which makes these games possible to produce. A big thanks to Edvin for helping to run the CCO qualifier, and to all of you for watching, and to everyone in the world. I hope I didn't forget anyone there. But I do thank you hugely for watching. These games, these videos have been incredibly long, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the Red Alert 3 action as much as I have been enjoying getting to cast and to commentate these games. So once again, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. More action to come, and this is Cybert, signing out.